dive into authentic conversations about ourselves and our community, exploring topics that uplift and inspire us. From personal growth to social change. So grab your teacup and get ready to join the conversation. Crazy, right? Like it really started off explosive. It has been explosive, y'all. So I'm gonna check my things and make sure that you guys can hear me. How are you guys all on this Friday morning? I know I'm up here early. I had to get in. I had to take a couple days off to tend to some of my own personal affairs, right? We're not living for Diddy's life. We're living to sip some tea about Diddy's life, right? So we must continue to shit, shower, and shave and take care of ourselves. Okay. So, okay, we are live on Facebook. Facebook coming in hot, sipping tea. Let's check on YouTube and see how we are coming through. Are we coming through YouTube? Testing, testing, testing. Are we coming through? We are coming through. We are coming through on YouTube. What about over on Twitch? How are my Twitch sippers doing Friday morning? And we are coming in hot with the Diddy Trial, explosive updates and testimonies we were not ready for, right? I was not ready for some of the things that I have heard through the Diddy Trial up into this Friday. The Diddy Trial started on Monday, right? And I mean, they hit it hard, explosive. They started off with the security guard officer from the Intercontinental Hotel in LA, where the abusive video hit the scene, right? Took place at. They started with his testimony on Monday. They also had a escort testify as well. He said a lot of crazy things. Like he said a lot of stuff that was going on as far as how he came about to meet Diddy and Cassie. Diddy and Cassie sought him out through either Craigslist or Backpage. And got him to the place to do the things of whatever they were doing. A lot of it has to do with a lot of domination and submission, actual encounters that Diddy and Cassie did. Okay, so we're gonna jump right on in and get caught up on the Diddy trial, right? Let's see what's been going on, guys. How are you? If you guys know any updates, go ahead and drop those in the T chat, okay? Drop that in the T chat and also your T cuts. So let's see. Independent has some live updates. Let's see what they are updating us on. Okay, hold on. Stop. I'm trying to pause it and nothing's coming up. Let me get my video up, right? It's early. Okay, I'm still getting my brain to function with my hands right now. Okay, so my brain's saying share and my hands were just sitting here. So let me make sure that I get my stream up. Come on. Okay, got it. Okay. So my computer's moving slow. Sorry. Okay. Give it some sound. That would be nice.
2016. A list of 190 celebrity names were shown are once again gathering here at the Manhattan courthouse where music mogul P. Diddy is on trial. His ex-girlfriend, singer Cassie Ventura, is the star witness in her former partner's sex trafficking trial. Diddy, real name Sean Combs, was caught on hotel surveillance attacking Cassie in 2016. A list of 190 celebrity names were shown to potential jurors. None of these celebrities are suspected of any wrongdoing, though each name is anticipated to be mentioned throughout the trial. A few of the names mentioned are Michael B. Jordan, who went on a date with
Michael B. Jordan. Oh my God, y'all. What's T on the Creed actor, y'all? What's T on the Sinners actor, Black Panther? What is T?
Cassie Ventura in 2015. Mike Myers, the actor known for playing Austin Powers, was mentioned for a scene in his 2002 movie that makes a joking reference to Diddy. Kid Cudi, another possible romantic link to Ventura, as well as a potential link to a car explosion involving Combs. Kanye West, who released a song with Diddy back in March that also featured his 11-year-old daughter, North. While these
For 160 years, the Salvation Army has been standing strong, serving those in need.
Dabbling around with Cassie while she was still involved in some type of romantic way.
Unlikely to appear in court.
Goodness gracious, y'all. Okay, that was some tea. What else is going on? Let's get some explosive updates. Y'all know how we do it. Drop those teacups in the chat. We are coming in hot this Friday morning. I had to get in here early, y'all, because I took a couple of days off. Okay. So I heard some explosive testimony from Cassie about her freak offs with Diddy, right? I've been keeping you guys posted on up-to-date things as they come in. So make sure y'all go to my posts, shorts, okay? And take a look at some things, y'all. Let's get into what has been going on with Diddy. Diddy Trial updates, y'all. What's going on? Cassie testimony. Ooh. Let's see. The defense claps back at Cassie. Cassie Ventura. Ooh. Sean Diddy. Live Cassie questioned Diddy's legal team in sex trafficking. We're not going to tap in to long crime just yet. They were live for 9 hours on Diddy. I've been seeing people go live for days straight, like they're not cutting off. I don't know what's going on. Hold on. Hold on. Okay. Okay, now we're up. Now we're up. Let me get into the stream. I don't know what was going on, guys. Hold on. Okay, hold on. So now we're back in the stream. Sorry, guys. Let me rewind. Thought you guys could hear, but not any sound coming out of the screen. Okay, let's get it. We are going to sip some tea and review P. Diddy on trial. The defense claps back at Cassie for her testimony, okay? Let's listen in and get updated on this tea.
Day 4 of Sean Diddy Combs' sex trafficking and racketeering trial got intense in a hurry as Diddy's ex-girlfriend Cassandra Ventura faced a blistering cross-examination with defense lawyers using old love texts and steamy messages to challenge her claims of horrifying abuse. From freak-offs to jealousy to burner phones, it all came out in court today, and I'm going to be speaking with our very own Elizabeth Milner to get the inside scoop, including a major witness who's set to take the stand next. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. The fourth day of testimony in Sean Diddy Combs' sex trafficking and racketeering trial turned explosive as his former girlfriend, Cassandra Ventura, faced quite aggressive cross-examination about her tumultuous 11-year relationship with Combs. The defense pushed back hard on Ventura's allegations that she was coerced and abused by the fallen mogul, showing jurors old text messages and emails where the two appeared to exchange loving words, even some pretty explicit plans for their so-called freak-offs, raises the question of consent or not. So to give us that up-close and personal account of every single gripping moment that happened inside that courtroom, we're going to bring back on Law and Crimes reporter Elizabeth Milner, who is in that courtroom once again. Elizabeth, thank you so much for coming on. So set the scene for us. What was the atmosphere in that courtroom like today? Was it tense when we're talking about cross-examination? Did it feel different than direct examination?
See this property on
Craigslist. Wow, Law Crime Network are paying bills. We're getting caught up, y'all. Okay, we are sipping some tea. I know that it was explosive. As I was out running errands, I couldn't go live. I was listening in on a lot of the testimony and reading a lot of the things that are going on, being said on the stand. So this is going to be explosive, y'all. Grip y'all seats, hang on as tight as you can, because this is some shit that I was not ready to hear. I don't know about y'all, but I was not ready.
Yeah, for the most part, this was a day that a lot of us were anticipating. A lot of us were wondering, what is the defense going to have when it comes to this cross-examination? You know, the last couple of days, while Cassie's been under direct examination, to me at least, just kind of watching her tone, watching how she answers these questions, she really kind of seemed very compelling. She felt like a compelling witness. So obviously, the defense's job is going to be to poke holes in this. Did you want to participate in these freak-offs? Did you have a way of helping set these up? Did you initiate wanting these freak-offs in some instances when Diddy was sick, or other instances as well, too? And so today was definitely a very highly anticipated day. As far as the tone just in the courtroom, I think a lot of people were just kind of wanting to know what was going to happen next. So as far as just who was inside that courtroom today, it looked a little different than it has, on day one and even a little bit into day two. In that, we had Karen Agnifilo inside that courtroom today. She is obviously married to Mark Agnifilo. You had Diddy's mother, Janice Combs, in the courtroom. His sons, Christian Combs, Quincy Brown, Justin Combs, all came into the courtroom today. Notably, the daughters, again, not inside that courtroom today. Chance's mother, who's been inside that courtroom, also wasn't there today. Neither was Justin's mother inside that courtroom. So it was a little different than we've seen, on prior days, especially for opening statements, as well as even into day two. As far as those who were there to support Cassie, it was still the same as it has been the other couple of days she's been testifying. Her husband, Alex Fine, was inside that courtroom. Cassie's brother was inside that courtroom, as well as Cassie's mother and her attorney, Doug Wigder. As far as even when Cassie came into the courtroom today, you would think that maybe she would appear nervous or just a little shaken, depending on, what to expect really from what the cross-examination would look like. But she appeared very cool, calm, and collected, just similar to how she has been on the stand these last couple of days. She just walked up to the witness stand. The judge reaffirmed that she is still under oath, and so she just sat there. And even when Ana Maria Estevao was asking her question, she, for the most part, appeared cool, calm, and collective. Her tone was still the same, even during, as far as comparing it to her direct testimony, where, she was very soft-spoken. There were times, she wasn't saying yes or anything like that. Instead, she was saying yep or mm-hmm. And she just appeared, again, very soft-spoken. She appeared that she didn't seem nervous, at least from what I could see of her. Of course, there were some moments where you could kind of feel that she was uncomfortable, especially when it came to these graphic text messages that were being displayed, but she didn't feel comfortable necessarily reading them out loud. And it makes a lot of sense, right? This was, it appeared that these were private messages between people who were dating, people who were together for a years-long period. But just keep in mind, even to now, she is married to somebody else. And, her husband was in that courtroom. And so I could tell that there was a little uncomfy moments when it came to especially some of those graphic tests or those graphic texts.
So as she's talking about the text messages, right? What are the text messages, guys? I sipped some tea on some of them. Some of them were alluding to the fact that Cassie was enjoying the freak-offs. She was initiating freak-offs. She was, asking for freak-offs. She was, alluding to her wanting to engage in freak-offs, even if Diddy's old ass was sitting there like, girl, I'm tired. We've been freaking off for a week. I'm tired, and Cassie would be like, get your ass up, pop, 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 and let's keep it popping, right? So, I believe that's what the, defense is trying to break down and, just tear apart on Cassie's side of the situation, because I saw text messages that were, released and published online where Cassie was saying things like she wanted freak-offs.
Messages that were being displayed in court today. But as far as the tone goes, just overall, it appeared just kind of like another day in court. I'm assuming that, Cassie kind of knew what to expect as far as where the defense would go, what type of questions that they would ask, knowing that they would try to poke holes into her credibility. But again, she appeared cool, calm, and collected while on the stand. No emotional moments or anything like that. No points where she appeared visibly agitated or angry. Just, for the most part, asking clarifying questions. Can you repeat that? Can you ask it a different way? Can you talk about what time frame this was? Oh, I don't remember these text messages. And so that was kind of most of the tone throughout most of the cross-examination today.
Hey, everybody, this is a law and crime legal alert. Did you know that children are being diagnosed with serious conditions like type 2 diabetes? .forthepeople.com/food or scan the QR code.
I think even when the text messages.
Dr. Box.
Okay, long crime are paying a lot of bills this morning. So we are talking to T, y'all. Diddy. First week of the trials wrapping up today.
Analyzing them. A lot of them had direct focus onto the computer screen in front of them, just so that way they could read all the messages, even the more graphic, sexually explicit messages. I saw there were sometimes some jurors were doing, the tennis match look, where they were either looking at Cassie, who was on the witness stand, then looking at Ana Maria Estevao while she was asking the questions, kind of doing a back and forth. Meanwhile, some other jurors were just laser focused on Cassie and just what she had to say and how she responded to the cross-examination today. As far as Diddy goes, Diddy, just like every other day, is very much participating in his defense, very much so passing off notes to his defense attorneys to kind of hand over to Estevao, who was standing up doing the questioning. He very much so was intently looking at either Cassie or the exhibits in front of him, especially when it came to those sexually explicit text messages, or even just the text messages and the emails back and forth with one another. And so just like every other day, Diddy is very much so participating in his defense, because as the defense has pointed out a number of times, that Cassie is a very critical witness to the case. Mark Agnifilo said she is probably the most key witness in this case, somebody that, they wanted to make sure that they were doing a thorough cross-examination of her, because Diddy's life somewhat depends on this, because, you know, they were making the point that he's facing a life sentence if he's convicted. And so they wanted to make sure that they were asking every single question that they needed to ask. Do I think that was necessarily accomplished? I'm sure we'll get to that in just a second. But for the most part, as far as Diddy goes today, he was definitely participating like usual.
Yeah, and look, she is the number one witness. What do I mean by that? She's the star witness. She starts at the start of this trial. I believe this case rises and falls with her testimony. She is making up a number of the counts that he's facing right now: racketeering, sex trafficking. Her testimony would help support those and also help support transportation to engage in prostitution. The prosecution needs her to testify, which is why I believe one of the reasons they want her to testify so early is because she's 8.5 months, 9 months pregnant. They got to make sure she gets on the stand before something happens. Now, you mentioned the text messages. This day was filled with text messages. Elizabeth, I'm going to ask you what we learned about these text messages. I'll leave it to you how graphic you want to get about them, if they're, I mean, depending upon what the value is. But what were the text messages? What were the value of the text messages? What was the defense doing with these text messages? And by the way, emails too. So communications between Combs and Ventura. Talk to us about that.
Yeah, it was a lot of messages today, a lot of things that were read inside that courtroom. First, starting off with messages that, first with Ana Maria Estevao asking Cassie, so you love Diddy? She said yes. And he loved you? She said yes. You called him Sean. You knew the real Sean. And Cassie said, can you repeat? And then along the lines answered the question that, you know, she knew the Sean that other people didn't see. When they started getting into the email correspondence and text correspondence, they went all the way back to 2008. One email that said, I'm a very lucky woman. And I'm going to kind of paraphrase this email because it was a lot going on. Cassie said, I'm a very lucky woman. I miss you, and I'd fly wherever you needed me to. I love you. And then she signed it off, Cass. They showed a 2009 email that Diddy had written to Cassie, and this was the baby girl and the pop email correspondent and nicknames that they had for one another. Diddy said, I love you so much. It makes me cry. And then Cassie responded, you hungry, pop, you know. And so I think what the defense was trying to do, at least with these initial messages, is just kind of show that there was love and there was affection there. But just think about these time frames and these dates. This was around the time that the two had first started dating, and I felt like it kind of played into what she had said under her direct testimony, that she did care about Diddy, that she did love him. She's been very honest about that, that the two were, that she felt like the two were in love, especially at the beginning of her relationship. There was one message from 2010. Cassie wrote, going to sleep so tomorrow will be faster, and kind of saying tomorrow will be faster so I can see you soon. Diddy responded, I love you so much. I never knew it could be like this. Cassie responded, I'm so happy. We're so in love. There was another message, this one from the year prior. Cassie saying, I love you so much. It made me feel like I can't wait until we just don't care anymore. And Cassie was pretty much saying that this was because she wanted to be open about the relationship, because the defense was trying to point out that Cassie and Diddy, for about a 2-year period, they weren't as open with their relationship, and that Cassie essentially just wanted to be public. Again, something that kind of corroborated her under direct testimony, where she said that she just, was in love with him and just wanted to be with him at all points, all the time. A lot of just I love you back and forth. Again, just kind of trying to establish that these two were in love, that it wasn't forced or fraud or coerced or anything like that. Then we get to
if it wasn't forced, it wasn't fraud, and it wasn't coerced, then it wasn't conspiracy and it wasn't trafficking, because those are the elements that make up conspiring to do a crime and trafficking. Once you got the crime going in motion, the people that are a part of the crime that orchestrated it and are now victims of it. If it was love, then how is it conspiring to sex traffic people?
around August 5th of 2009, Diddy asked, when do you want to freak off? Cassie said, I'm ready to freak off, LOL. Diddy responded, you tell me the date, you choose. And then I'm paraphrasing right here. She had responded, I feel like a Friday would be best. Diddy responded, also paraphrasing here, Friday it is. Maybe we can get Jules here. Jules was an escort that they had used very often in their freak offs, according to her testimony. He was brought up a number of times, and notably, he was the escort that was in.
This is
all right. Law and crime are paying bills, and so are we. Thank you so much, T Sippers, for listening to some more explosive updates as they're coming in on Diddy. Cassie wrapping up testimony. It's on the 5th day, full week of testimonies in the Diddy trial.
Inside that hotel room during the 2016 Intercontinental Hotel incident. There were other messages that went into, Diddy had a subject line that said, what are you thinking about? And then Cassie responded in a very kind of sexually explicit way that I'm not going to repeat on air. You could definitely feel like I was kind of peeking into what their history was like, especially in those intimate moments, and how the two would correspond about wanting to be with each other in an intimate way. And so a lot of those messages were displayed in front of the jury. The jury saw them. Us in the gallery, we saw these messages as well, too. There was a 2009 email that Diddy had wrote to Cassie saying, I want you to feel safe to let go. And Cassie wrote, I like that. I want to give you the same. In order to be more open with the things that we do in bed, I need to feel safe like home, like this is my husband, and this is the only man that will ever have this aggressive / sexual side of me. I'm nervous. I'm just the girlfriend that you get your fantasies off with, and that I just don't get that other part. And then she wrote ... anymore, at least. And she kind of, at least to me, in my perspective, appeared a little apprehensive about doing these freak offs. She was asked by the defense, do you have a fear that you guys wouldn't go public, you guys being Cassie and Diddy? And she said, I guess she thought about this. Again, this is around that 2009 timeframe when the two were still kind of under wraps there. But she said that the freak offs were kind of an integral part of her relationship, and that essentially she just wanted more. There was a part where they had talked about her 21st birthday. Her 21st birthday is pretty important because that was the first time the two had kissed. That's the first time that she had kissed Diddy, because remember, she had met him 2 years prior to that time. She said that this was again at her birthday. Big names, like a name that we had seen in the People and Places list from jury selection. Dallas Austin was at her that birthday party. Britney Spears was at that birthday party, and they were all brought by Diddy. She was asked about her financial situation around that time, and she said essentially she was doing well. She was, modeling. She was doing other things. And then they kind of touched base a little bit about her prior relationship even before Diddy, and that was with a producer named Ryan Leslie. And around this time frame, because Cassie was still in a relationship with Ryan at this time, the defense was trying to paint it as, when you had met Ryan, he was 10 years older than you at this point of time. And I had kind of looked it up. The Diddy and Ryan Leslie aren't necessarily close in age. I think Ryan Leslie's still in his mid-40s, whereas Diddy's in his mid-50s. So there's a little bit there, but I could kind of see where the defense was trying to go and try to paint it as that you kind of get with older producers, with older men that could possibly kind of help you with your career. Then we saw an email from 2007 where Cassie had wrote, we really had 1 week of each other just together, and I can say it's been the best and the worst. The defense asked her about her relationship with Diddy. Has it always been complicated? And she kind of affirmed that a little bit. She said she thought Diddy at first was actually more interested in her friend Carrie Morgan, somebody that's been brought up a number of times during the testimony. And so as far as a lot of these messages, part of it, when I was sitting inside the gallery today, I was kind of like, where is this going? They were just reading text after text after text. It was bunches of pages, to the point I think the judge was kind of like, why are we...
Right.
we need to find like a better system of getting Cassie to read these messages so that way there's not a holdup, because it was just so much messages to the point where sometimes you were trying to connect the dots and wondering what's happening. And so the presentation was a little messy on my end, at least from what I could see, that I was just kind of like, where is this going? And there were just so many points that I felt like they could talk about instead of these messages, but it seemed like they wanted to get in front of these messages, provide context that Cassie was actually in love, that at times that she had set up these freak-offs even on her own, at times when even Diddy was sick. And so these messages were just all over the place, and at points I was just kind of like, where is this going? Because it really was so much. So I don't know how the jury felt listening to all of these today too.
Well, I'll tell you, it seemed to me they were really trying to home in on the idea that she was a willing participant in the freak-offs, and that the jury, are you really going to believe that she was essentially held captive against her will, didn't want to do any of this for years because she was under threat or coercion of Sean Combs, and highlighting messages like, I'm always ready to freak off, LOL, or baby, I want to FO so bad, you know, that's going to help their narrative, and, you know, saying she was the one who tried to set these up, or I believe there was a testimony she heated up the baby oil to be used in freak-offs. But there's a part of something that you said that I thought was really interesting, where it seems to me the defense was also trying to portray her as a jealous.
Buy your tickets
while they are paying bills. Hi, sippers. As you come into the Tea Talk, please go ahead and like and remember to subscribe so you can always be up to date and sipping up to date live at Tea with Tanisha.
Jealous lover, right? And go to her motivations about why she would be going after Diddy now. Talk to us about what we learned today from the cross-examination about how they tried to portray her, maybe with other interests that she had, other relationships Diddy had. How did they try to portray her as somebody who was jealous and maybe had other motives for coming after, you know, accusing Diddy now?
Well, they definitely brought up Kim Porter a couple of times today. Kim Porter is a big name because she is the mother of a few of Diddy's children, including the twins, including Christian. And so Cassie had said that she had learned that Diddy had actually left a freak off to go see Kim Porter. Again, by this time, she was still the mother of his children. She admitted to being a little bit jealous of Diddy's relationship with Kim. And she said especially this kind of happened during the holiday time because Diddy always spent the holidays with Kim Porter, with his children, something that, you know, surprisingly, Cassie kind of mentioned that Diddy and Cassie didn't spend much time together with his children. Instead, the children were always with Kim Porter, and this was something that she was a little bit jealous of, that she wanted to be around him and see she wanted to be around him, be around his family and get all parts of him. And so, you know, she did admit that she was a little jealous. We learned about Gina today. Gina is another central figure a little bit, and I've done a couple segments about Gina because Gina had previously gone on a podcast and spoken with a blogger talking about how her relationship with Diddy was, where she had alleged that Diddy was physically abusive with Gina. She had alleged that Diddy would refer to Cassie as the good one and Gina was the bad one. So for hearing from Cassie's perspective about the whole Gina situation, Gina was somebody that Gina was somebody that Diddy had seen while he was still with Cassie, somebody that was a focal point of from her perspective of the jealousy. And so Cassie had learned that Diddy was seeing Gina. Cassie learned about this because of social media. And she said that Diddy initially denied seeing Gina, but learned that he was still seeing her during a point where she had told him to stop seeing her. And she called Gina actually a main problem in their relationship. And so this was around the 2013 timeframe where Cassie said to Diddy, "You make me feel like a side piece. I'm happy with you no matter what," because Cassie thought she was the main girlfriend. She thought she was the only girlfriend. She didn't realize that he was seeing other people. She said that, not even surprisingly, she said that he had actually lost his temper when Diddy thought Cassie was cheating, but then when Cassie confronted Diddy about his cheating, it was like, deny, deny, deny. Another point of contention between their relationship was that, the two were on and off for an 11-year period. Cassie says that Diddy learned that she was seeing other people, and she said that it would get scary if he would find out these situations and then enter and segue into Kid Cudi. Surprisingly, they didn't talk about the car arson at all today through it, but it was essentially to kind of talk about how Diddy was just so hurt and just so devastated by the fact that Cassie was seeing Kid Cudi behind his back. The defense was trying to point out that Diddy was the one who actually introduced Cassie and Kid Cudi to one another because he was trying to get them in the studio together to pretty much kind of advance her career. And this was around the 2011 time frame. Diddy found out about Cassie and Kid Cudi, and she had said yesterday under direct examination that he had found out while they were in a freak off. Cassie says it was actually her idea to use a burner phone because she didn't want Diddy to find out, again alluding to the fact that she was a little terrified and scared of what he could do, how he would respond. And she said that she began her relationship with Kid Cudi at a point where she and Diddy were actually off. They were on a break, but she began a relationship with Kid Cudi because the two were just enjoying each other's company. She said that she did admit that she was still doing freak-offs during this off period with Diddy, but then she would kind of go and hang out with Kid Cudi.
Hey, Clean.
Okay, y'all, long time paying some bills over there, y'all. Let's sip this tea. What I was made to understand is that Kid Cudi was a part of freak offs, that Diddy had sought out Kid Cudi. He was interested in Kid Cudi. He liked the way he was cutting up in them streets, and he summoned Kid Cudi to come around with him and Cassie and freak off. And that's how Kid Cudi became introduced into Cassie and Diddy's world, right? And then, from the freak offs between them, Kid Cudi and Cassie, Diddy started seeing that them two started having a very, intimate attraction outside of the freaking offs. He could tell by the way they were looking at each other that they were starting to catch feelings for each other, right? And so, one day Diddy was looking for Cassie and she wasn't nowhere to be found. And he found her with Kid Cudi at Kid Cudi's house. Now, that's what I came to be made to believe, the, involvement of Kid Cudi. And that's how Kid Cudi's car blew up, because Diddy was like, y'all hoes are not supposed to be frolicking without me. If y'all want to freak, y'all only ever freak with me and me knowing about y'all ass. That's how y'all get down. And if I find out otherwise, it's going to be some complications and repercussions behind that. It's going to be some punishment. And he found out that's what they were doing. And he allegedly blew up Kid Cudi's car, had his car blowed up. Okay, let's get back into the tea. We are sipping from Law and Crime, catching up on some updates. Drop those teacups in the chat and let the tea sippers know you are here with your teacups ready to be full of some of this hot tea. Diddy's been hot all week in these trial vlogs. Girl, been hot.
One corporate client and just
keep it going.
Meanwhile, while all this is going on, she and Diddy are still on a break, and she again said that it was scary if he had found out. She was asked if Diddy knew that Cassie and Diddy were on a break, and she said that I don't know. And then that's when the cross got a little awkward because they were trying to kind of figure out a way to kind of ask these questions. And I had mentioned this during the lunch hour today, that it was just a little weird to kind of see this cross-examination around this point, because Estevao was essentially just kind of adding or concurring with Tenny Garagos, who was sitting at the defense table, I think a lot of us were kind of questioning why Estevao was the one doing the line of questioning. You know, we understand, obviously, that the defense was going to use a female to ask Cassie these questions under cross, but I was just kind of like, why is she conferring so much? It seemed like she didn't know what to ask next. And so that was an interesting point that I had seen while in the courtroom today. As far as just the Kid Cudi relationship goes, you know, I had mentioned this just yesterday, that when Diddy had found out, he got a bottle or a wine bottle opener, put it in between her finger, it's in between his fingers, and lunged at her. But Cassie said that he had made no contact when he had lunged at her with the bottle opener. She said her relationship with Kid Cudi the entire time was just about a month, and she got back together with Diddy. She was asked, was the relationship offensive to Diddy because of Kid Cudi's stature in the music industry? And Cassie was kind of like, well, yeah, because Diddy wasn't cheating with other celebrities. And Cassie responded, I don't really know. The Kid Cudi relationship hurt Diddy, according to the defense, because Diddy was the one who introduced them, put them in the studio together. And so the defense was saying that Diddy brought up Kid Cudi a lot after they got back together, and especially would become angry over the holidays, recalling the Kid Cudi relationship, because this was around the Christmas time frame of 2011. Cassie had mentioned by New Year's, the two being Kid Cudi and Cassie, were already broken up. Diddy accused Cassie of having another relationship with another man while shooting a movie, and that movie was Honey 3, and this was in South Africa. I bring back the People and Places list that was talked about during jury selection. Why? Because this was when Michael B. Jordan was named, and Diddy was apparently a little annoyed by the relationship that Cassie and Michael B. Jordan were having together while they were shooting this movie. And Cassie had even said around this time that she and Diddy weren't even together when she went off to shot the movie. She broke things off. Why? Because she had seen a picture that he was still with Gina. She was sent a video about that while Diddy and Gina were seen at Revolt Fest together, because somebody thought that that was actually Cassie. And so Cassie had sent kind of a nasty message.
Every month, this Airbnb
Message to Diddy's entire staff that she thought were family, staff that she had thought had her back. But then when seeing these pictures, knowing that this was a point of contention in their relationship, she said she got upset about it because she thought the staff was her family and thought they were kind of in on this. And so those were a lot of the focus of just the other people who kind of played a role into just the tension that was displayed in the relationship between Cassie and Diddy.
And yeah, they questioned, it seemed to me, a lot of her motivations. They brought up the November 2023 lawsuit to suggest you knew this was going to ruin his career, right? Now, there was a large section of the testimony regarding drug use, and I couldn't tell if it was to suggest that, hey, Combs isn't responsible for your drug use. You know, one of the things he's charged with, right, is alleged he used drugs to make victims more compliant, drug trafficking, one of the underlying crimes of racketeering. And I'm curious how they had that whole conversation regarding drugs. Was it just to suggest, you know, she had a drug issue herself that was her own problem? Or was it also to suggest, hey, he had a drug problem and that explains a lot of his behavior, which if I understood it correctly, is interesting, because I'm not sure I quite understood where they were going with that. I have an idea of where they were going with that, maybe to explain away some of his actions that they originally said were indefensible. So talk to us about what we know about all the drug use. What was the conversation about that? What was she questioned about?
Yeah, the drug use was also pretty prominent, especially during the afternoon portion. She was questioned, and I feel like the questioning along the lines, to your point, Jesse, was trying to paint her out to be kind of this drug addicted person during the time frame. They were questioning her. Did she use drugs when she was with Diddy? Did she use drugs without Diddy? Did she use drugs when she was with her friends? Oh, do you not remember these questions or these answers because you were addicted to drugs around that time period? And so there was a point where Cassie had said that there was a time that Diddy didn't want Cassie to do drugs, even though she still was, or even though that Diddy still was. The defense says Diddy didn't want you hanging out with a certain friend. The friend's name was Bonna. Bonna is also a pretty important name into this story. I'd covered her when she had filed her civil claim against Diddy. Bonna was allegedly hung on a or hung outside of a balcony by Diddy when he was going through a rage period, something that Cassie had talked about.
Okay, so that's the girl, okay? Because we heard about Wale being hung out over a balcony behind, maybe looking at Cassie. Diddy thought maybe he saw Wale, the artist, look at Cassie or say something that to Cassie that he thought sounded like it was like, you know, attractiveness there between Wale to Cassie. So it was a girl named Raleigh, something like that he also hung out of a window. That's crazy.
Heard direct testimony to yesterday, and the defense was trying to say, well, you and Bonna, you guys did a lot of drugs together, and Cassie at this time was saying, you know, she was doing opioids. Meanwhile, Bonna, according to Cassie, provided these drugs like opioids. Meanwhile, Bonna did cocaine, according to Cassie. Cassie had said that Diddy was pretty explosive when he found out that Cassie was taking his drugs, and Diddy had actually contacted drug dealers not to give drugs to Cassie at this point.
So he knew Cassie was well into her addiction with him, right, to the drugs, and he would, if she wouldn't perform or behave in a certain way that he knew, you know, she needed the drugs, he would cut her off from being able to get any drugs. So essentially she would detox in a very hard way. Wild. That is so maniacally cruel. Diddy is an evil somebody, girl. Evil.
Defense was trying to paint it out that Diddy was just worried about her health and that she was taking a lot of drugs including ketamine, GHB, MDMA, ecstasy. They talked about the Cannes Film Festival trip where Diddy had squeezed Cassie's leg so hard that a bruise appeared on her whenever she was taking pictures.
Okay, so you just hard crash her. You knew she was heavily addicted to drugs, and then you completely stop her. Like when people get off drugs, they wean themselves off drugs, right? If you're addicted to very hard drugs and addicted, like you're doing them every day, you can't live without them. You must have them. As soon as you wake up in the morning, you live to have to get high, right? Type of shit, or you won't function. You'll be sick. You'll be on your deathbed. You wean people off drugs with like Suboxone, naltrexone. You know what I mean? There are drugs that will help you wean off of drugs, essentially. It's like a drug blocker. It'll give you a little bit of the dopamine that you need, but it'll also block you from wanting to ever feel the crave and the urge to want to use drugs. It's called Suboxone, naltrexone, things like that. This is crazy. And the stuff that they take when you are addicted to is it methamphetamine or heroin? I know Suboxone is for heroin. I don't know. Y'all drop it in the T-chat what it is, because I can't quite remember. Let me look it up. Hold on, y'all. Let me look up what the drug is that you wean yourself off of when you're weaning off of drugs. You can take Zola, Wellbutrin, Lexapro. Hold on, weaning off hard drugs. Hydro. No, that's not one. Hold on. Holiday. Suboxone. Okay, that's one of. So like it's called tapering, right? Tapering is a good method. It's a straightforward method. It involves gradually reducing the amount of a drug an individual takes. In many cases, the substance consumed is slowly decreased weekly until the individual can stop using completely without experiencing unmanageable withdrawal symptoms. Okay. So essentially that is what Diddy should have done. But like I told y'all a couple lies back, Diddy's not the brightest crayon in the box. Okay. So just because you have a lot of money don't make you smart. It don't make you know what to do with it. It don't make you know how to treat people. It doesn't make you anything but a nigga that has a lot more money than most people. So it's called tapering. It involves gradually reducing the amount of a drug an individual takes. In many cases, the substance consumed is slowly decreased weekly until that individual can stop using completely without experiencing unmanageable withdrawal symptoms. Okay, so that essentially is what Diddy should have done. You would think that Diddy would have some type of, professional doctor, somebody around him that would keep his secrets, but would also still keep it 100 with him and tell him, like, you just can't take that. You just can't stop Cassie from using. She's been using for 11 years, every day, nonstop, some days, most days. You have to gradually taper her off of these drugs. But that goes back to love not being just a word, it's an action. So what Diddy was telling Cassie he loved her. Did he show it? No.
On red carpets, and he had squeezed her leg so hard, according to Cassie, because she had taken drugs from him. And then there was an interesting point that was talked about in 2013, where the defense was saying that Diddy overdosed on drugs after a freak off. Diddy was hosting a party at a Playboy mansion. Cassie had to actually.
They should have just let Diddy do what he did. Okay, I'm sure they probably overdosed a lot. If they were on drugs nonstop daily for years, I'm sure they overdosed a lot.
Take him into the hospital, and that's when Cassie had learned that he had overdosed. There were a lot of points just throughout her testimony today where, again, the defense was trying to ask, do you remember when this happened? And she would respond, I don't necessarily recall. And then the defense would ask, is it because you were on drugs during this period? And she was very forthcoming. I did have a problem. She did try to seek out help a couple of times, and then she just kind of went back to, again, that same kind of lifestyle. But to her point, during her direct testimony, she was saying that she used these drugs to cope with just having to do these hundreds and hundreds of freak offs, some that would last for days at a time, some that could last for a long period of time. But I thought it was interesting, the whole drug conversation today, mainly because they even discussed withdrawing from drugs, especially because of the amount of drugs that both Cassie and both Diddy were taking, and even kind of insinuating that the reason that everything had happened at the 2016 happened at the Intercontinental Hotel in 2016 was because just a few days earlier than that, Diddy was sick, and they were saying
this is the pink salt recipe that took me from 107.
Okay, we're sipping tea from Diddy, wrapping up the first week of the trial. Cass has been on the stand all week. We've had some escorts, y'all. We've had some security officers. It's been some tea to sip over here down to the Diddy Trial, New York.
The defense was trying to paint it as Diddy was sick because he was going through withdrawals, and that made him agitated, that made him irritated. Meanwhile, at the same point, they were trying to say Cassie was insinuating doing these freak-offs, kind of making it seem like she was asking for what had happened to her, as far as just him being so aggressive and violent with her, because again, we've all seen that surveillance video, but I definitely think the defense was trying to paint it as Diddy was going through withdrawals at this point, and that's why he became agitated and irritated, and that's why he had attacked her on that day. It's something that, it shocked everyone when we had seen that video. Still shocking seeing it inside that courtroom. They didn't show it today during the cross-examination, but
I'm sure Diddy was out of his mind, a raging monster. Probably some shit that you never want to see, okay, was Diddy. Like, I'm sure that's Diddy.
We're talking about the 2016 incident, especially towards the end of the day today.
Yeah, I don't quite buy that one, right? The idea he was going through withdrawal kind of explains what happened in 2016. Didn't you say in the opening statement that video was indefensible? I feel like they might have stretched a little bit too much there. But look, the text messages, the conversations, communications, not ideal for a prosecution case. Not the end of the case, but not ideal for a prosecution case. So it's kind of a mixed bag in terms of how much the cross-examination helped the defense. I will say, I thought it was interesting, real quick on this, Elizabeth, didn't they say, hey, you know how the prosecution was insinuating Diddy had all control over every aspect of her life, including her appearance? Well, the defense, didn't they seem to suggest, no, there might have been legitimate feedback he was giving, right?
Yeah, definitely. They were trying to paint Diddy kind of talking about his stature within the industry, essentially saying that, you know, Diddy was somebody who had a lot of reign in terms of the culture. A lot of people sought out his advice. A lot of people went to him for fashion advice. So they were trying to make it seem that, you know, Cassie, from her perspective, was saying that Diddy controlled every single aspect and manipulated every single aspect of her entire life. Meanwhile, the defense was trying to say, I mean, look, it wasn't just you going to Diddy for fashion advice. It was other people who were interested in taking fashion advice from him because, again, of just how big his stature was at the time. They were saying that he did so much for the culture and that he, you know, started a line like the Sean John line, and that was a very popular fashion line. And so the defense was, again, trying to make it seemed that this wasn't manipulation. He didn't control what you wore, but you had asked him, you know, do I look good in this? What do you think of this outfit? And so, yes, to your point, Jesse, the defense was definitely trying to poke those holes into where they needed to poke them, to kind of make the argument that this wasn't manipulation, this wasn't coercion, and this was something that two people just do normally in a relationship together.
So that brings us now to scheduling, right? So we are not done with the cross-examination. It's going to continue tomorrow, but Judge Arun Subramanian not happy about this, right? So two things I want to end on here. Talk to us about what the whole conversation was in court about actually scheduling Cassandra Ventura's testimony. And I believe we may have an answer as to who is going to be the next witness, who is a major witness in this case. Talk to us about it.
I definitely think so. So during the lunch hour, I was talking about how the defense was saying that they needed an entire day of more cross-examination to a point that they could carry this all the way out into Monday. This was something that the government was visibly annoyed about because they were like, you know, we had had this scheduling talks for weeks, not even just weeks, but months. And they were trying to make the argument, they being the government, that they had known all along that Cassie needed to be off the stand by the end of the week. So they didn't appreciate that the defense was trying to drag this over into Monday. And so they came up with a solution, essentially, and just that they believe that the cross-examination beginning tomorrow will take up half the day, should wrap around the lunch hour. So still a few more hours of cross-examination to go through. As far as the redirect goes, the government affirmed today that the redirect may take no more than about 30 minutes or less. And so it looks like Cassie will finally be off the stand tomorrow if everything goes as planned. You just never know sometimes with the trial how long that these things can go. But yes, another big witness is being teed up kind of as we speak. And the government asked today, do we even need to bring in other witnesses tomorrow being Friday? And the judge was like, yes, get your other witnesses ready. And one of those big witnesses I can definitely say is going to be Don Richard, somebody who had filed civil claims against Diddy.
I thought we had heard that Don Richards was not testifying against Diddy. Didn't he pay her off? Didn't Don Richard pay or didn't Diddy pay Don Richard not to testify against him? Because I heard she was to some things she said that she saw, experienced, especially like during making the band, things like that. Isn't Don Richards a part of the Danity Kane group that Diddy put together? Okay. I saw her in an interview. I tried to upload it. It kept getting all like, you know, glitchy, and they try to report my channel, but it's all fair use on YouTube. Anything you put on YouTube are out like that people can share, stream, is you know, fair usage of it. I'm not just airing it, I'm reviewing it. Okay, so I got all that strike shit taken off my channel. Nonetheless, shout out to the channel that I did, you know, do a review on her her conversation she had rather with somebody on the podcast. So not for nothing. Yeah, it was, you know, just a lot that she said she went through. However, she said she rocked with Diddy. And I believe that was after she got paid by Diddy when she did this interview. Because at first she was rearing up with a lawyer. She had a lawyer, Albrook or Blood or somebody. Y'all know the white lady I'm talking about with the blonde hair. She's been outside. I think that was her. One of the women attorneys was going to represent Don Richardson in a suit against Diddy too. And then Diddy gave her some coin and she sat down and talked about some of the things that were going on. But she also said that no matter what had happened, she still had Diddy's back then at that point. That's Don Richardson. So now is Don up to testify? This is crazy.
A number of years. She had worked for him for not even a number of years, for decades even. Somebody that Diddy himself, when the civil suit was filed, called her a friend. And
well, I know Diddy feeling crazy. He is feeling crazy. He's like, I'm paying people to shut the fuck up. And the courts are telling them, no, I don't care what he gave you. If I subpoena you, you get in here and you testify to what we need from you in a testimony against Diddy and be a witness against Diddy.
Essentially said that he was disappointed that she had even
It's a dirty game. It's a dirty game. Okay. That's got to be a crazy feeling. Diddy's paying people to shut up. Like, I'm pretty sure he didn't think Cassie would get to this level. They're here. Okay. They are here now. And he paid Cassie a lot of millions to shut up.
Against him. And so the prosecution said today that she would be one of the next witnesses to be testifying against
Don Richardson. I know I heard through the grapevine that Diddy paid Don to shut up because she came out with Gloria Allred, somebody, right? One of the women attorneys, and was gonna sue Diddy. And Diddy was like, no need here. And she said, okay. She went on a couple podcast tours talking about it. And she said she was rocking with Diddy. That's the last I heard about it. So this is the first time I'm sipping some tea about Don coming back into the, case against Diddy to testify against Diddy.
Diddy. And so it'll be interesting to see kind of how that'll all play out. And so she should be one of the next witnesses if she's not direct.
Elizabeth, I don't know if you have the answer to this. I'm not entirely sure. Is Dawn Richard one of the named alleged victims in this case? I say named. They're all using pseudonyms, except for Cassandra Ventura and maybe one other. Do we know if she's one of the alleged victims in this case that makes up sex trafficking or racketeering or anything like that?
I'm not necessarily sure, and that's mainly because when the prosecution was giving their opening statements, they had talked about the alleged victims, one being Cassie, one being Jane, that we presume to be alleged victim number 2, and then they were even talking about Mia, somebody who had worked for Diddy for a while, somebody that, according to the prosecution, Diddy allegedly sexually assaulted Mia while the two had worked together because she was somebody on her staff. So I'm not entirely sure if Dawn Richard is one of the victims that have been talked about, especially in the superseding indictment. But I definitely think she'll also be a very key witness in kind of piecing together her decades-long friendship that she had had with Diddy, as well as just kind of how he was, even just in a business aspect and a professional aspect as well too.
And I think she was a witness to some of the allegations of Cassandra Ventura. And if I'm right about that, that goes to further corroboration. So it's not just the security guard who testified. It's not just the male performer who testified. Now you'd have Dawn Richard, who I think I'm right? I think she had testified. I think she had alleged before that she witnessed alleged abuse of Cassie at the hands of Sean Combs.
Yep. Yeah, she did. In her civil claim, she alleged that she had seen Cassie with visible injuries on herself. She had said to Cassie that, according to her civil claim, that she had just wanted Cassie to be safe, essentially. She had said that she saw one instance where she was at Diddy's home. Cassie was cooking breakfast and Diddy threw a hot frying pan at her head. And so I definitely think she will be another central figure in kind of verifying Cassie's claims, especially the physical abuse that she endured. Not so much, I believe, about, you know, the freak offs and that extent, but definitely as far as the physical abuse goes, I think she'll be another key witness to kind of verify Cassie's claims.
And that would make sense she didn't know about it, because what we heard today was Cassandra Ventura was not very open about these freak offs until she ultimately filed her lawsuit. Elizabeth Milner, thank you so much, as always, giving us play-by-play details.
All right, that was play-by-play details, y'all. We are live this Friday morning with Tanisha Talks Tees. We're talking all Diddy, all week long. Trial started Monday. You know, we gave y'all some juror information. Jurors have been selected. There are 4 Black women, 4 white men, and 4 Black men as jurors. So Diddy's up on the Blackness in the room. I mean, he got the Black vote for jurors. There's only 4 white jurors on Diddy's juror panel. Out of 12, there are only 4. So I mean, we just got to see how people are feeling about it, you know. I'm reading that jurors are dropping their heads, they're shaking their heads, they are breathing, you know, heavy on some of the points. Like, it's getting crazy. So let's take a look at the full video of Diddy and Cassie's fight at the hotel. We have T that people have the full video. So I'm going to use my fair use of YouTube contentage to watch the full video with my tea sippers as well. I hear T Tails ass has it. Let's check in on T Tails page and see what tea she been dropping. Because I hear she has the full unedited 15-minute hotel surveillance of Diddy. Okay, let's get into it. We are live this morning from Tanisha Talks Tees channel, y'all. Thank you so much. Please remember to like and subscribe. We're almost at our 1,000. We have gotten 80,000 views in a month. I'm very, very, very thankful for y'all. Okay, let's keep rocking. Let's Facebook, y'all. I'm up to 1.5 million. I've reached 2 million. That's when I really put in the work on Facebook. I can get up to 2 to 3 million views in a month. But yeah, like we're still over 1 million views a month over on Facebook, y'all. I'm Tanisha Talks Tees on all social media platforms. I'm on YouTube, I'm on Facebook, I'm on Twitch, I'm on TikTok, I'm on Instagram. Now we're going to get into the full video, okay? This is going to be compliments of Tisa Tails. As you can see, her name's in the middle of the video. And so that's her promotion here, free promotion. We're going to get it in, sip this tea. This is the full 15-minute video. I'm going to give a fair use warning to anybody that may be sensitive to this type of coverage, okay? This is some abuse that Diddy did, you know, at the hands of Cassie's expense. We want to first start off by telling everybody, if you are a victim of any type of abuse, domestic, financial, emotional, physical abuse, please contact your local crisis hotline in your city. Tell a family, friend, anyone, pastor, employee, person, anyone. Tell your neighbor, tell someone to call for you if you cannot make the call. And get the help you need today. So if you are a person that is easily triggered, this will be a trigger warning for my tea sippers. Please sit this one out, come back up, and continue to sip your tea with me. This will be 15 minutes and 18 seconds long. We got Cassie at the elevator, waiting on the fucking elevator. She'd have probably been better off taking the stairs. Ooh. Nasty, nasty, nasty person. Diddy's a disgusting human being. Disgusting. So she's getting up, walking back. This time she doesn't have her bags. He has her bags. She's out of phone. She's putting on chapstick. He's coming back around the corner. She's like, no, please don't, because of the way he walked up to her. Now, if you can see in the mirror, sippers, look in the mirror far end of the hotel video. When they kind of go out of focus, you can still see them in the mirrors that are on the walls at the Intercontinental Hotel. Look in the mirrors. He threw something and then he sat down. Okay, he's back up. Why does Diddy walk like a goddamn third grader that picks his nose and eats his boogers? Y'all see this shit? Look. You see how he walk? He walk like a third grader. Look how he walking on his tippy toes. Watch, watch. Right here, right here. Look, 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 look. Walk like a third grader. I wish we had audio. So she's on the payphone. She shouted something at Diddy. Is she on the phone, sippers? Can y'all tell? I don't know. She's not on the phone. We have audio. So that would be the security officer. Is that the security officer that testified? Y'all think is him? I bet that's him. I bet that's the security officer that testified on Monday. Y'all, we have live coverage of the entire Diddy video of him attacking Cassie in the hotel. The entire video. Compliments of Tisa Tells on YouTube. Make sure y'all go over and subscribe to Tisa Tells.
Damn, them shoes are hella shiny. Look at that.
I don't know. This is video from whoever has the whole video. So it ain't actual audio of what we're looking at. Okay, we're up on a commercial. Y'all, we have the live video. We have the video. We have the full, unedited video of Diddy and Cassie in the hotel hallway. Compliments. She's coming back down. It appears like they're on a different hallway now. She has her bag. She ain't running. How many of the sippers would have been running? Running for your life. Diddy's running. Look at him running. Naked. All he has on is a towel and some socks. Naked. Now he's naked still with her bags, going back wherever she's at. I personally feel Cassie had a lot of opportunity to flee. I really do. I really, really do. I hate this moment for any person. I just feel now Diddy's coming back. I feel like she has lots of opportune time to get the fuck out of the hotel. So now Diddy's back where Cassie is at in the hotel down this hall. I guess they don't have cameras on the hall where they are right now. So it's a lot of conversation about whatever, probably come back, stop doing this shit, come back. Look at how, he's pointing at her like a kid, like, you fucking up, you need to get your ass back in the house, hotel room, continue on with the night, whatever we got going on. You fucking up my night. It's what I'm seeing from the gestures and the movements of Diddy. See? So she's coming out, maybe, I don't know, scratching her eye. She had her hand over her face. I think I just saw the security guard. I think, yep, security guard now following behind Diddy. Diddy still ain't got no clothes on. He just don't give a damn who he naked around. Diddy say he gonna let his freak flag fly, bitch, wherever he's at. He'll be naked. His ding-a-ling will be swinging in front of anybody. Okay, we are looking at the video, complete video of the 15-minute hotel surveillance of Diddy incident with Cassie. Compliments T's to tails. This is explosive. All unedited footage, video of shit that we have not seen. I wasn't ready, y'all. Was y'all ready? Well, we sipping the tea, y'all. The tea ready. So here we are. Tanish Talks Teas. Remember to like and subscribe. Thank you all so much for watching. And please answer my question I have posted up on the screen. Diddy's trial. Is Cassie a victim or an opportunist? What do y'all think? What do y'all think? We're probably going to be here all day. We got a couple days that we took off, sippers. I'm I was still sipping, just not able to come live. So continue to keep me uplifted in my tea. Okay, keep me uplifted. Pray that I always keep sipping, y'all.
This is called a snap.
Life never stops, and we just got to keep going and work in our blessing, no matter what comes along. Minimal stress, accepting all the bless, and working through any mess. We are watching the full unedited 15-minute hotel surveillance video of Diddy and Cassie. So now she's walking back down the hall, right? She's wanting her bag, I'm guessing. She had a little duffel bag with her or something like that. I think she said she wanted her bag. We be petty about our life. Fuck that bag. Like, fuck that phone, fuck whatever Diddy has of yours. Fuck it. If you're in a ex trafficking situation, fuck that. Run. She's following Diddy back down the hallway. And that's why people are saying, lawyers are saying rather, it is a mutual combative situation. They were both abusing each other. This is just the coming to an end of a relationship that Diddy and Cassie had, whether it was, a real relationship, situationship, whatever it was. Now she's tipping back over here with her bag. Security guard coming back down. Okay. Security guard over here in the corner. Diddy still in a towel. Got a phone now though. Hasn't made it to put pants or clothes on. Just a towel and phone, socks. Now, okay, Diddy's out. Is he dragging her, y'all? Hold on. Diddy running. So now I guess he's tired of whatever's going on. He's dragging her with her bags in his hand. So it looked like he was gesturing like, are you going to go? Are you going to come back? Are you going to get yourself together? You're going to get up and get the fuck where you need to be? And I guess she said no. I don't know. The security guards following Diddy. Because he tried to go back in there where she was. Now she's appearing like a ghost back down the hallway. All right. That was the unedited 15-minute long video, y'all. It wasn't a lot of abuse going on, like what we maybe, had suspected to see. However, it was still a lot, okay? We're going to get into some of the text messages and the salacious testimony and stuff that Cassie did, okay? So let me see. Thank you guys so much for updates. People have been sending me at tanishatalk@gmail.com the updates on the text messages. Okay. So let me see. Because I know TMZ is talking about the text messages. Everybody is. Let's see. She enjoyed freak offs in the messages. Okay. It's a lot. It felt right. Cassie talks about freak offs and messages to Diddy. This is bad, girl. It doesn't paint her, from what I'm looking at, as a victim of sex trafficking.
His former girlfriend, R&B singer Cassie Ventura, facing cross-examination today for the first time after 2 days on the stand in direct. This just moments ago, she was asked the judge for a quick break during her cross, all happening in federal court, so no cameras, but we has been covering this like no other in Manhattan, outside the federal court. What has happened so far with the much anticipated cross of Cassie Ventura?
Well, hi there, Ted. Yes, earlier, Cassie did ask for a short break. She is back on the stand right now. But before we came back from the break, she was standing there waiting for everyone to make their way into the courtroom. And she was holding something in her hands, and it appeared to be a rosary. At least it was beads of some sort. And she was going along the beads as if you're saying the rosary. So she was standing there. She has on a black blazer that's kind of like a tuxedo-looking blazer, but she's holding up pretty well today, seems to be in good spirits, and has been kind of chuckling at times on the stand, even in an exchange between her and defense counsel when they were talking about on the screen. We do have a bit of the testimony that we can put up for you on our screen right now. We can talk about it, what was said so far inside that courtroom. So as I was mentioning what Cassie was wearing, this is what Combs is wearing. He has on a beige sweater, white collar, and gray pants. So he's kind of had the same kind of look every single day. His three sons and mother, they're in the courtroom. Combs tapped his chest when he made eye contact with them. And then Ventura, as I was mentioning, wearing a black tuxedo-style jacket with a light blouse, her hair tied back into a ponytail. And in regards to some of the testimony, let's take a look at that and what was said so far on the stand. So Ventura read loving emails between the couple from 2008. Combs said, "I'm a very lucky man. I love you. I miss you. I can't wait to hold you." And Ventura responded, "I'm a very lucky woman. I miss you so much. I'd fly wherever you needed me to, whenever. I love you." So that's an example.
So Diddy's sex trafficking trial. One of his alleged victims of sex trafficking is alleged to be Cassie Ventura, his girlfriend, right? The relationship was classified as a girlfriend. Supposed to be sex trafficked victim of Diddy's. After he tells her he's a very lucky man, he loves her, he misses her, he can't wait to see her, she said, "I'm a very lucky woman. I miss you. I fly wherever you need me. I love you." Are those the words of a sex trafficked victim? I didn't even know sex trafficking victims had cell phones.
Of one of the things that was said today in court in regard.
I know escorts, like if you're an escort, say you work for like a high cartel of some sort, the Russian mob or whoever, however have you, those can be considered sex trafficking victims because they are brought into the fold under duress of situations. Okay. They may tell the person that's sex trafficked them, "I love you. I miss you. I'll be wherever you need me to be. I'll do whatever you need me to do," so they won't get killed. Do y'all think that that could possibly be? Because I'm trying to find the angle for Cassie with Diddy and this sex trafficking shit. I'm not there.
To her testimony, we do have another one we can put up for you in which she was testifying that she wanted more time and attention from Combs. "I haven't talked to you at all. I know you can take 3 minutes out of your day to talk to me, and you don't even try. I'm really hurt by the way you deal with me. I don't need your money. I need some attention. I am thankful, but I can pay for these things myself." And Ted, I
don't know sex trafficking victims that are giving the type of resources that Cassie was receiving from Diddy. Because most sex traffic, probably 99% of them would run. Like they're not out here with the resources that Cassie had at her disposal to do whatever she wanted to do with it. They may have a little pocket money to get a sandwich, whatever. And that's that. But they don't have money to run.
From outside the courthouse, and some of the other things that she was just testifying to are getting pretty graphic in nature. So I'm not going to be able to read everything on camera. But one of the things that's going to be important, and what defense counsel is picking up on, is an email. When these emails or BlackBerry messages are being discussed, she is addressing them to Puffy, or Pop. That was the nickname that she had for him. And she told him that in order for me to be more open, I need to feel like you're my husband, that this is the only man who will have this aggressive sexual side of me. And this is where it gets to be important, because then she says in this email exchange that in the beginning, when we were in love and we did these freak-offs, she responded and she said, "It felt right." So that's what she says in that email. And defense.
It felt right. That's not what sex traffic victims say. It felt right. Like I'm not there with the sex traffic such part of it not for Cassie.
Counsel questioned her about that, and what she was referring to, it was those freak-offs. And she said, "It felt right." She said, "We were in love." And then she said, "I'm afraid, though, that I'm becoming just one of your girlfriends in order for you to get your fantasies off." So they are going through all of these communications, Ted, between Sean Combs and Cassie, trying to establish consent, that she was a willing participant, and in fact, sending messages to him, one of which I'm not going to read, talking about the things that she wanted to be doing in these freak-offs.
Interesting.
Telling Diddy what she wanted to do in the freak-offs. I'm going to find those, okay? because I know I have them. I'm going to find them.
Yeah, and how would you describe the back and forth? Is it tense? Is it aggressive? I assume Tenny Garagos is doing it, a female defense attorney. How is this going? How would you describe it?
I think it's going well so far. It's not aggressive right now. It's not. And as I mentioned, there was a little bit of chuckle between the two of them right after she came back from that break, because how Cassie was reading the communications, I think Cassie was thinking maybe she needed to start from the top down, which seems logical, but it seems as if defense counsel was going from the bottom up and wanting her to read them. And Cassie responded, well, I just want to make sure that I'm reading them the right way. They kind of laughed back and forth, and the judge said, get to a question. So he wanted to cut off any sort of niceties that were occurring between the two of them, and he was like, get right to a question. But you know, Ted, it's the beginning. It's just the beginning of the cross, and she's going to be on the stand for quite some time. I anticipate that it will eventually get kind of aggressive.
Absolutely. All right, Kelly Craft, thank you. We'll let you get back into the courtroom. Kelly will be with us throughout the day with updates on this cross-examination between defense attorney Anna Estevallo and Cassie Ventura on the stand. This, you could argue, is going to make or break both of these cases. Kelly, thank you. Still with us, trial attorney Cannon Kearney. Cannon, what do you take from Kelly's reporting there? The initial.
I mean, it gets nasty. She's talking about mouth sores, her experiencing STIs, UTI'S, bacterial diseases on a very consistent, regular basis. It gets nasty, okay? So I'm trying to see exactly. I know I have it in, I'm going to read a lot of it later on. Okay. So now, sippers, we're going to sip some tea from TMZ. You know, we're also going to be covering last night's episode, the United States versus Diddy, on Tubi. TP is presenting every single Thursday from now until the end of the trial, right? So, you know, we always are going to watch that every week and review. Skip. Let's see what TMZ is talking about, y'all. Graphic Diddy trial details. I was scared to say no. TMZ live full epi. Okay, we are live with the full epi right now. Okay.
I got to tell you, today, Cassie Ventura testifies in the Diddy trial. Kim Kardashian testifies in Paris in the robbery trial. The Menendez brothers hearing is today. I mean, it is everywhere going on. We got to start with the Diddy trial because I have to tell you, Cassie Ventura testified, and if there's a word to describe the testimony the way prosecutors wanted it, I think that word is subtle, and that's not a word that generally convinces a jury. I'm actually stunned by what we've seen so far.
I will say that I think her testimony has been, up to this point, and she is, as we are speaking, still on the stand, but her testimony has been gripping.
I think it's gripping too.
And it has been, you're right, subtle. There's been emotion, certainly, but it has not been like attacking Diddy.
Well, and look,
she's just telling
this
the story.
This case is about two things: proving force or coercion, and that's what prosecutors need to do, at least on two of the charges, to convict him. So I think this, Charles, is really interesting. This is just one exchange.
Right.
But I think it's, you know, it encapsulates how she felt about these freak-offs, which has become a centerpiece of the case.
Which she said today on the stand that she agreed to do it. She was sort of into it at first, And then that changed when it was frequent, too frequent for her liking, and that's when things changed. But there's a lot of talk about use of drugs before the freak-offs. And she...
Remember, the U.S. attorney said that he plied these unwilling participants, these women, with drugs, which is part of the force and coercion.
Right, and she said on the stand that she took Molly, ecstasy, cocaine. She never slept during these freak-offs, which
would last sometimes 10, 12 hours.
10 to 12 hours. There's one date that they mentioned on stand that lasted 4 days.
Yeah. So let's get into this. So this is an exchange about the freak-offs. And again, prosecutors need to prove here is force or coercion. And this is what, for me, it really struck me.
Okay.
This is a prosecutor, do you recall all the freak-offs? Cassie says that would be impossible. Prosecutor, did you want it to stop? Cassie, yes, I was humiliated. I don't have those words then.
I didn't have those words then.
I couldn't talk to anyone about it. And she begins to sob. Prosecutor, did you tell him you didn't want to? She answers, yes. Cassie says, I brought it up gently. I didn't want him to just do it with someone else.
The freak-off.
The prosecutor, were you able to express your concerns to him? The defense objects, they rephrase it, and the prosecutor says, why would you talk to him gently? And she says, I didn't want to make him angry.
All right, so you know TMZ keeps us with the tea, y'all. So happy. This Friday we are catching up. I'm very happy to be back. You know, not under the circumstances of what Diddy got going on, but it's tea nonetheless. We're gonna sip it. It's some of the hottest tea in the fucking world right now. So thank you guys so much. Remember when you come in and fill your teacups up, remember to like and subscribe.
Right. Now, go ahead. I'll let you make your point because I know what it is.
Yeah, I mean, my point is that to convict somebody of this, you have to show, I didn't want it. He forced me. He coerced me. And, you know, she's being, I think, honest here.
Yeah.
And she's saying, look, I didn't want to, I did it gently because I didn't want him to do it with another woman. I guess she was his girlfriend at the time. I didn't want to make him mad. But she's essentially saying, I was kind of backing off, giving him a hardline no.
Right. But the last part where she says, I didn't want him to be angry. Remember, and I know what you're going to say, that, look, the prosecutors need to connect these dots, but they've already heard testimony from the male dancer who said that he was present when Diddy slapped her. At the very least, he knew that Diddy had slapped her and that he was uncomfortable after that incident doing any more freak-offs with them. So, and then there's the video, which she said...
The video of the freak-offs?
The hotel beating video, where this was after a freak-off, even though the defense says the fight between them was not about the freak-off or about her leaving the freak-off, but still... She was at a freak-off, and when she says, I didn't want him to be angry, and the jury is also seeing that, to me, that plays like force. Well, I know what you're saying. I
want to bring Derek in for a second, because, Derek, when you say, I didn't want to make him angry, that's kind of an anticipatory statement. It's not that he got angry, so I had to do it. It's in my head, did not want to make him angry, so I decided to do it. That, in some ways... I'm not saying it's right at all, but legally, in my head, that may fall short of proving force or coercion.
It certainly is a more difficult case than overt coercion. Holding someone at gunpoint and making them do something is certainly a more obvious example of coercion. But this sort of softer kind, where she was worried about his anger, she was worried about potential blackmail. She testified that there were other videos that she was worried he might use to blackmail her. These are also forms of coercion.
And that's a big deal. That's a big deal. That if he did, and the prosecutor said this in opening statements, that they want to show that he told her that if you don't keep doing them, I'm going to release these videos of the freak-offs. That's coercion.
Dear Dr. K, I'm sure there was coercion going back and forth. Like, I'm pretty sure Cassie probably said, if you don't do what I want you to do, there'll be no more freaking off from me. You won't get me to freak off another second of the day of your life. You better do what I said do by 12 o'clock. I'm pretty sure she used her coochie too to coerce Diddy to do what she wanted to do. For whatever the type of situation. Like, their situation to me sounds like it had a whole lot of nasty, dirty, playing, underhanded nastiness going on.
I think his goose is cooked.
How do you see this as all that different of the circumstances when Harvey Weinstein was accused of rape, when women were in rooms and felt like they couldn't leave, even though he wasn't necessarily holding them down? Those are forms of withdrawing consent and an inability to feel like you can get out of a situation.
Listen, the jury could say this is clearly force and coercion. They could say that. I know they could. All I'm saying is I thought it was going to be more direct than it was. I mean, this has been a buildup for a year now. And the way the prosecutor, when he filed the case, the U.S. attorney, when he held that press conference, it felt more direct, less
that
subtle.
There's going to be more...
Less subtle. And again, the jury may well say, hey, that's enough for us.
We should also say that she is still continuing to testify. We don't know what else is going to come up. But I also just got to say, like, the stories that, and this is the part where you said that it seems subtle. It's like she was sort of telling the story of how their relationship worked, things that they did, people that they interacted with. It is, just to hear her telling it is fascinating as a juror. I got to imagine they are all on the edges of their seats.
Suge Knight came up.
Suge Knight came up
in the middle of this.
Right. Cassie told a story about while they were in the middle of a freak-off, a security guard came in and said, Suge Knight is down the street at a diner, and that Sean jumped up, according to Cassie, and went to leave, and she started crying and said, please don't do anything stupid. She describes another night when she was told, when they're walking into a club, to hold a gun, and she was nervous about it because they'd been doing mushrooms and they were high, and she didn't want to, I mean, it is...
I want to say one other thing.
A gripping tale.
It's totally gripping.
Start to finish.
I want to say one other thing. There are two of the three main charges where you need to show force or coercion. I just don't know how the jury is going to go on that. The third, but I will say, to me, the most damning thing is if the jury believes Diddy said to her, if you don't continue doing it, I'm going to release these freak-off videos. To me, that's just flat-out coercion, extortion. And so that aside, the one count of transporting a sex worker across state lines for money, that third count doesn't require prosecutors to show force or coercion.
Right.
That's the count.
That's just a transaction.
He's going to have a problem with that count.
Right.
Given what we've already seen. So, to be continued.
Hi, I'm Alyssa from Savannah, Georgia. Obviously, we're still in the midst of trial, but if it comes out that all the things Diddy's been accused of are true, I believe he deserves every day of prison that he gets and then some. I mean, Cassie opened the door for all potential victims of this man to feel as though they could come forward and speak about their horrific experiences. And even if she did agree to participate in the freak-offs at the beginning, the second she decided she was no longer willing to participate is the moment that things should have stopped. And to threaten and follow through with acts of violence and blackmail to try to force someone to do something that they no longer want to do is the definition of being a predator in my eyes. But all in all, I'm just hoping for peace for all the victims involved.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be, wow.
Keep in mind, I mean, she is the star witness, but this is just the first.
Oh, there'll be 6 weeks of testimony here.
Right.
Okay, we're going to go to Paris.
Yes. When we come back, Kim Kardashian taking the stand in the armed robbery trial, and it was a spectacle from the second she arrived outside the courthouse. As for what happened inside, we're going to be joined by her attorney, who will give us the blow-by-blow.
sorry. I'm looking for the message videos. Messages videos, y'all. Hold on. I'm going to find them. Okay, let me see. Podcasts. Because on some channels, they don't say everything. But then on some of them, they do. The TMZ podcast, I think that they do. Let's see. So the Diddy Trial exposed text messages from Cassie and Diddy. Okay, let's see what they're talking about, y'all.
But I guess every roller coaster has its ups and downs.
Yeah, recently.
Yeah.
The key word there.
Yeah, this week's been good.
This week's been
Yeah.
good. Not for Diddy.
No.
Things looking pretty bad.
Not good at all.
Some pretty crazy stuff was said by Cassie yesterday. And she's on the stand as we speak, getting cross-examination. And she's, God, man. The juicy details keep coming. So we'll talk to you about that up at the top. But other stuff we'll talk to you about is Chris Brown has been charged. We said yesterday he was over in England and he was arrested for grievous bodily harm when he smashed a bottle on some guy's head.
And he's going to be in prison for a while.
He's charged now, officially.
And they're not letting him out. So he has another court date, I think June 13th. That's a long time, man. It's like 3 weeks.
And finally, we'll talk about Justin Bieber because he is finally addressing the Diddy stuff. There's been long speculation that somehow he's involved.
Surprised it took so long to address.
Well, he's clearing that up now. And also we'll talk about how people are scared for Justin Bieber because they think he's in a cult. They think he's in a cult. We'll remind you we're live on YouTube. So if you're out there listening, watching, leave your comments and we'll get to them at the end of the show. So, what's been happening today so far?
Well, it just started. It's early, bro.
I know that, but I was teeing you up because we have notes here.
No, I know.
What's just
I don't
happened.
need notes, bro. I'm a professional.
Okay.
So basically, court literally just started, and the interesting thing is that the prosecutors are like, hey, because Cassie has been now testifying for like a day and a half. Going into today, she's testifying again because she's being cross-examined by Diddy's defense. And the prosecutors are essentially being like, look how pregnant she is. Like, this needs to be done by today. Like, she needs to be, her court appearance and testimony is done by today. And Diddy's team is like, wait a second. Like, this is the star witness. You're not, like, we want to, ask her everything we can.
Right.
So that's what's going on right now. Do you have notes? Do you know what the judge actually decided on?
I don't.
Yeah, I think by the end of today, that's called getting checkmated.
So he said yes, but they have to have it.
By the end of today, Cassie will be done. So they have all day today to ask her whatever they want to ask her.
Because obviously, she's about to pop, and that's like,
which is totally understandable.
So if she did pop, if she did give birth, let's say the technical term, over the weekend, you know what would happen then, Devin?
I don't.
Mistrial, baby.
Why do you say that? What?
Because she's due back on the stand to give testimony. And if she can't give testimony
anymore... No, she's giving testimony today.
I know. I was saying, what if...
Oh, like she gave birth and then
that's why. That's the
delayed.
reason. If she wasn't pregnant, I don't think the judge would have said you have to finish by today.
Oh, yeah. No, 100%. Obviously. That's the whole,
okay.
That's the whole crux of the argument.
Obviously.
Yeah.
You didn't explicitly, spell it out.
But Diddy's team is also pissed off because they're like, we want as much time as we can have.
Right.
So it's tough. But
Cassie's been quite helpful to Diddy's defense, I think, lately.
Oh, I disagree. I mean, you're saying lately because yesterday she was being cross-examined.
Well, yeah, the cross-examined.
So that's essentially Diddy's team trying to poke all the holes in everything.
And do you think they did that or not?
Personally, no. But if you were to say, like, if you were to look at like certain things, essentially what they were trying to do yesterday is prove to the jury that Diddy and Cassie were on a lot of drugs. They were partiers. that Cassie was into the freak offs herself and was like a willing participant and was into all the freaky stuff, and essentially that was the crux of what they were trying to do yesterday.
And do you think they proved that or not?
I mean, there's texts like that from 2009. I'm always ready to freak off. There was some other texts where she was referencing like hitting him up about the FOs, is what they were referring to him. To me, like, yes, this doesn't look good, but at the same time, I think the timeline is crucial here. And these are texts from 2009, man. That was when they were first getting in the relationship. She was young. Obviously, they were in the honeymoon stage, and she was stoked to like, oh my God, I'm with Diddy. I'm living this lavish lifestyle. Of course, she's going to be saying things that she knows will curry favor with him to keep it going.
Yeah.
And then I think things might have just spiraled out of control. And at the end, do I think that she wanted to do those things? No.
No, I don't think she wanted to do it at the end.
But
she
it
could have
does
been more explicit about it.
True.
I wish there was a paper trail of her like being more, because then he'd be cooked.
Yes, I agree with that. And yeah, so yeah, these texts don't look good because it does make it look like she was into the freak offs and all the freaky stuff. The other things that the Diddy's team tried to do was show how they had breaks, and she like was with Michael B. Jordan and was with Kid Cudi for a minute. But during that time period, she was still having freak offs with Diddy. And I think that was them trying to show like, this wasn't a controlling thing. Here she was like hooking up with other people. She just was into the freak offs.
I kind of buy that, to be honest.
So
like, she is out of the freak offs then. She is, when she's with Kid Cudi or you know, allegedly with Michael B. Jordan, she's kind of out of the freak offs if she wants to be. So why do you keep going back? I know it's kind of like a mental, like, she still loves Diddy. And there's some sort of, you know, pull he has over her. But I think that was kind of interesting testimony that she kind of had a new boyfriend if she wanted.
Yeah.
But she kept going back to the freak.
Yeah, and then the other bombshell was just like them trying to just really hammer home that like, hey, these people were both on a lot of drugs.
Yes.
Doing a lot of drugs, like they were out of their mind, and essentially it was.
And I want to pause it there, sippers. Let me read this insert, right? This is direct testimony from Cassie on yesterday. Cassie says that she was left with sores in her mouth from grueling sex sessions, okay? Cassie is saying
she kept going back to the freak.
Yeah. That she was left with grueling with sores in her mouth from grueling sex sessions. She said occasionally she would get sores on her tongue from the freak offs caused by the substances and the friction in her mouth. She said her mouth became irritated from oral X and having her mouth on things like oil, Astroglide, and lubricants. Let's go ahead and read some of the comments. Vivian Hunt says, this is sick. It is horrendous, nor is it funny at all like many think it is. Shantae says, he's going down. Linda says, wow. Sophia Favors, Diddy is never getting out. And for people saying she should have left, so should you when the man was dragging, beating on you and other things that wasn't godly. Stop telling people what they should or shouldn't have done. We thank God she's alive to tell her story to us. I do, feel like, nobody has the power of what God can give you to do what you can do. I still say if you have opportune time and you are being, abused in any type of way, leave. Jamie Hammondtree says, all this? Nakia Griffin says, like, really though, this is deeper than we think. We just know on the surface of all the craziness. It's sad that folks be so quick to judge. Money has power, and that power took over. Bernice says, where is her family to help her? I said the same thing, Miss Bernice. Deborah McFadder says, I will today give Cassie respect for sitting on that witness stand. 8.5 months pregnant with husband sitting in the courtroom, bearing her soul of the utmost secrets of her life. This drama will never die. It will end up on the big screen. This screen or little screen, and anywhere else it can sell. I have empathy for her parents and her children. I hope she's sincere in her actions, for there are many lies attached to her that will be affected by her statements on the witness stand. There are many that will never look at her the same they did last week. Okay. Deborah asks, who was her husband? Her husband is the trainer Diddy hired. Last name Fine Guy. Okay. Yeah, Diddy hired him to be her personal trainer during the time that they were in whatever type of relationship they were in. Okay, listen to this testimony.
Took the stand yet again today in day 3 of the Sean Diddy Combs trial. So in day 3 of the Sean Diddy Combs trial, Cassie Ventura detailed more of the abusive relationship that she was subjected to in her relationship with Diddy. She talked about freak-offs. She even talked about multiple UTI'S, sores in her mouth because of the incessant freak-offs. She said even at one particular point, antibiotics stopped working for her. And as I mentioned in a previous video, there have been some celebrity names dropped. And today she mentioned her relationship with Kid Cudi and how Diddy threatened both of them, including threatening to blow up Kid Cudi's car. And for the very first time, we actually know how much Diddy paid Cassie after she filed her lawsuit back in 2023, where she alleged abuse. She claims in court that she was paid $20 million in the settlement. If you want a full report and summary of day 3, be sure to follow me on YouTube, where I go over everything that played out in court today. Be sure.
Let's go over, y'all, to Kempire. Let's see what Kempire been talking, y'all, because I like what I heard. He got into just the explosive, exclusive stuff that we need. Kempire, thanks for popping up. Let's see. Okay. All my sippers, remember when you come in and fill your teacup up, like and subscribe. Okay, let's go ahead and finish out the video we were listening to.
And then the other bombshell was just like them trying to just really hammer home that, like, hey, these people were both on a lot of drugs.
Yes.
Doing a lot of drugs, like they were out of their mind.
You
And
have a whole
essentially
day
it was
filled
revealed that
of catching up on Diddy stuff.
Diddy actually overdosed on painkillers in 2012.
Like, drove him to hospital.
Like that's how bad their drug use was, that like he overdosed. So yeah, they're basically just trying to muck it all up to make it essentially look like she was into all this freaky stuff, and only now is like saying she was forced. So
okay,
yep.
Let's move on to the next story. Chris Brown is.
Oh, okay. So we are done with them. Let's get to Kim
bottles
fire. Because now they're
incident
going
from
over
in 2023.
Chris Brown, who
allegedly he smashed a tequila bottle over a music producer's head.
Not good.
Not good. And then I guess what happened over in the UK is they kind of kept things on the
Kempire. He has some latest updated tea on Diddy. Why, of course he does. Of course. He is the man in pop culture, reporting on everything hot. Okay. Ooh. So let's reveal some of Kempire. what they are talking about, the hard-hitting explosive testimony that a lot of news stations won't reveal. But of course, we give all, news media coverage the understanding of knowing what we need to know, right? So that our teacups stay full.
Turning to New York City. Tickets have gone on sale right now, and live stream tickets are available, plus meet and greets for those that will be attending the show in person. So if you want to updates, including Cassie taking the stand yet again, and not only that, the 15 full minutes of Sean Diddy Combs harming Cassie at the now closed Intercontinental Hotel has been shared with the public. So the last few days we've been covering almost every.
So this is an AI generated picture of Diddy. No one actually really knows what Diddy really looks like right now. Everybody's speculating he's all white, gray hair, okay, looking sad. However, he's in jail, right? So he's not getting the royal treatment anymore.
Single detail of the Sean Diddy Combs federal trial, where he's being charged with all kinds of things, including trafficking, racketeering, a lot. Yesterday, we talked about the first time that Cassie has taken the stand, and today she's back on the stand and detailing more of their toxic and controlling relationship that included drugs, workers, and more. So I mentioned to you that 15 full minutes. So you may recall it was last year that CNN got their hands on video footage of Sean Diddy Combs harming, dragging, punching, throwing things at Cassie Ventura at the now closed Intercontinental Hotel in Los Angeles. Now, TMZ has gotten their hands on the full 15 minutes. We only had a few minutes in the CNN version. This is the full 15 minutes. I'm not going to share it here because even the clip from last year was just terrible. And this is why I find it so interesting that people continuously are still defending Diddy. And as I said in multiple videos, I'm going to say it again in this video, we understand the difference of the defense has their job to do. The prosecution's job is to prove that Diddy did what he's being charged for. However, the defense is not defending against domestic violence, which Diddy has admitted to after that video came out last year. Everyone is hearing the toxic domestic violent relationship that Cassie and Diddy were in. So let me go through, and shout out to our friends over at NBC News today. We'll be utilizing their breakdown of some of the testimony from Cassie earlier today, but also shout out to the content creators, the bloggers, the journalists that are covering this case as well. Yesterday, I did do a short form video mentioning one of the CBS news correspondents that's inside the room mentioned some of the things that she observed in regards to facial reactions. And also, one of the things that we didn't mention in our last video was the fact that Cassie brought up some of the abuse allegations, but she also brought up some celebrity names, including Dallas Austin, who she considered a really good friend. They also showed images of people like Kanye West to the jury, which has led people to wonder whether or not they are going to have a celebrity testify. We're going to continue because the fact that Cassie is testifying so early on.
Join Planet Fitness today and save $28.
A lot of legal experts are saying, well, if she's their star witness, that says to the audience that more than likely they have a lot more, the prosecution has a lot more in store for this trial. All right, so let's break down some of this, and I will share some of other things that I've been doing some research on and getting information on. But first, let's go through what
NBC News is reporting. They already updated us in regards, and this was 7 hours ago at the time of this recording. Cassie testified of abuse and humiliation from the freak-offs from yesterday. They're talking about day 2. Okay, we're not going to go through that. They say Cassie is to resume testifying this morning, which she will. Sidebar, I do also want to remind those of you that are watching or listening to the podcast version of this, before you comment, listen to the entire video. Because some of you are saying things in the comment section, one or two of you are saying things in the comment section where it is addressed in the video. So listen to the full video, not just a title or a clip, and then make an assessment that says, don't spread misinformation. How about you actually listen to the entire video? Because you're spreading misinformation. So they say Cassie is to resume testifying. They remind us of that. They remind us of some of the things that Cassie said yesterday, including her saying that I didn't want him to be upset or not trust me. She had told the court in regards to her relationship when it comes to Diddy. And again, we need to have a conversation on the cycle of abuse, because some people probably don't even understand. How could you love someone that has been harming you this way? This is not the forum right now to educate people on cycles of abuse and how that works. But please understand, plenty of people that have been in abusive relationships almost revere their abusers because of the emotional and psychological manipulation, the abuse, and the grooming. They talk about what happened yesterday. So they also let us know that Sean Diddy Combs and Cassie have entered the court. This is this morning. It said Combs, Cassie Ventura, and the jury have entered the courtroom to begin today's proceedings. Combs is wearing a gray sweater over a white shirt. Cassie is wearing a light gray dress with a jacket with wide lapels. For the second day in a row, she walked into the courtroom without looking towards Combs at the defense table. And I said to you before, Cassie's 8 months pregnant, and she's reliving trauma. My kudos to her. So the prosecution accuses Combs' lawyers of trial by ambush in a heated exchange this morning. So there's certain things before testimony happens. There's certain logistics and administrative things that have to happen in court. So they say before Cassie Ventura retook the witness stand, prosecutors and the defense lawyers clashed over how much notice each side deserves about upcoming trial strategy. The assistant U.S. attorney, Maureen Comey, was noticeably angry as she lashed out at defense for allegedly not turning over exhibits it was planning to use to question Ventura. "We don't want a trial by ambush," is a quote. But defense attorney Mark Agnifilo insisted his side doesn't need to tip its hand about how it will cross-examine prosecution's witnesses. In a quote, "They have the burden of proof. We don't have to give the government what we are going to use so they can prepare their witness." U.S. District Court Judge Aaron Subramanian denied the government's request that the defense turn over what it expects to use for Ventura's cross. They say Cassie describes how Combs has lost control during a 2016 meltdown in Los Angeles hotel hallway, hurling a vase that just missed her. In a quote, she says, "I don't remember exactly his words," she told the court. "I'm sure he was calling me something other than my name." So the 15-minute video, which you can see on TMZ's website, there is no audio. All you see is just a very angry Diddy. And if you watch the full 15 minutes, you know how they've tried to paint it as if Cassie hit him too. You don't see that in the 15-minute video. If anything, you see her squirming, you see her ducking, you see her running away and trying to get away. Security was eventually called, but Combs allegedly made himself clear that Ventura wasn't free to leave on her own accord. The defendant told Ventura that I wasn't going to leave him, that I couldn't, according to Ventura. Combs apparently banged and kicked a door at Cassie's apartment after the hotel incident. Combs pounded on Cassie Ventura's apartment door, demanding to see his then-girlfriend after assaulting her at the Los Angeles hotel in 2016, the witness said, Cassie. Ventura still isn't sure how Combs got to the 17th floor of her Westwood apartment building, calling the scene chaos outside the door, banging, kicking, yelling, and banging. He didn't get inside. She also talked about how she told her friend at the time about this. I think the friend's name is Carrie Morgan, about this, and she had seen her friend right after that, and it was her friend who had called the police. But when she spoke to the police, she didn't identify who the person that did this to her was. The court is now looking at text messages and photos shortly after the hotel attack took place. Cassie Ventura said that she had to attend the premiere of her movie, The Perfect Match, with bruises on her face and body. Literally watched a Good Day New York clip of her promoting The Perfect Match with Terrence J and Lauren London. And watching it now, and when they bring up Diddy and her facial reaction about it didn't give one of, oh, I love this person, I'm so in love with them. It gave.
And do y'all see how just, it goes around and around in Hollywood, just like it does out here in these real regular streets, right? Cassie was fucking around with Diddy. Whenever Cassie and Diddy weren't, Lauren London jumped on the team with Diddy. Didn't Lauren London come up in the trial saying that whenever Cassie thought that they were off or however have you, Lauren London got on with Diddy? Lauren London was in the movie Perfect Match, Terrence J and Cassie. See how it just goes around and around? And then you wonder why you got mouth sores and the STI, UTI'S, and it's just going around. Bacteria. Oh, y'all nasty. Nasty.
I have to make it seem that way.
Meet Nat. Okay. While Kimpire's paying bills, we want to thank Kimpire. Go over there. Make sure y'all subscribe. He is the king of pop culture on YouTube streets. And we're going to sip some tea from him. I love the way he commentates. And so he gives it up, straight up. No chaser. Okay. Love it. We're listening to Kimpire narrate the Diddy trial.
I think back then we kind of viewed Cassie sort of like, oh, she's quiet, she's soft-spoken, so that's probably why she's awkward in interviews and things like that. No, there was definitely something more going on. They say Cassie Ventura said that she had to attend the premiere of her movie, The Perfect Match, with bruises on her face and body. She said that she thought at the time that Combs was, quote, sick to think that it was okay to do that to her and wanted him to stay away. The court was also shown a photo of Ventura and Combs smiling at the premiere. She said that she had to change her outfit to cover up her bruises on her legs and needed to apply a lot of makeup to cover her black eye and fat lip. So I know a lot of people are going back and looking at those photos this week just to see what you can see. Cassie says that the freak-offs were fueled by ketamine. And if you followed our coverage of her lawsuit, and this is why a lot of this information sounds familiar to me and probably to you, because she talked about this in the lawsuit that was settled less than 24 hours later with Sean Diddy Combs. So she says ketamine was the drug of choice for Combs and Cassie Ventura during their orgies with S-workers, she told the court. Sidebar, I had this thought this morning. In regards to Diddy, anyone remember on Making with the Band where he claimed to not drink or do drugs or smoke or do any of those things? And that always stood out to me. I was like, it made me look at him a little differently back then, only for us to find out that was a complete farce. He was doing all the drugs and all the alcohol. Ketamine, Sean had it. It took time out of the freak off, said Ventura, testifying about having sex with other men at Combs' direction as he watched. That was my preferred drug because it was the most disassociative. The prosecution showed Ventura a dozen of photos of S-workers. Inner City Press on Twitter, fantastic account if you want literally, like, I don't want to call it the transcript because I don't know if it's verbatim, but he's letting you know they asked this question, Cassie said this. So I'm just summarizing in this video. I'm not giving you all of the details because we would be here for hours. So she says, ketamine, Sean had it. It took time out of the freak off, said Ventura, testifying about the sex with the other men at Combs' direction. So the prosecution showed Ventura a dozen photos of S-workers hired for these freak offs. Ventura remembered many, but not all of the names, such as Ash, Islander, and she would also name, well, that person was in New York, or that person was in Miami, that person was in Los Angeles. You have to keep in mind, the locations are important because he's also being accused of transporting these individuals for these freak-offs, which is part of the big conversation on the charges that he's facing. The prosecution showed Ventura a dozen photos of S-workers hired for these freak-offs. Ventura remembered many, but not all of the names. I mean, she's better than me. Like, how do you remember these names? Such as Ash, Islander, Skylar, and Jake from the website Cowboys for Angels. That's probably not even their real names. She said in a quote, "Don't remember his name. He looks familiar from freak-offs," she said of one of the pictures. Cassie says that Combs blackmailed her with these videos of the freak-offs. Cassie Ventura said that when Combs was upset with her, he would frequently remind her that he had videos of her having sex at his freak-offs. She said that Combs brought up the videos on the night of her birthday when she refused to leave her friends to go with Combs to a freak-off. I wonder what, and maybe we'll find out in this case, what exactly stopped the relationship. Because I remember talking about this in the lawsuit, but what made him stop bothering her and letting her go, basically. In a quote, she says, "It is horrible and disgusting. No one should do that to anyone," she said of the alleged blackmail. "It could ruin everything I worked for, make me look like a, quote, slut. I wasn't supposed to be on those videos," she says. "I didn't want to be in them." In regards to everyone that's attending, NBC News reports that King Combs, Christian Combs, son of Sean Combs, held an umbrella for his grandmother, Janice Combs, mother of Sean Combs, as they arrived at court in the rain today. It's a very rainy day here in New York City. So shout out to those of you that are reporting from outside of this courthouse. Cassie Ventura recalled the panic she felt after first learning that video of her having sex with another man at Combs' direction might have leaked. The former girlfriend was hosting an event in Atlantic City when someone I was working with said that they saw an sexually explicit video of me, so I reached out to Sean, Ventura told jurors. "I need you to call me ASAP," according to a text message she sent to Combs on March 9th, 2014. Ventura said that any leaked footage, quote, "would put my career in jeopardy and cause great embarrassment to my mother and my family." So can you even imagine her recalling this in court? And every news outlet is reporting and talking about this. Cassie Ventura said that after a freak off, she would go back to Combs' place where they would have massages to take care of themselves. "I had an addiction to opiates, so I would take pills to come down," she told the courtroom. "I wanted to feel numb and not know what was going on in my mind."
Are listening to very much, words that came right out of Cassie's mouth doing testimony. You know what I'm saying? That's the tea. Told you guys I would find it. Here it is. It's been read aloud to us by Mr. Kim Pyre.
The drugs from a drug dealer who sometimes did the drugs with her beginning in 2007. When asked how she felt after a freak-off, Ventura said, "I felt so tired, achy, dehydrated, not really eating too much. Emotionally, I felt empty, gross, like I did a job." And some of these freak-offs would last 24 hours, 36 hours, 48 hours. The longest freak-off she remembers was 4 days. They continue. It says, Cassie says that the freak-offs gave her UTI'S, mouth sores, and stomach problems.
Disgusting.
When I lay out to you how long these would last, and mind you, this is not harming Diddy. Diddy's just watching. Cassie Ventura said that the freak-offs would sometimes cause her to have urinary tract infections, mouth sores, and gastrointestinal issues. In a quote, she says, "When we were having frequent freak-offs, they were back to back. And sometimes I would do a freak-off with the infection," she said. "I tried to flush it out with water. I got to the point where Cipro, an antibiotic, didn't work anymore. It was a mess." And any medical professional will tell you the constant use of antibiotics, it will become ineffective. She said that she would also get mouth sores due to repeated oral sex with lubricant. "It was really painful for a long time," she added. "I can't believe I actually dealt with that." The fact that she's holding it together, again, 8 months pregnant, everything that she's gone through, reliving this, your abuser is, I'm painting the picture for you guys. For those that still do not understand the amount of strength it takes for a victim to go on the stand, confront their abuser. Combs told his then girlfriend, Cassie Ventura, that having multiple sex partners was, quote, a lifestyle and a, quote, turn on for the rapper. "What he told me is we could swap partners, a certain lifestyle, and that was a turn on for him," Ventura said after a prosecutor asked if she was a swinger with Combs. This, quote, lifestyle included sex clubs visits, which Ventura said that she didn't enjoy. When she didn't want to go, Combs still pressed the issue, the witness said. "Some of the time, He would try to turn the energy around and keep it positive, become playful and funny and not scary, Ventura said. He would push and try and convince me. When the prosecution asked why she drank so much at these sex clubs, Ventura responded, because I didn't want to be sober. Cassie Ventura testified that sometimes that she would be afraid during the freak-off parties, which often turned violent. Sean would put his hands on me. He would push me down, kick me, she told the court. There were other times if we were having a bad time or if I was scared of him, uncomfortable, typically I would leave and go out the back of the hotel. When asked by prosecutors how often Combs would injure her during the freak-off, she replied, too often. In continuation, Cassie says that she felt mortified and trapped when she spotted Combs watching videos of her having sex as they flew on a commercial jet, she testified. Commercial jet meaning that there are other everyday people on the flight. They had been arguing during a 2013 trip to Cannes, and the flight home took an embarrassing turn, Ventura said. He pulled up a freak-off video on his laptop that I thought were deleted, Ventura testified. He was showing them with other people around. I said, you are embarrassing me. I was scared. I felt trapped. How do you get out of this situation? I felt trapped. Again, for the people that keep saying, why didn't she leave? Why didn't she leave? She said that she arranged a freak-off within hours of their landing so that he wouldn't get angry. If she didn't, she testified he said the videos would be released. Cassie recalls gashing her face while fighting off Combs. NBC reports they said that Cassie Ventura recalled a time when Combs attacked her and gashed her face in 2013, then forced her to go to a plastic surgeon to treat the wound. Again, if you read her lawsuit, this was in there as well. Sean came in, I was asleep, he was trying to attack me. We went into the master bedroom, my friends were jumping on his back trying to stop him. And I wonder if they will testify, or at least one or two of the friends. I cut my eyebrow on the corner of the bed. Sean threw me onto the bed frame. I had a significant gash. I didn't go to the ER. It was a Sunday. Sean had security take me to a plastic surgeon in Beverly Hills. After the incident, she said that she texted Combs a photo of the injury, writing, so you can remember. And now I wonder if she will have or if the prosecution will have the surgeon testify. Of course, they're going to testify whatever Cassie told them, but they will confirm this is what we treated.
The best way to attract high-ticket coaching clients is not to spend all your time and money on social media content creation and trying to go viral on TikTok. I want to show you how, with just one Zoom call a week, I not only built a $50K a month coaching business, more than I ever made when I was grinding 12 hours a day, but also got my time back.
You don't know when to stop. You have pushed it too far, Combs replied. Just say sorry. I don't know why I deserve that. You could care less if I was okay, Cassie responded. Prosecutors presented text message exchange in which Cassie Ventura described how badly Combs allegedly abused her. You treat me like Ike Turner, Ventura wrote to Combs, a reference to the volatile marriage the late musician was known to have had with his ex-wife, the late Tina Turner. He was abusive and controlling. He was physically abusive. He put me down a lot, as much as I would be built up. The sheer embarrassment, how he treated me in front of other people, Ventura testified of Combs. Remember in Dawn Richard, formerly of Danity Kane and Diddy Dirty Money, alleged that she witnessed Sean Diddy Combs punch Cassie in the stomach. U.S. District Judge Aaron Subramanian sent jurors off to lunch. We're going to skip through that. And they said that Cassie was not done. She was going to be testifying some more. So we're going to do that. But I will remind you guys, this was just announced. The Empire After Dark live show, The Villain Era, is returning, of course, to New York City on Friday, September 12th. But before that, we have Atlanta, City Winery Atlanta. We have that on August 5th. That was just announced as well. Tickets for that show will go on sale for touring and things like that, as a turtleneck dress and a black coat in court. The security video of Combs assaulting Cassie Ventura at a hotel in 2016 is played as she testified in court today. And as I mentioned to you guys before, Cassie, the 15-minute video, the full 15 minutes of what's caught on the security camera was revealed to the public today. They do show a photo. As I said to you before, it's a rainy day here in New York City, and they posted a photo of people on the sidewalk in tents. Tents suggest that some people spent the night in line today to enter federal court for Combs' trafficking trial. On Monday, at least 20 fans of Combs camped out overnight ahead of the court's doors opening. Yeah, that's not going to be me, but we appreciate those that do, I guess. So each juror has their own screen to view the sensitive images. So post-lunch proceedings were delayed at court, put finishing touches on the installing of personal video screens for each juror, so sensitive video and still images are shielded from public view. So the press and the family and friends will not be able to see probably these still images of some of these freak-off videos and things like that. Ventura identified herself and others engaged in various sex acts as the jury paid very close attention. The courtroom was silent. One female juror nodded as Ventura identified people, and one male panelist took written notes. That's Ventura said of an image, adding that she had baby oil applied to her with candle and lubricant on a nearby table. Okay, so let's continue in regards to what happened today in day 3 of the Sean Diddy Combs trial, where Cassie Ventura is testifying. A lot more information came out. All right, and I also want to read to you one of the exhibits that was shared from I believe it's the incident report or letter that was sent or email that was sent when it comes to that 2016 hotel incident. For those that may be new here and maybe you're finding me in regards to this trial, we have to change our verbiage when it comes to what we discuss, especially with what is being discussed in this trial. There was an issue I already went through in regards to them getting set up. There was a delay post-lunch in regards to setting up the screens individually for the jurors. So Cassie describes the alleged beating that happened inside a car. Again, if you didn't read Cassie's lawsuit from, my gosh, it wasn't last year, it was the year before, and then you're not familiar with some of these incidents. I did. So a lot of this for me is like, oh, she mentioned this in her lawsuit. She does talk about the lawsuit. So apparently she ended up getting $20 million and not 30. So that's the juiciness about lawsuits.
Or 100, right? She might have gotten 50 and then the lawyers took 30. She kept 20.
And this case is that some of what we've heard, the rumors of what we heard, are now being confirmed or corrected. However, the $30 million that came out really was initially revealed by Diddy's attorneys. They were the ones who revealed, oh, she was asking for $30 million. And then they settled the lawsuit 24 hours after she filed it because she was threatening, I'm going to file a lawsuit. I'm also writing a book. Diddy's attorneys at the time that were handling the civil case revealed that. And now, shout out to Inner City Press. If you're not following him on Twitter, you should. I saw the transcript, for lack of a better word. He's transcribing what he's hearing in the court.
You want to know what I'm most excited about this summer? No more.
T-Talkers, we're up. Last day of the first week of the Diddy trial. I'm updating TikTok with everything right now. Make sure y'all subscribe. I am Tanisha Talks Teas on all social media platforms. Okay. We're listening to King Empire right now, okay? He's the king of pop culture, and he's giving us a lot of the raw inside details about what was said on the stand as Cassie continued to unfold at 8.5 months pregnant by her now current husband, Mr. Fine. Okay, let's go. Oh, and when you come in and fill your teacup up, remember to like and subscribe.
Offered, she was actually given $20 million. Ventura recalled a violent outburst by Combs that she said happened early in their relationship that left her, quote, shocked and angry. Ventura said that she had spotted Combs flirting in a restaurant with another woman. And when they got back to the car, the rapper, quote, knocked me around in an outburst that allegedly happened in either 2007 or 2008. He hit me on the side of my head. And for those that are wondering, like, why don't you remember what year it was? First of all, I could barely remember certain things that have happened a few months ago. However, when you're in a cycle of abuse, she's not remembering the year that happened. So they said it happened either in 2007 or 2008. She said, he hit me on the side of my head and I fell to the floor of the Escalade, Ventura said. He shook me up and scared me a little bit. So I got out of the car. I was shocked. I didn't understand what happened and why he was so angry. She added, I knew his capabilities, his access to GUNs, and threats he made. Cassie recalled another incident in which she alleged Combs beat her, saying he got angry with her after she was at a party at Prince's house, the late Prince. Ventura went to the basement believing that the late artist was going to play music, she told the court. I caught a glimpse of him, Combs, so I ran out as fast as I could because I thought he was angry, Ventura recalled. I knew he was angry, his facial expression, he came after me. Later, at a Los Angeles hotel room where she was staying, she said Combs beat me up and threw luggage at me. I had bruising on my face and knots on my head. There were also allegations in regards to, you may recall video footage of her in Dubai, and she was hiding under a sheet at one particular point where they were saying that something also happened there. Like when you go back and you look at photos and you look at different videos and posts and things like that, the signs were really there in our face. Cassie Ventura told the jury that she went to see her mother in Connecticut after allegedly being physically beaten by Combs. Ventura said that she raised her shirt, allowing her mother to take photos of bruises to her lower back and butt, along with wounds on her right thigh. Anyone that's been in a domestic violence situation, yes, the person that's the victim is truly not the only victim. There are the friends and the family that are trying to get that person out of it, and because they're concerned that this person won't get out of it, they will end up not with us. They also are traumatized and also scared. She says, I believe I told her this was the time and didn't tell her about the freak-offs, Ventura said in court, adding that she felt that she couldn't justify it to anyone, especially my mom. NBC News reports, they said Cassie Ventura said in 2011, while she was at home in Connecticut during the holiday season, she called off her relationship with Scott Mescudi, otherwise known as the rapper Kid Cudi, after Combs threatened them both. I had broken off the relationship with Scott Mescudi. There was too much uncertainty if we continued to see each other, she said, adding that there was danger, and Sean said that he was going to hurt the both of us. At one point, she said Combs told her that when she was out of the country, Scott's car would be blown up, which apparently happened. Kid Cudi has confirmed that. I'm now wondering if Kid Cudi is going to be called to testify. The court was shown a close-up picture of Ventura's eyebrow and black eye. When asked who gave her the black eye, Ventura responded, Sean. Combs prevented his family from seeing Ventura after she had sustained any injuries, she said. He told me to make sure his sons couldn't see me like that, the bruises on my face, Ventura told the court. So now, again, this goes back to what I was saying in regards to Diddy allowing his children to be in court. Again, it is a legal move, a legal strategy to remind the jurors he's a family man, his family needs him, blah, blah, blah. But now they're hearing, the children are hearing what he did to Cassie Ventura. And I'm saying this now, and I'm going to say it again. If he did this to Cassie, he did it to other women in his life. They continued, they said, Cassie Ventura testified that Combs raped her in 2018 after she said that they were supposed to have a closure conversation. This was also in her lawsuit. She said that the two went out to dinner at a restaurant in Malibu, California. She recalled their conversation being nice and playful. At that time, she said that she was already in a relationship with her now husband, Alex Fine. Combs eventually took her back to her apartment. Ventura told the court, I went inside, he came in and raped me on the living room floor. Ventura alleged in court, I remember crying and saying no. It was fast. His eyes were black. He wasn't himself. It was like somebody taking something from you. She said after the incident, the two were intimate voluntarily one other time. They talk about that in the court as well. Again, I know there will be the people on the internet trolls saying like, look, see, that's the type of woman she is. You don't understand the cycle of abuse. Again, all of that in today's society, if this was 20 years ago, I can understand the ignorance. At this particular point, there are so many amazing content creators, and Google is your friend that will explain if you really want to understand the cycle of abuse and why men refuse to leave these abusive relationships and why they feel this connection to their abusers. According to NBC News, they said Ventura wrapped up her direct testimony telling jurors she took the witness stand to rid herself of the shame, the guilt she has carried.
Today we are setting up this
All
Chick-fil-A.
right, we are paying bills over on the Tea Sippers channel. Let's keep it going. Diddy's keeping the lights on right now, y'all. So make sure that when you come in and fill your teacup up, you like and subscribe, because you got lights on in this motherfucker, okay? Yes, let's keep it cute.
Assistant U.S. Attorney Emily Johnson asked Ventura why she put herself through this process. She says, I can't carry this anymore. The shame, the guilt, what's right is right and what's wrong is wrong. People aren't disposable, Ventura said. The jury is now on a short break before cross-examination is expected to begin. Cassie's second day on the stand wraps up, according to NBC News. They said, in general, Ventura kept her composure today, as opposed to yesterday where she had a little bit of emotion, answering questions in a calm and matter-of-fact tone. But she became more visibly emotional as she described Combs allegedly R-ing her in 2018, and she broke down in tears shortly after she recounted her trauma and her wanting to take her own life. She talked about that in court, wanting to walk into traffic, and talked about her, quote, personal shame. Defense cross-examination is planned for day 4 of the Sean Diddy Combs trial. U.S. District Court Judge Aaron Subramanian sent jurors home for the day, telling them to return Thursday at 9:30 a.m. on the dot. Serious. That's when Combs' defense lawyers are set to begin what could be a lengthy cross-examination of Cassie Ventura. Again, I remind you, this woman is 8 months pregnant, talking about her trauma. NBC News finalizes this as at the end of her direct testimony, Cassie Ventura said that she settled her lawsuit with Combs for $20 million. Less than 24 hours later, Ventura said her attorney initially reached out to Combs and his representatives to ask about compensating her $30 million after informing them of her plans to write a book about her relationship with Combs.
So I'm going to ask Sippers, how do you guys feel about her being able to testify, being that she did get paid, right? Her and Dawn, I believe Dawn also received a payment.
She considered the book a part of her trauma therapy. She did not receive any money at that time. Guys, we're going to continue. You've been asking me and keep letting me know if you want me to do a day-to-day. If there are days that I can't, I will definitely do a follow-up covering the day's events of this trial. We are going to continue to follow the Sean Diddy Combs trial. As always, don't forget to subscribe to the channel, turn on your notifications, follow us on socials, because I will be updating you with, and it's an email. So let me read the email to you. It's a lengthy email, but I'm going to read it to you. Greetings. It says, today, March 5th, 2016, at approximately 11:14 a.m. And TMZ posted the full 15-minute video, as I mentioned earlier. In the email, it says, I received a call from Instant Services Wanda stating that she had gotten distress call from the 6th floor. I then looked at the cameras to familiar with the situation up on the floor. All I saw before I took off immediately was a male black wearing only a towel walking back and forth. I arrived at the scene at 11:15 a.m. I noticed that the male black was rapper Sean Combs, aka P. Diddy. This is the then security officer who's now an LAPD officer. I observed Mr. Combs sitting down on the far left chair of the 6th floor, and the female who was closer to the wall, later identified as Cece by Mr. Combs. Cece, what we learned yesterday is that was what he would refer to Cassie as Cassie Combs, even though they're not married. He liked using initials, like he called Christina Curran KK, now CC. The email continues. It said, I saw the damage that had been done, and I began to diffuse the situation by advising Mr. Combs to understand his status and the safety and concerns of our guests. He began yelling at Miss Cece, and I advised both of them to separate from each other, that it wasn't convenient for both of them to continue, especially in the hallway and in a towel. I then proceeded to advise him to return back to his room. Mr. Combs began to offer me a bribe. You take care of this. I got you. Let's go to my room. I then responded with, "Sir, I know you are," while I'm extending my arm to him to shake his hand, and said, "All I ask is for the respect of the guests and myself, so do me the favor and let's return to your room." He got up and began to walk to his room. As we made our way down the north hallway, Miss Cece was behind us, coming from the south hallway. Mr. Combs noticed her while turning back and began to raise his voice. I then told him that if he didn't respect the guests, then he would be escorted out of the property. We walked over to his room 602, and when he went inside and Miss Cece was told to leave by Mr. Combs, so she did just that, which is what she wanted to do, because in the video footage, she was trying to leave, but then he then grabbed her at the elevator. And
my mom, 58, did.
Sippers, we're going to have a long day, okay? Diddy updates, follow-ups, and what's currently being sipped in the courthouse today. First day of the first week wraps up today. Okay, I hear Don from Danity Kane's going to testify, y'all. What's tea?
And her things. They continue in the email. Mr. Combs opened the door and brought out a currency band wrapped around $100 and told me, again, thank you, and said, "You take care of this and I take care of you." I declined the money and told Mr. Combs that all we needed was for him to stay in his room until checkout, which is today. I left the scene at 11:25 a.m. I took the elevator down and saw Miss Cece and advised her that I did not want him to see her, so I walked her over to the valet office until her ride got there. I asked her that we would need some information from her to stand by. I then walked over to MOD's office and advised him of the situation, that I needed him present. We then walked over to Miss Cece, and she was unable to locate. I'm reading you this exactly as it's written. This is I'm guessing an incident report, their version of an incident report in an email. So she probably just got out of there. We then went up to the 6th floor and took pictures of the guest lobby elevator landing and made our way to the guest room 602. MOD wanted to introduce himself and let him know of the hotel rules and to advise him that the damages would be charged to his room. When Mr. Combs came out, he was about to start yelling, still in his towel, but MOD and I stopped him before he did and advised him that we were not there to make it bigger than it already was. He saw MOD holding his phone, and he automatically assumed that he was being recorded, so he grabbed his hand, then grabbed his hand and told him to back off, and took his hand away from MOD. He was then told no one was recording him, that the safety and the privacy of the guests is important to the hotel, and if he tried to do something like that, he would get kicked out and escorted out of the property by the Los Angeles PD. He calmed himself down and apologized and stated that it's just that I don't want to lose anything. I can't lose it all. We then reassured him that all we need him to do was to calm down and not have any more scenes like the time until his checkout time. We then left the scene and resumed normal operations. So this was stuff that Diddy was doing all the time and apparently paying people off in order to keep this stuff hush hush. So people have known about this behavior. This incident happened in 2016. Note, they said we will be conducting extra patrols until his checkout, in which we will be taking pictures of how the room is left at this moment. Here are the pictures of the MOD took of the guest lobby. Please stand by until we have all the pictures. Mr. Combs has not checked out yet. And the state of these rooms that Diddy would leave us. Remember, the day this incident happened, they apparently were having a freak off, and Cassie was just like, "I need to leave." This is what ensued. I wanted to read that to you guys in regards to, because this was one of the witnesses that testified on the first day of the trial. So we're going to continue to follow this. As always, don't forget to subscribe to the channel. Don't forget to like this video, because that's also important. And don't forget to share your thoughts in the comment section. But more importantly, don't forget to subscribe and don't forget to turn on your notifications.
Up to date commentary, testimony, okay, about Diddy. So, lots of stuff going on. Like everybody, we're all on the fence. I think some people have been, Team Diddy, Team Cassie. I'm in the middle. I really don't know quite where I am with the trafficking stuff with her. I do definitely feel the psychological abuse that occurred, things like that. I definitely feel that part of it. And so I can understand how she could have been psychologically manipulated into believing that there was a relationship with Diddy. Diddy is very well seasoned mentally to, take advantage of a younger person in the mind like that. So we're gonna continue up with King Pop Girl. He has all the up-to-date minutes on Diddy shit. Okay, he's the king of pop culture over on YouTube. Remember, when you come in for your teacup up too, also like and subscribe. Thank you, sippers. Let's get it.
And a lot of celebrity names are being brought up, from Kid Cudi, Britney Spears, Dallas Austin, Michael B. Jordan. Not only that, we have to talk about the fact that Aubrey O'Day is set to testify, according to Us Weekly.
Here we go now.
Aubrey O'Day. So Aubrey O'Day is
in this cross-examination.
Girl, right?
They're thinking maybe this will go on to Monday. The prosecution would like for Cassie to be able to finish this week because she is very pregnant and she could give birth this weekend. So a source confirmed this information to Us Weekly. As you already know, this trial started on May 5th with the jury selection. The actual testimonies started this week. They said in a quote from an insider, "It's nerve-wracking, but she's ready. She's not going to back down. She wants justice for everyone," the insider said, hinting that O'Day has a project in the works that will be about the Diddy trial. Aubrey shared details from her travels to New York City via Instagram on Wednesday, May 14, saying, "Hey, New York, where y'all think I should head first?" O'Day captioned a video adding a weighing scale emoji, which is traditionally used as a symbol for justice and fairness in the legal system. O'Day crossed paths with Diddy, as you know, after appearing on MTV's Making of the Band in 2005, 20 years ago. Oh my gosh, we are old. By the grace of God, right? Making of the Band 3 in 2005, she became a breakout star and was eventually chosen to be a member of the group Danity Kane, who was signed to Diddy's Bad Boy Records alongside Dawn Richard and Shannon Bex.
Now
It makes
that's
me wonder
who I
if
heard was going to testify, Dawn. So also the white girl, Aubrey. Oh,
Dawn Richard will be testifying. As you know, she's suing Diddy civilly. Diddy revealed during the Making of the Band 4 finale in 2008 that O'Day had been kicked out of the group. O'Day has been outspoken about her past experiences with Diddy over the years. More recently, she spoke about the big shift in her life since allegations against Diddy started to go public. And if you watch the Max documentary where D. Woods was involved, she actually told a story about Diddy trying to get with Aubrey, which I thought was kind of weird. And I don't know the relationship between D. Woods and Aubrey today for her to share such a personal story that should have come from Aubrey. But again, maybe she got permission to share that because Aubrey has alluded to issues and things that she would like to talk about when it comes to Diddy, but she has not said a word about it. She hasn't written a book. She hasn't done a show yet. But maybe she was waiting for this moment to actually talk about it in the trial. So more than likely, we probably will see Aubrey O'Day on the stand in the Diddy trial next week. A lot of people are saying they started off strong. The prosecution started off strong with Cassie, but buckle up, they might have a lot more in their arsenal. All right, so that is the breaking news. I want to kind of move forward from there in regards to what's happening today on the stand. As I've mentioned before in other videos, there are quite a few celebrities that are mentioned in this trial, from Cassie, from Kid Cudi, so Dallas Austin, Britney Spears was mentioned today, just because they were in these circles. Not that they did anything specifically.
Now, do we or do we not believe that more than likely a lot of the celebrities were getting freaking off with Diddy and Cassie. I wholeheartedly that's what was going on. You see what I'm saying? So let's not even hold back. It's out
But they were
now,
in these
and I want to know
circles.
who
They were at these
what.
events. So let me just give you shout out to our friends. As always, what we do over here is cite our sources for day 4 of the Kempire's summary of the Diddy trial. And at this particular point of the recording, they're almost done for the day. I thought I could at least get this started because there's a lot to cover. I've got my water. I hope you've gotten yours as well. Stay hydrated. And I probably would keep my fourth wall in, especially on doing the dailies of this, recording and then editing this. I'm not going to do a lot of editing. I just try to get rid of just nonsensical ums and that kind of thing if I can. But some of that's going to be left in too. So bear with me. This is live. We normally would clean cut, do all this stuff, but I'm trying to get a lot of information in that's happening throughout a full day on a daily basis to you guys. So I apologize in advance, those that might be new here and getting your news from me. Okay, so let me go through this. And again, not only do I utilize NBC News, throughout the day, I am following Inner City Press on social media, some other amazing journalists that are covering and talking about this story. I'm listening to Law and Crime to hear different perspectives. So I'm getting a full knowledge. So I will be adding my thoughts and opinions throughout. I saw Piers Morgan just.
This is your sign.
Sippers, we are sipping a little tea from Kempire. I want y'all to stay tuned. Wherever you go, make sure you plug me in to keep me charged up. I have the tea. We're going to be watching the United States versus Diddy, okay? Every week, we're going to be watching that. So stay tuned. Make sure to have your teacups out because I will be filling them up on the wrapping up of the week of the Diddy trial.
Did an interview with someone that alleges that Diddy is into S trafficking and things like that. He said,
and when are they when are they going to get to the actual X trafficking of Diddy? They've currently already had the escorts saying they love Diddy. That's not typical conversation or lingo of a X trafficked person. Okay. So it's like, when are we really going to get to the meat and potatoes of what the X trafficking looked like in the life of Diddy? I mean, where's 50 Cent at? Didn't he say he had some salacious shit on the diddler? Somebody needs to spill this, because if it's going to matter in whether or not Diddy is sentenced, convicted or not, this would be the time. Because I don't think
his life
that, you know what I'm saying?
But that was an interview that I listened to.
Dealing with Diddy, they are able to bring these charges back up on Diddy again. I don't know. Y'all drop some tea in the chat and let me know whether or not Diddy can be retried if he is found not to be guilty at this time for what's going on. I mean, they did it to R. Kelly. Right? Didn't they do that to R. Kelly? So potentially, but I'm saying, you got the mouse in the trap right now. You might as well hook him and buck him.
Earlier in regards to Piers Morgan, do I think that anything damning was said in that interview with this man who is going into hiding? He says, after this interview, I'm going into hiding. They try to prevent me from doing this interview. He says people have tried to poison him before, and he's in the business of seeing people from S trafficking. Nothing necessarily new, I feel, came out of that interview, if I recall, but I'm going to go listen to it again. It was like a 25-minute interview on Piers Morgan's Uncensored YouTube channel. All right, so let me get back to the Diddy trial. So this is where we'll talk about it. First of all, NBC News, before the trial started today, pointed out the amount of allegations that have come against Sean Combs has harmed his reputation, and multiple brands had ended up dropping him. They said at least 18 brands and organizations have already cut ties with Sean Diddy Combs since the allegations against him went public. I wonder if are there any brands currently still working with him? That is the question. Like, okay, that's all well and good. What are the brands that are still working with Diddy? Like, who's handling the day-to-day when it comes to Bad Boy? And I know you're thinking, there are people signed to Bad Boy? Technically, There are. Isn't Machine Gun Kelly signed to that? Isn't Janelle Monáe record label in conjunction, her own record label in conjunction with Bad Boy still? I don't know. I haven't been up to date in regards to that. So they said at least 18 brands and organizations have already cut ties with Sean Diddy Combs. We took the key of New York back from him, and we gave it to Mayor Eric Adams. Okay. Since the allegations against him went public before a verdict in his case has been reached, Molly McPherson, a reputation and crisis strategist, spoke with NBC News' Gadi Schwartz about the possibility of Sean's reputation being repaired depending on the outcome of the trial. So they posted a video with that interview. Let's take a listen.
And while Diddy's trial continues, so does the brand fallout. At least 18 brands, organizations have all cut ties with the music.
And all the brands that they have highlighted here, from DeLeon Tequila, you remember the Harlem charter school that he was involved in, Ciroc, Howard University, Revolt, Peloton, Macy's, because remember he had a Sean John brand with them. They immediately.
Did you know that women are generating recurring royalties from romance novels they didn't even write themselves? If you've ever wanted a fun, creative, and beginner-friendly way to create online income without dealing with products, customers, or even social media, this is it. Romance isn't just popular.
Cut ties with them.
Since the news of these serious allegations went public, and these right here, these are just some of them. It shows a pretty big shift.
I didn't even know he had.
Brands aren't waiting for.
I didn't even know he had a partnership with Peloton.
Verdict anymore, and it raises the questions: can Diddy ever bounce back from this, regardless of the outcome here? So here to help us answer that question is reputation and crisis strategist Molly McPherson. Molly, good to see you. Thanks so much for being with us. Is there any coming back from this for Diddy?
It's very difficult because P. Diddy, Sean Combs, whatever the name is now, a liability. It's going to hurt any brand that affiliates with Diddy right now.
And here's the other aspect of that. Yes, even if he was to get off in regards to these charges, what he's admitted in this trial is
who would want to
domestic
associate
violence.
with Diddy after
He has
that?
admitted to that. There's footage of that. That alone should be something that brands do not want to work with in the future.
And in the future.
And I mean, Bad Boy Records, like, he's got a lot of other brands. He's brought a lot of people up in this industry. Are they all tainted by his name as well now?
Yes, it's interesting when you look back when Sean Combs really became big. I mean, he embodied his brand, Bad Boy Entertainment, Bad Boy Records. It's all about the artist representing that energy, that, you know, that edgy energy. But now that type of energy and branding is really crucifying him in terms of public perception. From a brand perspective, a business perspective, that's the type of currency they no longer want. I mean, that name is a tainted, toxic name for good. So this is not a name I don't think is going to come back anytime.
And mind you, remember, there was a period of time where Diddy was trying to sell off, well, not sell off, he was giving back the artists. Remember, he was giving back, Aubrey talked about this, he was giving back their royalties and things like that. And at this particular point, Aubrey says she wasn't taking it back. She's like, at this particular point with streaming, it's not worth anything. You should have given it to us when it was worth something. But maybe he knew that this was looming, and this is why he was trying to just give it back to them and make them sign NDAs where they wouldn't say anything bad about him or his mama.
From a positive perspective.
And there are other names that we're hearing that could come up in court. What could even the mention of their name in this type of trial, beyond some of the names that we've heard so far, Kid Cudi being one of them, what could any name that's brought into this trial suffer in terms of repercussions here?
Yeah, there are plenty of people who have attended Sean Combs parties in the past that are probably worried that they're going to be brought into this. This case, even though legally the outcome is still pending, the court of public opinion moves a lot faster than the legal system. Any name that's associated with this trial, even if it's someone that was just simply at an event, they're going to be thrown into the algorithm. They're going to be thrown into that digital conversation. And that's when you don't want your name. You don't want to be in the Wikipedia annals of this case. So there's a lot of people probably sweating it right now.
Wow.
And I wanted to get your take, because you've seen a lot of these high-profile cases, and it is interesting to see this one that is not televised, at least. We're not seeing the images come out, with the exception of these pictures that come out every single day, these drawings. How do you think that's going? Do you think that's kind of tamped things down publicly, or is there just no putting the genie back in the box when it comes to these types of high-profile cases?
Yeah, there is that distinction between when you see an artist sketch versus live coverage 24/7. I mean, even comparing it to a Karen Reed trial. I mean, someone who's not a celebrity, but people get wrapped up in the court process. So certainly this is favoring Combs just to be in an artist sketch. So I think there are.
But also not necessarily just favoring Sean Diddy Combs. The judge probably prefers that because it probably, they feel, will allow this process to be 100% fair. That way you can also avoid to this.
I want to get into her exact testimony, right? And sip that tea. So I'm looking for that distinctively. If you guys have that, please send that to me, okay? That's what I'm looking for distinctively. Let me see.
There was also a level of manipulation. There was also a level of her wanting to please him. Sean Combs is seen in the sketch taking notes during the morning arguments in his trafficking trial in New York City. Combs of rape and SA could ruin his career. Asked by defense lawyers what
so many commercials. Okay.
His career after she filed, Ventura responded, "That's a lot." Prosecutors objected to that question. Defense lawyers then rephrased, asking if she understood how the publicity surrounding the lawsuit ruined his career. Ventura responded, "I can understand that." The defense asked Cassie Ventura to confirm that Combs both built up and knocked down her confidence, citing text messages between the pair. Ventura agreed, also acknowledging that Combs called her a queen. Words were helpful, she said. He got that inspiring energy inside of him. And we've seen it. Other artists, other people that have been around Diddy will talk about that. This is why he was the main guy to go to party with, because he was like a great hype man. Combs needed to be constantly updated about Cassie Ventura's whereabouts, perhaps concerned that she was stepping out on their relationship, the witness said. When asked what would trigger a spike in telephone calls from Combs, Ventura said it could be for any number of reasons. Could be anything from not telling him where I was, angry about me, could be anything. Maybe he assumed I was cheating, she said. I don't know. Also, I don't know if he knew the relationship between Ryan Leslie and her, and she's flying down, being with him, and now you slept with him. Now he's probably always thinking, oh, she did that to Ryan, she'll do that to me. Possibly. Not to say that Diddy was innocent either, because she also testified that he was with many other women, her thinking that she was the only one, but he was with other women. When asked if she believed the volume of calls spiked when Combs theorized Ventura was cheating, she said yes. Cassie Ventura alleged during testimony that while Combs was a wealthy businessman and record executive, he was doing so under the influence of drugs. He needed to recover, Ventura told the courtroom, referring to Combs' alleged drug abuse. Ventura also accused Combs of also using ecstasy and cocaine. Asked whether she thought Combs was a drug addict, Ventura responded, I would say he was an addict. She answered yes when defense attorneys asked if Combs would become angry or volatile during withdrawals. I'm not a doctor. Coming off of certain pills, he would be pretty irritated, Ventura testified. And allegedly, they said when he was arrested, they found some of that pink powder in his hotel room. And my thing is, if he was this addicted to drugs, I can't even imagine that he had stopped. Okay.
No, he had it.
U.S. District Judge
alleged when he got arrested in New York, knowing that the feds had raided him, knowing that the feds were looking for him, wanting to talk to him, he still was parading around with the pink cocaine on his purse in his hotel room. When they arrested him, the video of the footage of him at the hotel, he looked like he wanted to run. Like, oh my God, I'm caught. Like you would catch a rat in a corner and they'd be like, I'm trying to run. Yeah, that was Diddy.
Aaron Subramanian called for a lunchtime recess and asked jurors to return to the courtroom at 1 p.m. Eastern. The judge told the lawyers he wasn't happy with the pace of Ventura's examination. Because he wants the 8 months pregnant woman to be done sooner rather than later.
Well, of course, Diddy does not want this salacious testimony about the ins and outs of the relationship. You see what I'm saying? Like, yeah, the word love is thrown around in there. Yeah, he may have given himself the name love, but not for nothing. Diddy was anything and everything but that, right? So, of course, Cassie being one of his very long time living girlfriends, women in his life, right? To like the most current recent stuff from the past decade of what Diddy's life has been, she can testify to that. And no, of course, Diddy does not want that. Okay.
When the defense said that they would need all day today and all day tomorrow, the judge angrily responded, "That is the exact opposite of what I was told."
Keep being lazy about cleaning your apartment.
No, I understand that the judge has a job, the defense, the prosecutors have a job, and God does. So if Cassie wants to give birth on the stand right now, she will. Because that's just what that does.
Damn. This judge means business. Because remember, he had told Garagos that what you said on your podcast is inappropriate. And he said, you have a new listener. I was like, damn, this judge does not play. The witness needed to be off the stand by the end of the week. So what happened? The clearly perturbed judge said. So he agrees with the prosecution that he would like Cassie to be done by tomorrow. So they're going to have to really get to it this week between now and tomorrow. So the opening hours of Cassie Ventura's cross-examination were a bit of a slog, with the defense questioning, jumping around in subject and timeline, and frequently interrupted by prosecution's objections. Those starts and stops appeared to hinder Combs' lawyer, Anna Estavo, from smoothly making the defense's case that Ventura was often a willing participant in the witness's seemingly abusive relationship with the defendant. And Ventura appeared to have caught on to the defense line of questioning. She often interjected qualifying terms such as "at the time" to frame her relationship with Combs as a complicated one that could toggle between caring and violent. So they, of course, prepared Cassie for this as well. All right. So they do also show photos that Justin Combs, Quincy, and King Combs also leave the courthouse. Janice Combs was also there as well. The thing that I mentioned on Twitter in regards to this is the fact that we have not seen the twins or Chance, his daughters, at the courthouse the last couple of days. And part of me was sort of like, was this because so many people have been saying, why are you allowing your daughters to hear some of this very explicit freak off events and things like that? Like, we understand the boys are older, but these are 18 and 19-year-old girls. To be honest with you, I wouldn't want my mother, I wouldn't want children to hear any of this stuff. Okay. However, I noticed that the last couple of days, we have not seen the twins and Chance. Law and Crime mentioned the fact that the twins were preparing for prom and graduation and things like that. So that could be part of the reason, but now we don't see anyone else there. I also saw that Misa, through her attorneys, Misa Hilton, through her attorney, said the only reason why she went, I don't believe she's been there since day one. The only reason why she went was to be there as a support for her son, Justin, and for the other children. Okay. All right. So let's get back into this. The judge appears to still be agitated from the back and forth he had with Combs' attorney prior to the break. His agitation stems from the speed in which the defense is questioning Cassie Ventura. The judge sternly reminded the defense that it was given a day and a half to cross-examine Ventura, who is 8 months pregnant, and that she should be done by the end of the week. So he agrees with the prosecution. Combs' attorney, Mark Agnafilo, argued that Ventura should be able to come back Monday morning if needed. Okay, the judge shot back. In what universe did you not understand this was what was going to happen? Damn. You're not telling me this wasn't everyone's understanding that this witness was going to be done this week. Ventura was reviewing exhibits in a side room while the exchange took place. Cassie Ventura testified that during her relationship with Combs, she became jealous of his ex-girlfriend, Kim Porter. Ventura admitted to the jealousy after being asked by the defense attorney if Combs ever left a freak-off with her only to visit Porter afterward. Ventura agreed that she was upset about not having the chance to form a relationship with Combs' children, despite having a relationship with him for 7 years at that point. Ventura also acknowledged that it could be heartbreaking seeing Porter with the children and that she wanted to be a part of the Combs family, not just his sexual fantasy. Just picture that, because he has all these kids and you're not allowed to engage or get to know them. So what does that make you feel like? And again, for those that like to sit here and judge Cassie, some of y'all are in similar situations. It's just not a high profile individual. Some of y'all have never even met some of these people's friends, best friends, family, mother, whatever it may be. And we're talking 7 years in and Cassie hasn't been able to connect with them. Wow. Ventura said of Porter, "I had some jealousy." Cassie Ventura says that things got a little scary when Combs found out that she was cheating on him. She also admitted to being upset when she found out that Combs was spending time with a woman named Gina in 2014. Ventura said the infidelity prompted arguments. Cassie admits to keeping a burner phone while she was dating rapper Kid Cudi, to keeping the relationship private and away from Combs. And I believe that relationship with Kid Cudi only lasted like a month. "I thought it would be way too dangerous if he found out," she said. As she was dating Cudi, Ventura said that she continued to have freak-offs with Combs because to her, it was a job. Can you imagine where your head is in regards to that? Even though she was dating Kid Cudi, but she was still doing this with Sean or for Sean. When Combs found out about Cudi while going through her phone during one of the freak-offs, Ventura said that Combs attacked her. Cassie says that Combs kicked her in the back at his house after finding out that she was cheating on him with rapper Kid Cudi in 2011. When asked by Combs' attorney if her relationship with Cudi drove Mr. Combs crazy, Ventura replied, "To my knowledge, it wasn't good." She confirmed that Combs was especially offended by the affair with Cudi because of his status within the music industry. She added that suspicions and grievances over infidelity came up repeatedly throughout their relationship. Mind you, Diddy's over here with how many different baby mamas literally during their relationship. Cassie Ventura told the jury that Combs suspected being in a relationship with actor Michael B. Jordan. So there are a lot of names that are being brought up during this trial. Okay. Asked what Combs' reaction was to the alleged relationship, Ventura said, "I wasn't there to see it." Ventura said that she couldn't remember if Combs tried to text her about him, but he did try to make contact. When I think about this, though, didn't Michael B. Jordan date Lori Harvey?
Yep.
And then didn't Sean Combs at one particular point have like this relationship with Lori Harvey?
Yep. And did it Lori Harvey also have a relationship in the same night with Puffy's son? Rumor has it she went from her Puffy's kid's son's room, one of his sons, to his room after she pleasured Puffy's son. She turned around and went to Puffy's bedroom and also, had intercourse with Puffy as well. Okay? Rumor has it.
Was that in order to get a dig at Michael B. Jordan? Okay. I'm just connecting the dots and speculation.
Probably.
So she said he tried to make contact. Cassie described Combs' reaction to her taking illicit drugs without him as explosive. Ventura added that he told his drug dealers in LA to stop giving her drugs. Cassie Ventura testified that she sent text messages to Combs' chief of staff, KK, Christina Curran, about an incident in which he allegedly dangled someone over a balcony. So we've heard that infamous story for a very long time. People speculated that it was Wale. Wale has said that it wasn't him. Ventura acknowledging hearing about Combs supposedly
So
dangling.
Wale confirmed that it was not himself who was dangled out of a window over a balcony by Diddy. Well, once it was tension between Wale and Diddy at a music studio where he sent her, Cassie, to work with Wale at the time, or however have you, Wale was around. Diddy walked in. Wale got shook because Diddy thought that, his interaction with Cassie was a little bit more flirtatious than it should have been. And then did y'all just run to he threw him out over a balcony? Or was that not what happened? Because Wale could say it didn't happen, but it did, and just be embarrassed behind the fact that Diddy dangled his ass out of a window. But whatever.
Brianna Bana Bogolan over a balcony after the fact, but still reached out to a person in Combs' inner circle. I did text that. There were other crazy things that happened, Ventura told the court, adding she couldn't remember the name of the person she sent the text to. I saw what I saw, so I don't know.
Dear Dr. K, I used to think I was never meant to be beautiful. I was teased because of my teeth. I didn't like.
So Combs once overdosed. So this was some, for lack of a better word, tea that came out in her testimony. So apparently Combs once overdosed on painkillers, and the drug dependence fueled some of the rapper's mood swings, she said. During this cross-examination by defense lawyer Anna Estavo, Ventura was asked if Combs ever overdosed and if she was ever addicted. Ventura answered yes to both. And when the defense asked if Combs' mood swings were tied to pills, Ventura affirmatively replied it was a part of it. Ventura confirmed to the court that there were never any drugs contained in the baby oil. Okay, so this was a question that I asked, I think in like day 2 or day 3. I can't at this particular point remember everything. So she's confirming that the baby oil did not have drugs. You remember that? That was one of the rumors. So Cassie confirmed to the court that there was never any drugs contained in the baby oil used during the freak-offs with Combs. Combs was accused in a lawsuit last year of spiking the lubricant with GHB, commonly referred to as the date grape drug. All right. And as I take a little bit of a break from this, I do want to remind you guys, for those that enjoy hot topics or reality TV recaps, the Kempire After Dark, the villain era, is coming to a city near you. First of all, Philly, I'm coming there on July 10th. Atlanta, I'm coming there on August 5th. I have another August date that I can't yet announce. And then I'm coming back to New York City on Friday, September 12th. Ticket information is available in the description. Tickets officially go on sale for Atlanta and Philly tomorrow.
So Kempire's wrapping up.
In order to just numb her pain. And yesterday we told you that she said because of the constantness of these freak-offs, she had UTI'S, she had sores in her mouth. Like, she went through a lot. Cassie Ventura told the court that Combs expressed concern about getting caught in the Matrix, their code for getting too high during freak-offs. Ventura proposed a shorter freak-off session.
And I'm going to stop it, and I'm going to reiterate on that point right there. I'm sure it was a drug-fueled mess when they were together. So many years of drug usage between Cassie and Diddy. I'm sure there's a lot more than met the eye from that hotel video. Okay.
Session at the Intercontinental Hotel to avoid getting too high before her film premiere. A Matrix is like the high, and we would be getting too high for anything sexual to happen. There would be no performance, Ventura said during court. They continue, says Cassie Ventura was asked by the defense if she took a bad batch of MDMA, which is ecstasy, at the Intercontinental Hotel in Los Angeles hotel before Combs was caught on camera doing what he did to her in 2016. Ventura responded that she didn't recall exactly what she took or how the freak-off began at the hotel. That testimony brought an end to a grueling day of cross-examination that will continue Friday morning. So U.S. District Court Judge Aaron Subramanian is urging Combs' lawyers to wrap up their questions for the 8-month pregnant witness. We will try to narrow it down, defense lawyer Mark Agnifilo said. This is a critical witness, and I will come back in the morning and give you an estimate. It is an important and a very important case, is what he says to the judge. Well, look, he's got to push back. His job is to defend Diddy, and they want to be able to keep her up there because they probably have a whole lot of questions. They want to build a case against Cassie and to make her out to be this person that is not credible. And she is a key witness in their case. Some may say, a lot of legal experts have said, she is the reason that these federal charges were brought against him. So they want to discredit.
And so far, have we heard anything, sippers, conspiring to X traffic in the case so far? Drop your tea in the chat. Let me know what you guys feel.
They discredit her. They pretty much wrap this case up. But we shall see. Again, the prosecution bringing Cassie out so early on could be practical, or it could be we have a lot more. And just when I thought I was done, let me come back, because not only will Aubrey O'Day be testifying allegedly, we don't know yet. They said that Dawn Richard is expected to be the next witness for the government. I remember I said that, I think it's in yesterday's video. They said Dawn Richard, a former member of the group Danity Kane, is expected to take the witness stand on Friday once lawyers finish questioning Ventura. I don't know if they will get to Dawn Richard. If they're trying to finish up with Cassie, I don't think that she will be testifying
not this week,
tomorrow,
maybe.
but definitely next week. So they said that Dawn Richard, a former member of the girl group Danity Kane, is expected to take the witness stand on Friday once lawyers finish questioning Ventura. Prosecutor Maureen Comey said Richard last year filed a lawsuit against Combs accusing him of groping, assaulting, and imprisoning her. Here's the thing. I said this yesterday that possibly that Dawn Richard could be testifying because, remember, she said in her own lawsuit, witnessing Diddy punch Cassie in the stomach at a dinner. I'm not 100% completely surprised. Guys, as always, let's continue this conversation in the comment section. I want to know your thoughts and opinions.
We're going to wrap up with Kempire. Thank you so much, Kempire, for that great, riveting understanding of what's been going on inside the courtroom on the stand. Okay, let's go over to Law and Crime and see where they are this morning, guys. Thank you guys for joining me this morning. I've been live for like 3 or 4 hours, right? Just catching up on everything that is Diddy's trial. Okay, missed a couple of days, have my own personal affairs to deal with while I am being blessed in my life. You know, minimal stress, working through any mess. We're going to go over to live Cassie Ventura testimony Diddy's X trafficking trial. Okay. Let's see where they are on day 5 and jump in here and get this tea. I really want to thank everybody that has been sipping tea with me. We are up 80,000 views in a month, guys. That's incredible. I've only been back on YouTube for a month, okay? I've got about 70 new subscribers, which is really wonderful. You guys have been sipping tea with me in my comment section. That is very satisfying to comment with you guys and see what all you guys are thinking and sipping as far as everything going on. Let's see where they are with what's been going on today, because we know that Law and Crime likes to watch the courthouse for hours before they get to their commentary. So we're going to get right to the commentary they're updating us with today, okay? Let's see. And it's up right now.
judge does not want her coming back next week, so it's all going to be wrapped up today. We expect Elizabeth Milner, our in-court reporter, to be coming out shortly. She'll give us a recap about what she saw, what she heard in that courtroom. As you know, there are no cameras in that courtroom. There's no audio recording in that courtroom. So this is our best bet to report to you in real time about what is happening in that courtroom. Now, I said her cross-examination. The cross-examination of Cassandra Ventura continued. So this is alleged victim number one in this case, supporting the charges of racketeering, sex trafficking, prostitution. She is being cross-examined by Diddy's defense attorney, Anna Esteveo. Interesting cross-examination today. She was questioned about this audio tape of her where she's allegedly threatening somebody who may have had a video of a freak-off, maybe was going to release it, threatened to kill this person. Jonathan Oddie, person we've talked a lot about on Sidebar. This is a guy who allegedly shot up one of the Trump properties years ago, said that he was a sex slave of Diddy. Nobody believed it at the time. Well, a lot of people talk about him now. His name came up today as potentially being the source of this video. It does go to the idea, though, that Sean Combs may have made sure that this video never got not as a way, as the prosecution would say, to cover up evidence of his crimes, remember the racketeering, criminal enterprise, all that, but rather he wanted to protect Cassandra Ventura. And there's a lot of that today. There's a lot of that love between the two of them. Apparently, she said on the stand she doesn't even hate Diddy to this day. There was a lot of discussion of Diddy going to rehab. There was also an interesting back and forth about whether she went to memory therapy. So we're going to take your questions right now. A lot to discuss. I'm not going to do it alone. I am joined right now by SiriusXM host Mina Sewat-Lona. Great to see you, Mina. Thanks so much for taking the time. And trial attorney Ben Chu, who, as we know, famously represented Johnny Depp in his very high-profile trial. So, okay, Mina, I haven't had a chance to talk to you about this week. It's an interesting week. We are getting a glimpse into a very different lifestyle, very similar to how we got into a glimpse of the celebrity lifestyle in the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial. What are you taking away from, let's say, the cross-examination of Cassandra Ventura this week? And, you know, just generally what she had to say under direct.
I think it's really painting a different side of the relationship. The prosecution did a good job of highlighting some of the volatile things that happen in the relationship, some of the things that might be consistent with what he's being charged with. But the defense is really trying to humanize Diddy and really have it come across that they were in a complicated relationship that we may not understand, something called voyeurism. But they're trying to establish that there was a relationship there, that there were feelings and love there, and just really soften the time that they spent together.
And Ben, what is your take on it? Because I'm curious, I've been asking people, has this cross-examination changed the game for the prosecution, or does it not? You know, there's a lot of cross-examination yesterday about her being allegedly a willing participant in the freak-offs, that she was encouraging them, she was proactively taking steps to move forward with them, that she had her own drug use, maybe that she wasn't necessarily Sean Combs, that there was jealousy and love and violence in the relationship, but it's a domestic spat, not sex trafficking or racketeering. But, you know, does it negate what we heard in the first 2 days of testimony?
Jesse, I agree with Mina that that's what the defense is trying to do, to humanize him. But at the end of the day, I think the jury is going to have the indelible image of that video that's already been played several times. And the fact that they had some loving moments does not mitigate or undo what everybody has seen. It doesn't prove much to say that they had some times when they were happy together. That video shows horrible, cruel violence, and I don't see how that's going to be unseen by the jury.
Let's take some questions right now. We got a question from Ashley Glass. What does cross-examination mean? Oh, I'm sorry. Well, it basically means the other side is questioning that witness. So right now, Cassandra Ventura, since she is the prime witness for the prosecution, the government, she is being cross-examined. She is being questioned by Sean Combs' lawyer. Got a question from Magra VYN54. Jesse, you're looking sharp as always. I didn't add that. It actually says this, just so you know. Jess, thank you very much. Appreciate it. My question is, when can we expect the release of Puff Daddy? So it's interesting here, Mina, because there are people, if you go on X, you go on social media, whose opinions have been swayed during the last several days. You know, they hear Cassandra Ventura's testimony, or at least they're based on the reporting of it, but they're not convinced that Diddy is guilty of these crimes. And I've said it before. This is a very complicated case, racketeering, sex trafficking. It's not that the jury can just say, oh, you know, he violently assaulted Cassandra Ventura, he's guilty. No, it's not if he sexually abused her, he's guilty. There are specific elements here, and there are people out there who believe he will be acquitted.
Well, at the end of the day, they are not in the jury pool. So the court of public opinion, I'm sorry to say, but your opinion does not matter.
Well, we hope, by the way, we hope they're not tweeting, you know, during lunch breaks. But,
Right. But I think that you can't really make an opinion on day 4 of a trial, right? This is supposed to last up to, they're saying maybe 6 weeks, 8 weeks, 2 months. Cassie is not, from what I'm hearing, the only alleged victim here. So we have to wait and see what these other witnesses are going to say. There's a Jane Doe that they keep mentioning. There are rumors online of who the Jane Doe is, but we have to wait, right? The federal government does not go after someone without having all their ducks in a row. Cassie, I'm pretty sure, is not the only victim here. They will present other evidence. Let's wait to see what evidence the federal government has, and then you can make your judgments and your opinions.
Okay, we have a super chat question from Nest Dog. Thank you so much. Really appreciate your contribution here. So, Ben, I'll go to you. Nest Dog asks, I don't understand the defense. It doesn't seem like they're trying to disprove the charges. It's all about the relationship?
Yeah, Nest Dog, that's an excellent question. And I had the same question about this cross-examination. I don't think it's very effective, especially, as Mina said, when you have other victims who are coming forward. If this were just a he said, she said, I could see it, but not here. I think we all have to wait, as Mina suggested, to see what the prosecution has on the more technical aspects. But I think the prosecution is wise to start with this because they have the video. And I think that really sets the stage for the jury being open to those technical parts.
I think the cross-examination is trying to negate some of the factors in a few ways, right? So the big thing with sex trafficking is force, fraud, coercion. Well, if it was consensual and she's a willing participant for so many of these encounters, does that mean that all of it was consensual? Tough to say. But then, you know, there's this idea of the power dynamic, that he controlled all aspects of her life, controlled her finances, controlled the way she looked. They tried to downplay it and say, well, he was just giving her constructive feedback about her appearance. You know, there's love in this relationship. There was jealousy that this was, you know, maybe going to her motivations to go after him a little bit. I see what they're doing. I think this case is all going to come down to closing arguments and how each side articulates it, because it is.
End of the day, it doesn't matter how this trial ends up. I think that she is going to be an inspiration to a lot of other victims. You know, there's still a debate whether this is a sex trafficking case or not, but no one can deny that this is not domestic abuse as well. This woman has been abused mentally, physically, financially, and emotionally. And I think for other victims, this is a big moment in where this woman gets to tell her story. So I think that she recognizes that, and despite being weeks away from having a baby, I heard that her due date might be at the top of June. She's in her 3rd trimester. She understands the importance of her making it to court and speaking up for herself and telling her story.
Yeah, and I think it's important to emphasize, first of all, they had to get her in there immediately, right? Because she might be giving birth. Alleged victim, alleged victim number 3, they can't find that person, so that becomes a big problem for the prosecution's case. Here's an interesting one, and I don't know the answer to this, Ben. So Rita Connors asks, hey, Jesse, do the jurors get any special security protection? I'm concerned jurors may be afraid if they find him guilty that they or their family may be a target. Now, again, I don't know the specific security parameters that may be put here. They're obviously not, sequestered. But look, you handled a high-profile case. Are there specific protections put in place for these jurors when the world is watching?
Rita's question is excellent. I don't know what security measures are taken here. In the Depp case, we really didn't have any special measures taken with respect to the jury other than a marshal always being with them, escorting them to and from their deliberation room. But it's a legitimate concern, and perhaps the government could make a petition for that to put the jurors more at ease.
Got a question from Fabia Faiza Abanti. Go to you, Mina. What are the things that the defense can use to disprove the power dynamics?
Hi, Fabia is her name?
Fabia.
Hi, Fabia. I don't know what they can use, honestly. It just seems like he has the power. He has the money. He has the influence. He controls her career. I can't believe he signed her to a 10-album deal. Do you know how ridiculous that is? Even if she released an album every year, she would be locked in that recording deal for 10 years. She recorded, according to her testimony, 9 albums worth of music, which weren't released. So he was going to not only lock her in work-wise, but also they had a relationship going on. So he had that power. And then you have to remember the age gap. There's a 17-year age gap here. There's always going to be a power dynamic there. He met her when she was a teenager. She was 19. So already from the beginning, he's establishing all this power. And I don't know how they're going to disprove that, because she doesn't have the money. She doesn't have the control over her career. And she's in a relationship with him in where every time she tries to leave, there's violence, right? She tries to date Kid Cudi. He threatens to blow up his car. Guess what happened? His car blew up. So she can't even move on from this situation without feeling a threat, according to her testimony. So I don't know how they're going to do that, honestly.
I mean, I think they try to suggest that the things that he was doing were in her best interest and he wasn't trying to control her. But I mean, you can't argue the power dynamic. You can't argue who he was and who she was. And even, she said, at the beginning of her testimony, Sean Combs kind of introduced her to certain sex acts, right? And it's uncomfortable to say, but it's part of the conversation. Okay, here's what we're going to do. Mina, Ben, stand by. We're going to take a very quick break. Why? Because we're getting Elizabeth Milner, who was in that courtroom, on with us. We're going to hear what she saw, what she heard. Stay with us.
Okay, sorry guys, I don't know what had happened, but I got the feedback at
in Atlantic City that he had seen a video of her and explicit.
For the continued cross-examination of Cassandra Ventura, we believe she's going to be exiting the stand today. Elizabeth, so good to see you. I understand the elements are against you right now. I want to make sure that we get to you quick. I know you have to jump back into the courtroom. Interesting day of cross-examination. What is the mood in the courtroom, and what is the theme of the cross-examination today?
Well, the mood in the courtroom was definitely seeing where this cross-examination would essentially go to, especially after yesterday. There were a lot of kind of comments yesterday just about how Estevao was asking the line of questioning. She seemed kind of frantic. She seemed kind of like she didn't know how to ask the next question. She's over kind of conferring with her other counsel who's at the defense table, kind of wanting to know and insinuate what is going to be happening next. A lot of the conversation, especially towards the beginning today, was just about the Intercontinental Hotel back in 2016. The defense asked Cassie, you said Diddy blacked out during this incident, and Cassie wrote in a message, she said, when you get effed up the wrong way, you always want to show me that you have the power to knock me around like a rag doll. And the defense was kind of insinuating that during this moment, during this incident that happened in 2016, something that a lot of us saw on that surveillance video, they were kind of making it seem that Diddy was having a bad reaction to drugs, having a bad reaction to mixing it with alcohol, because even yesterday when they were cross-examining Cassie, they were talking about how he might have taken a bad batch of drugs during this incident. And even days prior to it, he might have been experiencing drug withdrawals during this incident. Again, trying to make it seem like this was the reason why he had attacked her on that surveillance video. Then they go back to 2016, where that same year, where the defense is asking, did Diddy accuse Cassie of cheating on him with some unnamed football? Wasn't sure how Diddy had learned of this. Cassie said she was dating someone else, but not sure how he found out. Diddy grabbed her phone, took off, and left without her mom actually had to call the cops essentially to get her phone back. Diddy spoke with someone on her phone while he had taken her phone away from her, and that was kind of the crux of that phone conversation. Then Cassie was asked, how many times did Diddy take your phone away from you? And she said, he did do this often, as well as take other things from her, lock her outside of her home, take her car away, that type of thing, something that she had even answered to under the direct examination. Then there was another point where the defense was trying to say, did Diddy take your phone away after he caught you dancing with Chris Brown? This in 2013. Cassie says she doesn't necessarily remember this situation because possibly to her, this is something that just happens so often. Then I think, Jesse, one of the points that had happened today was we heard this audio recording of Cassie back in 2014 as she was confronting this man named Sujit. Sujit had told Cassie in Atlantic City that he had seen a video of her, an sexually explicit video of her, and Cassie wanted to know where this video came from. How did it come into his possession? Because she had assumed that this was a freak-off video of her that was about to get leaked. And so we hear her in this audio confronting Sujit, and kind of, I think, a point that the defense was trying to make was just that Cassie would commit violence. She said things along the lines of asking repeatedly, can I see this video? It's not me touching myself because you said someone else was inside that room. Sujit said that he had this video clip on his phone. You can hear Cassie saying, I will kill you, I will kill you, I will put you in a desert, I will cut you. She kept saying, I will kill you because you're effing with my life. And Cassie, at one point in this audio clip, said she'll get someone else actually to do it, and said that this SHIT is not cool. And, I think essentially the defense was trying to point out, because this was something under her direct examination, that she was talking about how Diddy security guards entered a conversation and they all had a sit-down meeting at a restaurant to obtain this video back. But from the defense's perspective, they're trying to essentially insinuate that Cassie was threatening to kill. And look, we've all been there, right? Where, I could have a bad day and say, I will kill. Actually, let me just kind of take that back a little bit because I don't want this to be used against me or anything like that. But, there have been points where I think anybody can argue that we have all said at one point that, I'm going to kill you because that's how mad we get at another point. Another interesting moment that was discussed during this morning's testimony was Jonathan Auty. And we all know Jonathan Auty very well here at Law and Crime, especially you, Jesse, because you've covered him a number of times on Sidebar. Cassie was saying that Jonathan had taken a secret video of Cassie and Diddy during a freak-off, and Diddy tried to make this video go away. That Diddy spent actually a significant amount of money to make sure that this video didn't get released. And even after Auty had taken this video during this freak-off, Cassie had admitted that they never used Auty ever again during one of their freak-offs. She said that she was pretty concerned about the situation, concerned that Jonathan Auty would release this video. There was even a point that they had discussed today just about Garrett and Cowboys for Angels, an escort service that they had used often to kind of get escorts to their freak-offs, and that they actually had a reality show on Showtime about this called presumably Gigolos. videos or something along those lines of that, and that some of the contestants on this show were some of the escorts used in these freak offs. And I could tell just being inside that courtroom today that there were some moments of just, I don't know if it was embarrassment or nerves or just kind of like, where is this going? Why are we talking about this? Especially as the defense was asking her about her rehab stint in 2023, where they were asking her, what type of treatment did you go for? Were you going just for depression, or were you going for sex addiction and love addiction? They were talking about how she did treatment therapy, where she had hooked up pretty much wires to her brains just to kind of help her through trauma therapy, and how she was recounting her memories. And I could tell that that was kind of a hard point for her to talk about, one, because it was so recent. I mean, 2023 was just a couple years ago, and this was months before she had filed her lawsuit. And so I could tell during those moments that a lot of us were kind of like, where is this going, and why are they getting so personal? Her time during kind of like, is this even necessary for them to talk about? And, I'm, again, not in the jurors' minds, but
Yeah.
I was wondering if there was a little bit confusion on their end of what they were listening to, essentially, because in 2023, she was no longer with Diddy. She was married to her now husband. She had already had children. So we were kind of like, what does this have to actually do with her direct testimony at hand? And so, from what I could see of Cassie, she still has remained just like she has been the first few days of her testimony, remaining calm, cool, and collective. She, there were points you could tell where she just didn't want to recount these moments. Point that she had said today is that she doesn't even hate Diddy. She said that she had love for the time that they had had prior to that, but she admitted today during the cross-examination that she doesn't really hate him. And so as we were kind of wrapping things up towards the end, right before we went to lunch break, they were kind of starting to get into the breakup and everything that happened in 2018, how Alex Fine was kind of connected to that. And even when we were in the courtroom, Alex Fine had to step out of the courtroom during those moments because the defense might call him as an impeachment witness to impeach his own wife's testimony later along whenever they get their case and whether they present their witnesses. And so those were kind of the biggest moments and the biggest highlights that I had seen inside that courtroom. As far as just tone, he was doing how Diddy always does, very much so, kind of quarterbacking his defense, jotting notes down, passing them off, handing them to his attorneys. Estevao, I will say, she just seemed like she was just kind of scrambling a lot at times, something that I don't think is very much translated well onto the transcripts, that a lot of us are just kind of like, and this is no offense to her, I don't know what to be a criminal defense attorney. I don't know what it's like to do those types of questionings, but I think a lot of us were kind of wondering, why is she the one doing the cross-examination as opposed to maybe Tenny Garagos or even Nicole Westmoreland or Alexandra Shapiro, because she just seemed a little all over the place where she didn't know where to take the questions next. She had to kind of, again, confer with Mark Agnifilo or Tenny Garagos about where the questioning would come from. So it was a little interesting to see her do this cross-examination because from our perspective, working in the press, it seemed all over the place, but no idea kind of how the jury was interpreting just all of this information.
And we're trying to make sense of it too. I mean, I think with the treatment, I wonder if the goal is to say, well, were your memories manipulated in any way? Were they affected in any way about what might have happened? I mean, it was right before you filed the lawsuit. Very interesting timing. Listen, Elizabeth, I know it's raining. I know you have to jump back into that courtroom. Thank you so much for your in-depth reporting, as always, giving us a detailed play-by-play analysis and breakdown of what's happening in there. Elizabeth, really appreciate it, as always.
Absolutely. Thanks, Jesse.
You got it. Okay, so we're going to continue the conversation with Mina and Ben once again. Mina, you heard what Elizabeth had to say. It felt, from her perspective, a layperson's perspective, a little disjointed what the questioning is. Ben and I are attorneys. We're trying to figure it out, how they're making the legal arguments. I think I'm getting a sense of where they're going. But what do you think? Is it a little too disjointed?
They're fishing. They're fishing. They're trying to maybe say maybe she had a sex addiction and, or maybe this is the drug's fault, and I think you're right about it's going to come down to closing arguments, right? How do they make sense of everything that we're hearing? Are they going to say that, this was infused by drug abuse and drug use? Are they going to try to use that? Or are they going to say that addicts they have to blame someone, right? The defense has to blame someone other than Diddy or provide an explanation for why these things happened. So they're fishing to try to do that, it seems to me.
We got a question for you, Ben. This is Lisa G. You know me. Actually, I do know a Lisa G. I don't know if that's saying that to me. Well, Lisa G. You know me. I think I know. Can someone help me understand, does Miss Ventura settling for a reported $20 million lawsuit impact her credibility in the court's eyes? I mean, Ben, the lawsuit that she filed did come up during her questioning.
Yes, I think it's a great question, and I think it might influence the jurors. On the other hand, if I were the government, I would argue that the fact that that civil lawsuit is settled actually takes away any incentive for her to make it seem worse.
So we have more super chat questions coming in. Eva Rios, thank you so much, Eva Rios. Hello, is this the same judge who denied bond? Well, there were multiple judges who ended up denying Sean Combs bond, and I believe Subramanian was the, I mean, it was 2 or 3, I forgot. It was 3, right? It was 3 judges, right? And they actually abandoned the effort at one point. You know, they could have actually fought it even higher. They could have appealed it even higher, and I think they cut their losses. They said we need to focus more on the defense moving forward to trial. We have a question from, again, a super chat question from RegHand43. Thank you so much for the contribution. Will the prosecution team subpoena or get celebrity mogul Jay-Z on the witness stand to cross-examine? Mina, I'm going to start with you and then I'll move on to Ben. What do you think?
First of all, if you know anything about Jay-Z recently and his acumen when it comes to attorneys, I think it would be very difficult. Jay is lawyered up, basically, and I don't see his relevance, right? We haven't heard about him being involved in this at all. Social media is running rampant with allegations and speculation about who were at these freak offs, who participated, who else aided and knew what was going on, but he hasn't come up. And I think even if he does come up, which I don't think he's going to come up, Jay is so well versed that I'm pretty sure he will never see that courthouse.
Ben, well, and by the way, you're referring to, of course, the fact that he was accused of sexually abusing a 13-year-old girl in 2000. That lawsuit against him was dropped, arguably because the allegations against him were debunked by not only NBC News, but also Jay-Z's attorneys, or seemingly debunked, I should say. Now, Ben, I'll throw it to you. Jay-Z, we're going to see him at this trial?
No, and I agree with Mina. If I could for a second.
We haven't even saw Jay-Z nowhere around this. Jay-Z will not take any of Diddy's phone calls. He has seemingly, in the eyes of us, you know, written Diddy off, told Diddy to make it through the best he can by his goddamn self, as most of the celebrity friends and people in high places have done. We haven't really seen anybody jump out the woodwork for Diddy.
Point about fishing. Fishing is not something, as you know, Jesse, you want to do on cross-examination. You know, it goes back to the old adage, you know, never ask a question to which you don't know the answer, because you can get many bad surprises on cross. What they should be doing on cross is to be extremely organized, make their points succinctly, and stop.
Yeah, and I wonder if that might be affecting things. Ben, I'll just stick with you. We got a question from BK. If Cassie's testimonial is only classified as domestic violence, who can bring and help prove the racketeering? So if I could just tweak that question a bit, do you think that her testimony so far has helped with the overall racketeering conspiracy charge, Ben? And if not, who does the prosecution need to bring to prove it?
I don't think that they've established any of the technical aspects at all yet. I think this is all about poisoning the jury's mind about Diddy, which probably was done by the video. I'm not sure who the government has, but as Mina said, the government is going to have its ducks in a row, and they're going to have witnesses who can, at least on their face, satisfy the elements.
I'll just push back and say, I think that there is a little bit that they're making. So when she testified about, you know, he has these security guards, he has these assistants who are constantly checking up on her, who are cleaning up after the freak off. So if you're talking about a criminal enterprise and him having a team of people and a conspiracy, multiple people working together, I can kind of see how that testimony helps. If she's talking about underlying predicate crimes to prove racketeering, allegedly blowing up Kid Cudi's car, arson, right? You're talking about her doing drugs, drug trafficking. She's talking about being sexually abused, sex trafficking. So I think that there are elements that are, I don't think it's crystallized. I think I'm doing mental gymnastics here myself to try to make sense of it. It'll be up to the prosecution to do. Okay, here we got a great question. Okay, this is for you, Mina. This is an interesting one. Bobby Heath. Jesse is the very best at doing sidebar. First of all, thank you. I'm not making this up, by the way. These are the actual compliments that are on here, so I appreciate it. A question I have, if this is the question, a question I have is if Cassie wasn't 9 months pregnant, would they put her on the stand last to finish strong? What do you think, Mina?
I don't think so. I think that video is so powerful. They have to establish the violence that Diddy is capable of, and then the supporting witnesses will fill in the blanks, right? Also, you have to establish the racketeering part of it and the organized crime part of it. And I think it was really strategic how they started with the bodyguard, the intercontinental bodyguard, in where the bodyguard said, I went there and he threw money at me, and you know, he bought the tape for $50,000 or something like that. And you have to really establish that there's a cover up, right? A cover up that's trying that they're trying to really, you know, hide what they're doing. And I think you needed to see it so they can fill in the blanks after that.
Question for you, Ben, from Daniela3984. Please keep them coming in. We got a lot of questions coming in right now. But can new witnesses, Ben, added by the state attorney, prosecutor, or would it be possible for the judge not to allow new witnesses? That's a good question, a trial question about how much you can add new witnesses during the course of the trial.
Yes, it's a great question. It's a great question, and usually there are deadlines for that, but both sides can also bring in rebuttal witnesses who have not been identified by either side. So there usually are some new witnesses at trial.
We have excuse me, joking here. Got a question from Lisa Morales. Are we going to see Justin Bieber on the stand? Very funny you should say that, Lisa. No, I don't think we're going to see Justin Bieber on the stand, particularly he came out today, Mina, right, and said that he is not a victim of Sean Combs. So, by the way, we are going to do a sidebar on that. It's going to come out tonight. So I'm actually going to record it right after this. But Mina, no, right?
No, he's already put that to rest. That rumor has been running around on social media as well. In fact, social media started pulling up everyone who Diddy has been associated with. Since they were young, Justin Bieber, Usher. I think his attorney made a good point saying, mentioning Justin really takes away from some of the actual victims here, and that we need to focus on those victims. So no, I don't think Justin Bieber is going to be showing up here.
Yeah, I don't think so either. I think this is a misnomer and maybe a disappointment for people who thought this was going to be a celebrity-filled trial. Big names are going to be accused. That's not what this is. This is a very particular case with very particular witnesses. Having said that, there is reports that Dawn Richard is going to take the stand after Cassandra Ventura. By the way, you mentioned one of our viewers kindly mentioned sidebar. I want to just say something real quick. So,
Jesse.
I have to say it. I got to say it. Listen, we're constantly covering this case. We're constantly covering true crime news, and we make this content specifically for our YouTube audience. We just got the word that Sidebar was ranked number 32 in the top 100 podcasts on YouTube, and that is all thanks to you and your support and your viewership. Really, really thank you so much. Listen, not self-promoting, but I'm letting everybody know this is, we're making this for you guys, and we really, really appreciate everybody coming to us. Okay, here's a question from for you, Ben, from NLin93. How is redirect going to be after this cross? What's the best plan? That is a great question.
Great question. Redirect is different from cross, obviously. but it also should be short. I think what you do is just take the 3 or 4 things that you want Cassie Ventura to clean up and do it. I wouldn't spend much time. Her direct testimony was effective. The cross was, so-so. I would just pick 3 or 4 and then sit down and get to your next witness.
Yeah, Mina, because this is the thing, right? This is the thing what I think they have to emphasize. You might have agreed to freak-offs at the beginning. You might have agreed to freak-offs one at a time. It's like 99% of the time you could say yes, but the 1% you say no, right? That's all that matters, right, Mina?
Right. And that's exactly what I was going to say. They just need to establish the timeline, right? Both of those things can be true. Both of these sides of this relationship can be true. She could have been in a consenting, open relationship, but she also could have been in an abusive relationship in where sexually things were being done to her that she did not want. They just have to establish when those things happened. This is a 10-year on and off relationship. So much can change. I think it's really important to also point out that she started these alleged freak-offs when she was 22, right? At the end, she's in her 30s. Someone that is 22 can agree to something where a 30-year-old might be like, no, I'm not doing that. So they need to really clearly establish the timeline here, because I believe some of these text messages were from 2009. They're very early in their relationship. It's very easy to disapprove all of that, right? Yeah, they were in a consenting relationship at one point, but then it turned left, and then she found herself in a sexual relationship where she's having multiple partners that she didn't even know, and she was not consenting to that, and she was being blackmailed with these videos. It's very simple to clean up.
By the way, so the court is back. We are going to provide real-time updates about what is happening. Obviously, no cameras, no recording equipment. So here's what's happening in court. They just got back. The judge said, let's get this done before the jury returns. Combs' attorney, Anna Estevao, says, we still think it's appropriate for this message to come in. Not entirely sure what the message is, but Emily Johnson, who's one of the prosecutors, responds, we still have issues with phrases like, I'd like to reconnect. Johnson asks, what state of mind is this being offered for? The judge responds, there are portions that are properly admissible, so this needs to be redacted if it's going to be admitted into evidence. For example, in the 5th paragraph, I've been getting my life together. No. Combs' attorney, Ms. Estevao, says, we can get that in through other exhibits. The judge says, you can redact it right now. Estevao responds, I will do it right now. That's an interesting back and forth there. Obviously, the jury's not present, Ben, about what they can and cannot see about this controversial message or document.
Yeah, this is very typical during civil and criminal trials for the court to make rulings like that as to certain exhibits and what should and should not be redacted, and they can end up being quite important.
Yeah, and look, you got to be careful what you show the jury so it doesn't unfairly prejudice the case. Okay, we got a question from Chris Buono. Jesse, will Jonathan Odie be taking the stand? Excuse me, maybe testifying from jail? Chris, I got you. If you told me at the beginning of the case, I would say no. I don't know. Maybe. I mean, his name has come up more times than I thought he was going to. Mina, are we going to? I mean, by the way, his tape from 2018, where he's in the interrogation room and he's like, I was a sex slave of Sean Combs and Cassie, and I was like, oh my gosh. Now it's like, okay, he might have relevant information.
Right, but the thing with him is his credibility, right? He's kind of like a loose cannon a little bit from, and Jesse, you would know more, but the feel that I get from the videotapes that I've seen, he's kind of like a loose cannon, right? So I think credibility,
I would say that's a fair
credibility
assessment.
may be an issue here.
Well,
I don't know if the safest witness is what I'm saying.
I got to tell you, I did a sidebar recently where he was talking about, you know, in the video, he talks about having a settlement with Sean Combs. The Daily Mail reported, and again, we reported on it too, that there was this document that surfaced where it looks like a settlement offer where Sean Combs signed it. So things that may seem outlandish and wild maybe are now being backed up. I don't know. Okay, got a question for you, Ben, from Christina. Do we know if any other victims and how many will be testifying? Also, witnesses to these freak-offs. Can we expect any, and how many?
I think that, and Jesse, you may know the exact number. I think we're going to hear from 3 additional victims.
Well, there
And
were supposed to be 4, right? And one of them
4
we
total.
can't find. So yeah, maybe 3.
Yeah, I had understood originally there were going to be 4, which really, I think, establishes the pattern, which also, again, begs the question as to how hard you're going to examine Cassie Ventura when you've got 3 other victims who are going to say the same thing. And yes, there may well be some witnesses, including the person in jail that you were just speaking about.
Yeah, I think other escorts or male performers may be taking the stand as well. Who they are, not entirely sure. Okay, here's a question for you, Mina. This is from Ari. Will Christina Coram, who is Sean Combs' I guess, former chief of staff, and Gene Deal, who at one point was his bodyguard, will they testify?
We don't know. I heard that they have about 100 people on the possible list. That's kind of the interesting thing about court. You could think something's happening or going to happen, and then there's a pivot because of maybe something that was said during testimony or cross. So I don't know. I mean, it would be interesting to hear their side of the story if they're being accused of helping in this alleged racketeering and organized sexual, crime company. It would be interesting to hear what they did. I know that one of them had released a statement stating that she's never aided in any crimes. So I think it would be important to hear their side of the story, because at the end of the day, you do have to prove that organized crime racketeering piece.
Got another question from Chris Bono that I think is great. I'll throw this to you, Ben. Would Cassandra Ventura need to give that money back for any reason? So again, she had that settlement with Sean Combs, now testifying against him. Would she have to give the money back for any reason?
I don't believe so, no.
Yeah, and Mina, you were shaking your head too, no.
And you know what? The fact that he gave that money in under 24 hours also speaks volumes, right?
Yeah, no, it's although I don't know, there are people who've said, and Ben, you go to this, there are people who settle for all different kinds of reasons, right? Ben, they don't just settle because they're guilty of what they're, or, liable for what they're being accused of, if we're talking in a civil sense, but they settle for other reasons. They don't want it to amplify, they don't want to go through litigation, maybe they settle before a lawsuit's filed because they don't want it to go public. We can't just automatically take the settlement to mean that all of this is true, right, Ben? Or what do you think?
Yeah, completely right, Jesse, that people settle for all kinds of reasons to avoid stress, to avoid legal fees. But the quicker the settlement, as Mina pointed out, and the amount of the settlement do speak, the bigger the settlement, the worse it looks.
By the way, I have a question for you, Ben. He's got a massive legal team. Is that what you expected?
Yeah, that's what I would expect, although that can be an advantage and a disadvantage. Personally, I like a smaller team with everybody on the team knowing everything about the case. The problem when you have a big team, as you know, is that you'll have people who know little pieces of the case. So it's just a question of preference. But yes, I would expect him to have a huge team.
Interesting. Okay, got a question for you, Mina. This is from Donnie Darko 99. No one's asking, why did she sign the 10-album contract, and why did Diddy didn't let her create more albums if that's what she signed to?
Well, Danny, that is a great point. And
Donnie,
I think
Donnie Darko.
Donnie, thank you, Donnie. That's a great point. But I think the prosecution, if I'm right about this, they're going to point out that maybe because the music wasn't important to Diddy. At one point, Cassie did say, this was my job, these freak-offs. So I think the fact that she couldn't really actively participate in her music career because he controlled that, and then she had to participate in these other sexual activities, I think that's actually going to help the prosecution. But you're right, why sign her to this deal? She was also 19, And a lot of young artists sign deals that are not favorable to them. It's very important to have an attorney when you're signing a deal like that. And I don't know if Cassie had that present, but I'm not an attorney, but Ben, you are. I would never allow my client to sign a 10 album deal. I mean, like I said, even if you release the album every year, you would be under a contract for 10 years. That's ridiculous.
Ben would never let that happen, right, Ben?
No, no way.
You know, Mina, you say you're not a lawyer, but you know the law backwards and forwards as much as anybody else. Okay.
Let me say this though. I went to Syracuse University. I'm a new high school, television, radio, and film, and political science, Jesse. I was almost there. Almost.
And you're giving me a hard time about self-promoting sidebar. My gosh, Mina, what is going on here? No, I just messing. So, okay, here's something that's interesting from Janae Hall. Janae Hall for you, Ben. Will witness 3 be held in contempt if they don't show up, since they're saying they do not know where this witness is?
If the witness violates a subpoena or violates a court order, the judge could issue a capias, which is basically a summons for the witness's arrest. But that's only if there's been proper service or a court order. If the witness is simply missing, the witness is not necessarily in contempt.
But isn't the problem, Ben, even if they were to compel her to take the stand, that could affect her testimony and might not work for the prosecution's benefit. And they might say, we're cutting our losses. She's an issue.
Yeah, absolutely. If you've got a witness who is so reluctant that she's avoiding service, you probably don't want that witness, especially when you have the burden of proving guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You don't want a loose witness there because it can be the subject of the closing arguments that Mina mentioned.
We got a question for you, Mina, from Moose Moose. How long does this case go for?
They're estimating 6 to 8 weeks, so 2 months tops, which I think is pretty fast considering other cases. I mean, Jesse, you and I covered Young Thug, and that went for over a year.
Don't use Young Thug as an example. That was insane. I mean, that shouldn't happen. But you know, it is interesting, Mina, when you think about it and the power of Cassandra Ventura's testimony. There are some attorneys I've spoken to who say, hey, it's great to get her out in first, right? Primacy, recency, one of the first witnesses they hear. Then again, 8 weeks later, that impact of her testimony might fade a bit. No, Mina?
Yeah, I agree. But we also don't know who's coming next, right?
Right.
And what their testimony is. So I think that the prosecution, it's hard to say because we're not in the courtroom. And that's some of the limitation with this particular case. You have to just kind of get it from word of mouth from other people. But yeah, I mean, it's hard to say how these next witnesses are gonna impact the jury and what their testimony is gonna be.
So we got a question for you, Ben, from Gossip Squirrel. Okay, that's great. Will we see Diddy speak at any point during the trial?
Great question. Probably the most critical question from Gossip Squirrel. My personal theory is that he's going to defy convention and testify. The rule, as you know, is that the defendant doesn't testify. I go back to the video. That's why I'm not sure it matters that it will have been a long time before Cassie has testified, because you know the prosecution is going to show that video again in closing argument. But if if I were the defense, I would think very strongly about putting him on. I think he's got to explain that. He's got to apologize for it. The problem is he's already apologized.
Yeah.
Okay, y'all didn't hear that. It was on mute, unfortunately. I said I'm still in the middle as far as where Diddy is with testifying. I still got to hear more of what it looks like for Diddy. Like right now, Cassie's just testified to, what their situationship was. It hasn't really been anything damaging quite yet. As far as like Diddy having to get up there and defend what was said with his own accounts and recollections of, what happened in his own words. So I'm going to give it some more time for me to see how I feel. Would it be tea for Diddy to get up there and spill? Yeah. So y'all let me know in the chat. What's y'all's tea on Diddy potentially testifying?
Yeah, he apologized, Ben, in that Instagram video, and that didn't go over well.
No, so he's going to face cross-examination out the wazoo, but I still think he's got to show some remorse so they don't think that he's such a monster as he appears to be in the video.
So we have a poll up on Law and Crime. We always put a bunch of polls up during the course of this case. The question we asked is, who do you think won week one? 67% say the prosecution won week one. 33% say the defense won week one. You think that's a fair assessment of the week, Mina?
I think so. I've seen some contradiction online. I've seen, the comments kind of say, where's the crime? This seems like a domestic violence case, but they're getting to it. They've sprinkled in different elements, bringing in the escorts from a variety of places. I actually have it written down here: prostitutes from Miami, Las Vegas, LA, Ibiza. They've introduced the fact that, Diddy might have blackmailed her by saying, if you don't do this, I'm going to release these freak off videos of you. They've introduced the fact that when something's going wrong during the freak off, someone's getting baby oil, or, someone's orchestrating these things and supplying and kind of, it adds to that organized crime bit. So I think they've had some successes. I do think that it would be wise, to be honest, to put Diddy on the stand. I mean, if I was on this case, I'm not an attorney, but I would put him on. Just it would humanize him, and I think he'd be able to tell his story in his own words, and then help the jury really understand who he is. He's very charismatic. You don't get to be a mogul by not being a people person. So painting him as this violent person, which he can be, but there's also another side of him where he's very good with people. You don't have multiple business, Sean John, Ciroc, you're representing liquor companies. You don't get to be this person without being a good people person. And I think it would be wise to let the jury see that.
I would say, look, it's his decision at the end of the day, and he's probably going to make a game time decision based on how I think they're doing in the case and whether it's necessary. We got a question from Martina Masadas. Any insight into why Sean Combs' children were allowed in court during such sensitive testimony? Well, they're adults. They want to be there. They want to be there. It's their choice. I mean, it's probably not the most comfortable testimony to listen to about your father's sex life and what he's accused of doing, but they're there to support him. We get a question. We have an update from court. So yeah, this is Sean Combs' attorney, Anna Esteveo. I want to say we're going to finish with cross faster than he thought, probably before the next break. Combs' other attorney, Mark Agnifilo, says, may I speak with the government for 1 minute? The judge says, bring the jury back. There was also something about Tenny Garagos on exhibits and redactions. We have a question here, Ben, from Soul Shadow. Do you think at some point we'll have psychological experts who can explain the mechanisms of psychological control in this type of relationship? And if you don't know the answer to this, Ben, I do, but you tell me if you want to answer this one.
If I were the prosecution, I would, but I turn to you for the actual answer.
So you're going to know this name. Dr. Dawn Hughes is going to be testifying. And she will not be allowed to testify about coercive control, but other certain dynamics of a relationship she will be able to testify to. And I know, Ben, she played a role in your trial.
Yes, she did. Yes, I think she had mixed results.
Yep. Well, that's going to be very interesting to see, because I guess, Mina, the question becomes, and this is the question, right? If you were abused, Cassandra Ventura, if you were trafficked, Cassandra Ventura, why didn't you go to the police? Why didn't you leave? Why did you, even though she said she didn't keep coming back, why did you stay with him? There are cases that our understanding of sexual abuse, and this is allegations here, they've changed over time, Mina, about why alleged victims do these things. And I was in the Harvey Weinstein trial, okay? I mean, I covered it the entire time. And that was the big point of analysis, is that if Weinstein did this to you, why did you stay in contact with him? You can be abused and do that. It's documented. So it becomes a very interesting and important conversation to have, Mina.
There's a psychology behind the abuse that is very important to explain in this particular trial and any trial involving sexual abuse and trafficking.
Absolutely. So again, we have a question from Legs 7K. Ben, now Cassie has given evidence. Is there a possibility that there may be a male witness similar to Witness 1? Now, Witness 1 was the security guard, so I don't know if they were actually referring to Witness 2, who is that male performer that allegedly was paid to have sex with Cassandra Ventura. But I imagine we're going to be hearing from probably more individuals in that line of work, Ben.
Yeah, I would think so.
Yep. We got a question from Ashley Glass. If the prosecution didn't think, I'll throw this to you, Ben. Ashley Glass, if the prosecution didn't think they could get him on these charges, why would they rate him and stuff? Like, I mean, it's a fair question, right? So we keep talking about, I've said this in the opening statement, it felt to me like the prosecution really was spending a lot of time trying to explain to the jury why this is a crime. Not if he committed a crime, why this is a crime. Racketeering, sex trafficking, complicated charges, right? But this is the Southern District of New York, Ben. These are one of the top prosecuting teams in the entire United States. They wouldn't have gone after him. Just why? Because they can't, there's no state charges he could be charged with, and they have to get him on something? No, they would go after him, I think, feeling like they have a strong case, right?
Absolutely, and they wouldn't do the raid. Of course, they have to get a judge to approve that. They wouldn't even try that unless they felt they had a very strong case.
We've got a question, Mina, from Janae Hall. Is it likely the defense will have any of his children testify on his behalf?
I wouldn't. As a parent, I wouldn't want to put my children anywhere near this. Keep them away. Don't open them up to this. Protect them, right? I absolutely would not do that.
Well, if he's convicted and there's a sentencing hearing, I'm sure his children will make statements in some capacity in his side, for sure. I mean, that's something we can expect. You're right, Mina?
I do want to add that there's also things that are unsaid, right? His children being there, his mother being there. Those are all unsaid things. We support you. We believe you. I mean, a lot of the analysis and the reporters are, who's looking where, who's doing what. His daughters, when they were having very graphic testimony about the sexual nature of this trial, his daughters left. All of those things are being watched. The jury can see that. So there's a lot of things that are unsaid that you don't need to put your child on the stand to say.
Yeah, and by the way, it goes to another question, Ben. When you have a client, right, okay, whether it's a celebrity client or any kind of client, you have to coach them on how to behave in that courtroom at all times, because the jury's going to be watching. I imagine the jury looks over at your client 60% of the time, 70% of the time, to see maybe their reactions to everything. Am I wrong? I mean, you have to coach them about how they behave.
No, you're absolutely right. And every second you're in the courtroom, and it goes for the attorneys too, although people pay less attention to the attorneys. But if there's family there, and I agree with Mina, just having them there is great testimony, because it shows support. But the family also needs to be careful how they react. So everybody has to be schooled on how to behave in a courtroom and not to speak outside the courtroom, because you never know where a juror might be.
So keep the questions coming in. We're going to be talking for a little bit longer. We got another question from Chris Bono. Has the witness list been released? If not, why? No, I believe it's sealed. And that would make sense in a case like this when you're talking not only about, first of all, you have alleged victims who are testifying under pseudonyms. It gives you the idea of the sensitivity of these charges. And you want to make sure that nothing impacts this trial, that none of their identities are revealed that could compromise their testimony in any way. Mina, this is a case where Combs himself has been accused of trying to improperly contact witnesses in this case. So having the witness list sealed in a criminal case like this, not surprising, right?
Right. And also their safety, right? I mean, they're painting this man to be someone that will blow up your car, right? So it's like people might be concerned about their safety. And that's why they wouldn't release the list.
Yeah, we have a question. Oh, this is an interesting one. Who do I give this to? I'll start with you, Ben. This is from Bird. Is it likely this is a trial by social media?
I don't think so. I mean, there's certainly a lot of social media attention and attention to your show, but I think the jurors will base their decision on the evidence they hear.
You would hope so, but obviously, look, Ben, your trial was the most watched trial, I think, of all time. And everybody had an opinion. Everybody was making videos. Their courtroom, people were making videos outside the courthouse. You don't want to have an effect on the jury, but it does become a difficult question.
Yeah, it does. And I could see the concern about it, but again, hopefully, as you say, hopefully the jury will put that out of their minds and focus on the testimony they hear from both sides and be fair.
We have a question. Oh, we have an update from court. So the jury is entering. Combs' attorney, Ana Esteveo, says, Ms. Ventura, we're almost done here. Ventura responds, thank you. Esteveo asks, I will read Mr. Combs' messages. You're going to make a beautiful mother, God bless. So that's apparently what Combs had written Cassandra Ventura. Ventura responds, I said, thank you, God bless. Mina, what do you make of their exchanges, the loving exchanges between them? What do you think the value of that is?
I mean, there was love there, right? No one's denying that. And I think, as I said before, both things can be true, right? They could have loved each other and this could have started very innocently. But obviously something went wrong where Cassie feels like she was victimized and to the point where it's criminal. So both of those things can be true, and the prosecution has to prove what the facts are.
Have a question from Gossip Squirrel. If Diddy is convicted, what does prison look like for him? Will he get the celebrity treatment like house arrest? So before I throw that to you, Ben, when I talk about what prison could be for him, racketeering carries a maximum of life in prison. Is a sex trafficking. You're talking about a mandatory minimum sentence of 15 years in prison. Transportation for purposes of prostitution, that's a max sentence of 10 years in prison. So prison is, if he's convicted, is a strong likelihood here. Talk to me, Ben, about what we could anticipate for a celebrity behind bars.
Wait, I don't know. It could cut either way. I mean, there might be people in the prison who admire him and might protect him, but it also could cut the other way. I think it would be a very grim situation in either scenario.
I don't know the answer to this one, Mina. This is Legs 7K. Do we know over the years if Cassie had hospital records to show any injuries to back her case? I knew there was something about medical records going into this case. Maybe our producers can check it out, but I don't think so. They would have been asked about it.
Yeah, from my knowledge, nothing was reported. And I think that's the big question that the defense really has to outline. Why? Why did you not report this? Now you can easily put an expert on the stand and explain why, right? Many people of abuse and sexual trafficking, they have a strange allegiance to the person who's hurting them. And it's like I said before, it's a psychology to it. So Yeah, there's a reason why there are no medical records, but that's a valid point, and that's something that the defense really needs to hit home. If this horrible thing was happening to you on and off for 10 years, why didn't you document it properly?
I don't know if they're even necessarily fighting that this happened to her, Ben. I mean, there were photographs that were shown. We all saw the 2016 tape. Once you see the 2016 tape, you're like, I believe every instance when she says she was physically abused. They're just, I mean, the truth is, Ben, they're just recharacterizing what this abuse was.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, the video is so powerful. It establishes the abuse.
One thing I will say from Cassie's original lawsuit, it said Mr. Combs had Miss Ventura's personal medical records sent directly to his email address. For instance, when Miss Ventura began experiencing memory loss, potentially due to excessive drug use and or head injuries caused by Mr. Combs' beatings, as described below, her MRI results were provided directly to Mr. Combs. Mr. Combs also repeatedly arranged for his staff to drive Miss Ventura to certain doctor's appointments. That's pretty illuminating there, Amina.
I mean, that's the power that we're dealing with here. You know, I mean, where are her HIPAA laws? Because why is her MRI being delivered to someone that's not her? That's just insanity.
So we got a question here from Dr. N. Ben, does the defense get all the prosecution's evidence ahead of time? And can they change the list in the middle of the trial?
Well, certainly under Brady, they're going to get a lot of evidence. The defense is entitled to the evidence and will have it sufficiently in advance. And as I think we talked about earlier, there will be some witnesses who weren't on the list.
Well, I'll tell you, pre-trial, that was a ton of litigation between them. Ton of litigation where the defense kept saying, you know, they're first of all, Sean Combs was hit with superseding indictment after superseding indictment. They say the prosecution's trying to introduce new theories. They want to introduce all this new evidence. They aren't telling us who's going to be testifying in time. We can't properly prepare for trial. And yet all the time, Mina, it seemed to me the defense was spearheading, going straight ahead towards this trial. You know, that's a question too. I think that's a question too. It's very rare to see a federal criminal case go to trial in less than a year from arrest and indictment. But if he had made bail, I've always said he would have tried to push this criminal case as far down the road as possible. Him being locked up and being denied bail, I think he wanted to go to trial immediately, try to get, you know, acquitted and get out of there. That still seems to be what the game plan was, Mina.
Yeah, and that came across really in the reporting. Initially, it was like, okay, he wants to get this done fast. You know, we want to make sure that we get this done and over with. But then there was a request for the 2-month delay. So I think as more attorneys got involved, especially after Brian Steele got involved, it was more so like, whoa, we need some time to prepare. We want to push back. And then the judge did not agree to that. But I said that before. I'm surprised at how fast this is moving. And I think because it is a high profile celebrity, you know, the judge is very adamant from what I've seen about keeping this on track and making sure that this is tight and fair.
We have another update from court before we wrap things up. Cassandra Ventura apparently wrote Combs, "We should talk and have closure." And Ms. Esteveo, who's playing the part of Combs, said, Mr. Combs sent back a tear-face emoji. He said, "You were always my ride or die." Ventura said, "I thought it was nice." Esteveo says, "You've been craving that." Ventura responds, "Before, I don't think I was craving now." So again, a lot of their dynamics in the relationship. Listen, I'm losing my voice. I've been talking so much. Mina Lona, Ben Shu, thank you both so much for coming on. I really, really appreciate your terrific insight, and it was great to see both of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jesse.
And congratulations on being a popular podcast.
Well, thank you. Appreciate it. It was,
you deserve it. You've been doing it for a long time.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, it's really all due to the support of our incredible viewers. So, guys, thank you so much out there for watching us here on the live stream. Before we wrap things up, I just want to say we are planning to continue to do these live shows for you every day of this trial and try to cover this case for you as much as we can. And the reason we can do that, one of the other reasons,
All right, we are up live
because
this
we have an incredible
afternoon. We've been live all morning, y'all, just covering everything, updates on everything.
sponsor,
Diddy right now,
incredible
right?
sponsor partner,
What did I
Morgan
just
& Morgan,
do?
America's largest
Hold
injury
on,
law
let me
firm.
get
And
out
if you don't know who they are, this is a firm with over 1,000 attorneys. And you know why they have so many? Because they sponsor.
Okay.
Incredible
So,
sponsor partner,
while my
Morgan &
computer
Morgan,
doesn't want to
America's
mute.
largest.
Okay. I have got some tea in, sippers. I've got some tea in. Inner City Press has tweeted out on May 16, 2025 about the Sean Diddy Combs trial. Okay, so hot off the press. Combs, Estevao. Wasn't there a time he found out you were dancing with another person in the entertainment industry? Phone, right? Ventura. I don't remember. Estevao. It was Chris Brown. Ventura. I was not dancing with him. Chris Brown has entered the group chat, they say. Okay, so Combs, Estevao. Mr. Combs spent a lot of money to make sure the video did not get released. Ventura, I don't know. Estevao, you had a conversation with Jonathan Odie that was transcribed? Ventura, I'm not sure. Estevao, he was volatile. Ventura, I didn't trust him. Okay. Combs, Asked by Estevao, what did Mr. Combs say when you told him you thought Mr. Odie was recording? Ventura, he said he'd take care of it. Estevao, are you aware of an escort leaving comments on Mr. Combs' Instagram page? Ventura, I am not. Combs, Estevao. So this must be because they're putting Combs in front, so it must be his defense team. Okay. And you write back, we can embrace, laugh out loud. And you wanted to hug him, right? Ventura. That's what I said. Estevao, did you have actual intercourse with Mr. Combs that night? Ventura, I did. Estevao, during that, your now husband FaceTime you? Yes. Oh my. No tweets mention a traffic trial. Specifically, these are related to the ongoing trafficking and racketeering trial. Okay. Let me see. So on May 15th, for the Combs defense, Anna Maria Estevao cross-examined Ventura by positing that the hallway assault was triggered by bad MDMA. Oh my. Okay, let's go ahead and get right on over now to some more live updates coming from inside the last day of the first week. They are wrapping up the Diddy trial. Right? So, Diddy, fifth day, guys. How are you? I'm already exhausted by Diddy stuff. Okay. And we're only in the first week, the fifth day. Okay, started Monday. Jury was all selected last week. Now they're up this week. Already had Cassie on the stand like the second day. Okay. And all of it, girls and boys, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, while my computer's catching up. We got some takeaways from Cassie Ventura's testimony and Sean Diddy's trial. See what those are. Compliments of CNN. As soon as my computer catches up, like I said, I've been streaming live all day. guys today or so. Taking care of my own personal affairs, right? So my computer's catching up. So thank you guys for sipping tea with me on the last day of the first week of the Diddy trial, right? Come on, computer. And lots of stuff has been going on. Cassie's testified over this week that, she was in love with Diddy. Diddy swept her off her feet by having their first kiss in the bathroom stall. Then he took her on a boat and they had sex. And, that's when she started to know she could be involved with Diddy. And wasn't nothing that I heard that was like, mine, well, like sweeping her off of her feet, anything like, over captivatingly, experience that you think one would have with a billionaire, right? Not for nothing, such as what she spoke to on the stand. She's talked about how they've had moments with the escorts and things like that.
The prosecution's star witness taking
How
the
many
stand, but it was more than that.
Things have occurred and la da 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 da, to where it gave her multiple mouth sores. We know those two.
It was how Cassie took that stand.
Herpes,
You could hear a drop when those doors open.
She has testified to the fact that she has had
visibly pregnant Cassie Ventura walking past a man she had not seen in 6.5 years. A man she
a mouthful of herpes on a consistent ongoing basis. Cassie endured and suffered from having lots of complications from the freak-offs, where she had mouth sores in her mouth, which we know what those are. Those are herpes. Also, where she spoke of where she consistently suffered from having urinary tract infections. And women, if you have had a urinary tract infection, you know that those are some of the worst painful things that you can experience. One equates it to, shooting fire from your private area when you urinate. That's what it feels like. It feels like glass trying to move through your urethra cavity to urinate. And Cassie has spoken to how she experienced those frequent moments during freak-offs. In the actual event of her having a freak-off with Diddy, she would be under that type of feeling from suffering from mouth sores, known also as herpes in the mouth, and urinary tract infections. Okay, I'm pretty sure there were also bacterial infections and everything. Trichomonas, I'm sure, was tricking around in the situation. So now we're going to listen to CNN give some live updates, takeaways from Cassie Ventura's testimony in the Sean Diddy Combs racketeering trial.
She says violently abused her for a decade. A man the prosecution said trafficked her. Well, she sat across from him, placed her overcoat behind her, turning her body slightly toward the jury, rubbing her pregnant belly throughout her testimony. Diddy, well, he was more fidgety than he was the day before. He was passing notes. He pushed himself away from the defense table and largely sat like that. They never seemed eye contact with one another, not even after she was crying about having loved him once and planning and participating in these freak-off sex parties because she feared him and she wanted to make him happy, but feeling worthless, feeling disgusting because she didn't want to do it. Now, with each moment, the testimony became more and more graphic. Her delivery, though, it never changed. It was matter of fact, steady, calm. At times, she was even critical of herself, walking us all through how a 10-album record deal came over a 10-year period of abuse and sexual humiliation. And once you hear Cassie's testimony, you'll understand why the courtroom was so tense. She described the freak-offs in lurid detail. She testified about Diddy, who she called Sean, choreographing it all. And she explained a pattern of physical abuse that she could not escape. Cassie told the jury about one freak-off at a hotel where Diddy told her to get into an inflatable pool filled with warm baby oil. The prosecutor asked, What concerns did you have
This
about
is
not
so
getting into the
crazy.
pool with baby oil? Cassie responded,
That is so crazy, guys. I uploaded the post that I believe was submitted of the picture of the baby oil pool. It's crazy, guys. But it is that people think when their minds are drug filled, like they go out of the norm of what, you know, somebody may do in the moment of using drugs and freaking off, right? So, ooh, let's put the baby oil in the swimming pool. So,
quote, that amongst other things, just his temper. If that is something that he wanted, Sean wanted to happen, that was going to happen. There wasn't another way around it. Now, Cassie claims that Diddy controlled everything about her life and his staff helped him do it. She also says all aspects of the freak-offs went through Diddy for approval, from how he directed her to finding escorts, at times from Craigslist, to her appearance and what she wore, and even what happened during the encounters with the other men. She testified,
let's think back
every
to
freak off was like directed by Sean.
Backpage and Craigslist was a thing, right? To solicit sex on. People were being killed on Backpage and Craigslist from soliciting X on it, SCX on it. People were getting kidnapped. People were getting everything you could think of from soliciting SCX on Craigslist and Backpage, which is essentially how Backpage came to no longer have that area where you could go and solicit SCX on it, right? People were getting murdered from soliciting SCX on Backpage, right? So imagine you are Diddy with $1 billion reach of resourceful money that you can have at your disposal. And you are getting people from Craigslist and Backpage to sleep with you. So that goes to show you where Diddy's level of understanding of exactly who he was, you know, as a mogul, as a businessman, as a man that, you know, should have had more stature and poise. He was soliciting SCX from ex-workers on Craigslist and Backpage, y'all. That's just
like he knew specifically where he wanted everyone to be, the lighting and such. Cassie says the freak-offs made her feel disgusting, humiliated. She says she took all kinds of drugs to numb herself and disassociate. And she testified Diddy frequently got physically abusive. One of those times was during a 2016 incident at a California hotel. This video. Cassie says she was in a freak-off with Diddy and an escort just a couple of days before her first big movie premiere. And she claims Diddy gave her a black eye, and all she could think about was getting out of there safely. So she ran out while Diddy was in the shower, she says. The prosecutor asked, quote, how many times had Sean thrown you to the ground like that before? Cassie responded, too many to count. I don't know. Cassie was also asked if there were occasions when she tried to fight back when he would hit her. She said, no. Cassie's testimony, it's far from over. She'll be back on that stand tomorrow. And her lawyer, though, says she's feeling good after today.
How do you feel after today?
It's not for me to decide how we feel. It's up to the jury. But we're very confident.
How's Cassie doing after it all? How is she feeling? I know it must have been a lot to kind of recount all the experiences.
It was a long day. I'm just super proud of her.
Let's start off with CNN's Kara Scannell, who has been covering this case from the very beginning, and she was in the courtroom today, virtually a front row seat. Kara, tell me, how did the testimony come in? How were these freak-offs orchestrated?
So Cassie kind of walked the jury through what her role was in the freak-offs and how she said that Combs had choreographed them. He was the director in charge. And what she described was that these freak-offs lasted from 36 to 72 hours. The longest one, she said, lasted 4 days. And through that period, she said her role had evolved from initially Combs setting up the first one to then it becoming essentially her job. These freak-offs, she said, were occurring weekly. And what she was responsible for was finding these escorts, using Craigslist, some of these other escort services, helping them travel to certain locations from Miami to Ibiza, to New York, to LA, to Las Vegas, and that she worked with Combs's business travel people in order to move people around, saying that they would project that they were potential employers and getting them to move. But she said that he had everything to do with what she was wearing. She said she would buy outfits from sex shops and see which one he wanted her to wear. And then inside the actual hotel rooms, their apartments where the freak-offs took place, she said that Combs was in charge of lighting. It began with candles. It then moved to studio lighting, that he was directing how they moved from each action of each sexual act in these freak-offs, and even the amount of baby oil that they were wearing. She said that he wanted them to be glistening, and so he would often encourage them to put on more baby oil. And then the drug use. Part of that testimony, she said, was that she had engaged and used numerous drugs, including ecstasy, GHB, ketamine, cocaine, marijuana. And the prosecution showed text messages where before a freak-off, she is texting Combs asking, which colored pill do I take from your Louis Vuitton med bag? And he directed her which one to take.
It was astonishing to have all of this come in and the tempo with which she spoke, the jury in this room leaning in at times to hear more information. She also described what she feared most about defying him.
Right. I mean, she walked through what the range of these fears were, from physical to just if she upset him, he would take away her phone, her car, limit her access to her apartment. Sometimes that was done by him, sometimes through members of his staff, some of his security team. She also was testifying that, these physical threats. One thing that stood out to me that she said was if she made the wrong face, the next thing I knew I was getting hit in the face. And she said he controlled almost every aspect of her life. He gave her essentially busy work, a to-do list, so he would know what she was doing at all times. If he couldn't reach her, he was incessantly texting her until someone went and checked to see where she was. She also said that he controlled her appearance. Sometimes he didn't like her hair. He wanted her to dress sexy, sometimes a tomboy. He wanted her nails to be white, she testified, especially during the freak-offs. And one thing that she said she was concerned about was blackmail, because a lot of these freak-offs were recorded, and the big concern was hers that they could end up in the internet if somehow she did something to upset him.
We're just a half day into this testimony, there's so much more. And the jury was shown that now infamous 2016 hotel surveillance video for now, a fifth or more time today. Why do you think the prosecution continues to show this video, sometimes stopping it and showing parts?
Yeah, they've been showing this at least 5 times by my account and going kind of moment by moment. And I think what they're trying to do here is they've charged Combs with sex trafficking, force and coercion. And part of that force is physical violence and the threat of physical violence. I mean, this is why Combs's lawyer has called this probably the most important piece of evidence in this whole trial, because that is how the prosecution will want to show the jury that there was violence, that it was real. You can't distinguish this. They're not denying this happened. What Combs' lawyers is trying to tell the jury, though, that this is not evidence of sex trafficking. It's evidence of domestic violence, which he owns, but they're saying it is a very different thing than what he's been charged with.
I want to start with you, Stacey, because her testimony, did it prove there was a criminal enterprise? That's what they got to prove for RICO.
Right. So I look at her testimony today as domestic violence on steroids. The prosecution is trying to show that there was coercion and that he used his business enterprise to engage in coercing women to fulfill his sexual desires. I think it's a little bit of a stretch. I understand there are all kinds of criminal activities being alleged here. But the racketeering and the sex trafficking charges, I'm not sure that Cassie made that out today.
It's
Now,
only
there
day
may be
2,
more.
though,
It's
right?
only
I
day
mean,
2.
and you're looking
And
at this,
they're trying
Misty,
for it.
it's day 2.
Yeah.
So the jury, and this is, by the way, an 8 to 10 week trial.
Yeah.
They have a lot to show, but they called her almost first. She's getting ready to give birth probably in a matter of weeks.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, she's the most critical witness, and there's a reason for that, because yes, the case is not made yet, but she's laid the foundation for establishing those charges for the prosecution. And here's how. With respect to sex trafficking, we heard about the power dynamic, that he was always in control. We heard about stomping, kicking, hitting. all of these physical acts to get her to comply, psychological abuse, blackmail. That's where we get our forced fraud and coercion. And as far as RICO, she kind of put the O in organization in RICO by naming individuals who were in his sphere and were doing his bidding and talking about what would be the predicate underlying crimes.
But more
drugs,
than that,
guns,
they
prostitution.
showed the pictures. They actually tried to put a face to what they were calling the enterprise. Remember in the opening statements, they were saying it was the inner circle, the bodyguards, trusted assistants. They actually went through and showed pictures to the jury today of various bodyguards trying, I guess we were talking about, to establish the enterprise. But then there was this moment, Jeremy, where she actually said on the stand, eventually it became a job for me. She's talking about planning these freak-offs. Eventually it became a job for me to where I knew that if that is something that he wanted to do, I had the contacts to set it up and get a hotel room and all of that. And sometimes she'd even give deposits on her own personal credit card. So is she part of the enterprise or the victim of it?
Well, the defense is going to try to make her out to be part of this. She's not a victim. She's there willfully. She's getting this 10 contract or 10 record deal. This is what she's doing. And the prosecution in return is going to say, you know, you can white knuckle someone's neck with control. You can white knuckle their soul with control. And that's the control he had over her at all times.
All right. We are chiming in. Let me get on over here to see.
Cassie Ventura on the witness stand for a fourth day in the federal criminal trial against hip-hop mogul Sean Diddy Combs. The defense continuing cross-examination this morning, confronting her with dozens of her own messages, many explicit, hoping to convince the jury she was an eager sexual partner who matched Combs' desires. I'm always ready to...
That stand on Monday. The defense want to keep her on the stand in the weekend. Like, God, dog. Didn't y'all hear them say the girl is fragile?
Freak off, one message said. Ventura testified that she had no free will in their relationship and that when she tried to...
My goodness gracious. Okay. We're going to get some more tea from CNN real quick, y'all. Defense question, Cassie. Let's sip this tea. Thank you guys for sipping tea with me. I'm Morgan. Okay. Let's enlarge that screen so we can see all of it in its totality. Okay.
Focusing back now on our breaking coverage of Diddy Combs' racketeering and sex trafficking trial in New York. Right now, the prosecution's star witness, Cassie Ventura, is back on the stand under cross-examination. And moments ago, the judge just weighed in on timing, telling the defense they have until tomorrow's lunch break to continue questioning her, adding that anything after that would be up to his discretion.
Combs' defense has been trying to challenge roughly 9 hours of direct testimony that Ventura has already given. She has told jurors that Combs allegedly abused her. And she said that over their 11-year relationship, she felt threatened at times to perform sexual acts with him. With us now is attorney and legal affairs commentator Ariva Martin. Ariva, what is your reaction to how the defense is approaching this so far?
So, Brianna, we expected this. We know from the opening statement from the defense, a big part of their case is trying to get this jury to believe that Cassie Ventura was a consenting adult in these sexual acts, these freak-offs that we've heard so much about during her direct testimony. So a lot of what the defense has been doing today during this cross-examination is showing text messages and getting Cassie Ventura to acknowledge that, according to these text messages, she was a willing participant in some of these freak-offs. But one of the things that we haven't done or haven't heard yet, Brianna, is the connection between those text messages in the early stages of the relationship and the violence that we heard so much about during the direct testimony yesterday. And I think when the prosecution gets to redirect, we're going to see them try to link the violence that happened later in the relationship to her participation and make the argument still that she was being coerced into these commercial sex acts with escorts, despite how she may have felt about Sean Diddy Combs in the beginning of their relationship.
And Ariva, what do you make of the judge here weighing in on the timing? Because the defense, as our recent reporting indicated, had wanted to go at least through the end of tomorrow evening. I wonder if you think the judge is going to press for them to things up here, and that might affect their strategy.
Absolutely, Boris. The judge has said from the beginning of this trial that it was going to be an efficient trial, and he was going to do his best to keep it around 6 to 8 weeks. He has said he'll give the defense until tomorrow afternoon with their cross-examination, and any time after that will be at his discretion. Oftentimes, these examinations, Boris, start to become repetitive, and the judge is going to assess whether tomorrow afternoon, if he believes the questioning is indeed repetitive, if he believes enough information, the defense has been given ample time to make their case. So it's always that balance between giving each party, each side, an opportunity to make their case, but at the same time, keeping the trial moving so that jurors, that's the big issue here, is keeping these jurors engaged.
For what reason would the judge grant going beyond lunchtime tomorrow?
I think, Brianna, if he believes the defense has new material, if there are questions that have not been asked before today or tomorrow morning, if the judge believes that the defense makes a credible argument as to why they need more time. Judges are often persuaded by arguments from the lawyers that there's a particular area of questioning that they want to go into that they haven't gone into before, and that is essential to them making their case.
And when it comes to some of these text messages exchanged between the two of them, Ariva, I wonder what you make of them highlighting moments where there was some emotion exchange between the two of them. Cassie talking about how much she loved Combs, that she wanted more time with him, more intimacy together, and Combs apparently at times reciprocating that.
Well, we know from Cassie's testimony yesterday that she said she was in love with him, that she had really strong feelings for him. And a big part of what the defense, again, is trying to make the case for is that these text messages are evidence of a couple that were in love, that chose to bring third parties into their sexual relationship, and that at all times Cassie was a willing participant. But again, trials are marathons. So good day for the prosecution yesterday. Some may say a good day for the defense so far today, because they are establishing that at least in the early stages of the relationship, there appears to have been some form of consent. But we still haven't gotten to that point where we know that Cassie was saying to Sean Diddy Combs, I no longer want to participate in these freak-offs, that I'm threatened, I'm concerned about blackmail, I'm concerned about physical violence if I refuse to participate in them. And these issues of consent, Boris, are very complicated sometimes. Obviously, someone can consent to something at one point in time, and they can withdraw that consent at a later point in time. So I think we're going to see that concept played out during redirect by the prosecution.
I want to get to some of the latest details that we've gotten from the courtroom, specifically some of the text messages that have been exchanged between Cassie Ventura and Combs, and specifically the defense asking Cassie Ventura about a conversation in March 2017 when Ventura told Combs to essentially stop playing the victim, saying that she loves freak-offs when we both want them. And then she was asked about that text message. She said, I would say that loving freak-offs were just words at that point. Dave, I wonder what you make of the defense going through these text messages, trying to paint a picture of cohesiveness and even agreement over these sexual encounters that the prosecution is saying were coerced.
I definitely think the defense has won some points, because although the prosecution tried to take the sting out of some of this by showing that she may have texted Diddy that she liked freak-offs, but at some point this was force, fraud, or coercion, that it was against her will, and she was just trying to please a man she loved, an unrequited love. But still, jurors are human beings, and when they see this, they're going to cast some doubts, have some doubts in their minds over whether this was consensual. Now, the prosecution gets a chance to rehabilitate the witness later, and that's when Cassie can say, you know, I said what I said, but you can see by my actions, by his actions, that this wasn't consensual. I mean, he beat me up. He forced me to do things against my will. Even if I was into it at the beginning just to please him, it doesn't mean that I consented the whole way through. But, you know, jurors are going to come at this from their own life experiences with freak-offs or something foreign, unique, weird. And if they think that Cassie at some point was part of it willingly, yeah, that's going to be really bad for the prosecution.
Richard, when she says that I love our freak-offs when we both want it, I mean, when we both want it, inherent in that is that sometimes she didn't. And I wonder what the jury might think about that.
Well, I think what the defense is really trying to do right now is to establish Cassie as her own agency. In other words, all of this really leads up to them establishing she is independent. She's making her own decisions. She's communicating with Sean about the relationship. She's talking in a very independent way. So they're trying to not just establish that sometimes she actually participated willingly in this, i.e. consensually, but also that she's her own person. In other words, she could have walked away at various points and not have participated. Jurors are going to be fundamentally confronted with these two different versions, these two different character portrayals of who Cassie Ventura is, and ultimately decide what it is. The complication of the relationship is a key point for the defense.
Imran, notably, there was one message, and I believe we have the graphic to show it, in which Cassie Ventura is describing to Combs going back and forth in her mind with wanting and not wanting to do it, these staged sexual encounters. She said the last time was a mistake and since has made me feel a little dirty and grimy as opposed to sexual and spontaneous. It seems like jurors could see this as her perhaps initially wanting to do something with him and eventually finding out that it was not what she signed up for, right?
Right, absolutely. So you're going to have to juxtapose the testimony from the prosecution on direct with what we are seeing now on cross. And if there's any question in terms of raising that reasonable doubt, whether there were some consensual times or this was just regret rather than being coerced into something that she did not want to do at the time, that's going to be something that the defense is going to want to hit home to that jury. So you see the building blocks with this cross-examination in trying to raise that reasonable doubt, taking the narrative that the prosecution was able to get out from her on direct and raising those questions in the jury's mind, ultimately saying that she was a willing participant. And if anything, there may have been some regret after the fact, but it wasn't that she was coerced or forced into any of these acts. And I think that's what the defense is trying to do here, take it apart, the direct examination piece by piece, and we'll see that going forward.
Ariva, we knew that there was a settlement, right? When Cassie Ventura filed her lawsuit very quickly, Combs settled. We only learned the amount of the settlement when Ventura revealed she'd received $20 million, which is a lot of money. That's going to folks on this jury. Maybe it's not as much money to someone like Sean Combs. It is a lot of money objectively to people on this jury. How is the defense going to use that?
Well, a part of what the defense is saying is that she stuck around for the money and that she enjoyed the perks and benefits of being his girlfriend and being in a relationship with him, and that she has profited from this story that she's telling to the jury. But I think jurors are smart enough to appreciate the difference in a civil lawsuit. And some people will feel like the violence that she was subjected to, the $20 million, was not nearly enough. There are people who are shocked at how little $20 million is when you think about the amount of wealth that he has and the violence that she endured in this relationship. And this whole notion, Brianna, of consent, I think, separate that from the violence. If this were a case where you had the text messages and love, comments that she's making in these text messages, and you didn't have the threats of blackmail, and you didn't have the actual physical violence that the jury now knows about, then I think perhaps this notion of consent makes more sense. But when you pair the the violence with the comments, I don't think it's going to be lost on this jury that yes, at some point, the early stages of this relationship, maybe the honeymoon stages, she may have been willing to participate in these freak offs to satisfy him because she loved him. But later on, as the relationship goes on, it's very clear that something changes, and the level of violence and the level of threats clearly indicate force, clearly indicate coercion. So the jurors are going to have to grapple with, what do you do with this violence that they've heard about and seen with their very eyes in these videos?
All right, we're sipping tea from CNN. They got a lot of great updates, y'all. For sipping some tea with me, takeaways.
Hey, would you like to know how to safeguard your
coming off as strong as I was looking forward to her coming across? Being that, you know, she is, or she did file a lawsuit against Diddy that said a whole lot, $20 million worth of shit, right? So I don't know. I don't feel it. I don't feel it yet. Okay, Cassie Ventura's testimony resumes in Sean Diddy Combs trial.
YouTube Premium is ad-free YouTube and
Drop down in the chat and get your eagle on. Let me know exactly what y'all are feeling up until now. We're on the 5th day, first week of the Diddy trial. Cassie's been testifying since like Tuesday. You know, yeah, a lot of, you know, what we expected to be heard was going to come out, like how they freak off or whatever, however have you. I just don't hear any X trafficking in it yet. Excuse me. Please continue to give my computer a minute. I've been streaming all morning. Afternoon now. Early afternoon. He had a lot of tea to sip on Diddy. Like the security guard at the Intercontinental Hotel, he testified. One of the escorts testified. And now Cassie's been giving up to, what is she, up to 14 hours of testimony now? Crazy work, y'all. So we've had a lot to unpack. I don't know why my computer's taking forever, but it needs to come on. Thank you guys so much for sipping tea. Remember, when you get your cup and you start filling up on some tea, like and subscribe to the channel. Let me make sure I'm still streaming on. Yeah, I am. Okay. It's just buffering. They missed the forest talking about the trees, regardless of whether Cassie was willing or not, says Michael. Yeah. Yeah, they miss. I mean, a lot of it's not being said yet. Maybe, hopefully, it'll be something that's a bombshell dropped on the trial. You know what I'm saying? Because if Diddy, you know, is continued, there's no telling.
We have breaking news that we're following in Sean Diddy Combs' racketeering and sex trafficking trial. In just moments, Combs' ex-girlfriend, Cassie Ventura, is set to retake the stand and face
that, you know, Diddy has is almost being sent away from life. Say he doesn't, imagine the wrath that Diddy could potentially take on people just
we expect to be her
from
final round of
almost
questioning
innocent
under
to
cross-examination.
prison for life.
Court currently is on a short lunch break, but if you recall, the judge...
I'm trying to get it on the big screen for you guys, so please continue to hold on while the tea's uploading.
previously said that...
Okay. Apparently they're out to lunch right now. We got a lot of tea to catch up on, y'all. My computer's just uploading the tea. It's stirring the tea up, y'all, adding that sugar.
He wanted Ventura's cross-examination to wrap up before lunch today. Prosecutors have said that Ventura, who's nearly 9 months pregnant, could soon go into labor.
Over the last hour, the defense has been asking Ventura more about her 2018 rape allegation against Combs, Ventura's drug use, her mental health problems, and a 2014 threat that she made to a man who claimed he had seen a sexually explicit tape of her, also raised in court. The defense at one point asking Ventura, quote, "Do you still have love for him?" referring to Combs. And Ventura answered by saying, quote, "I have love for the past and what it was." Let's bring in Court TV anchor and former prosecutor Julie Grant right now. Okay, Julie, what do you think of what you have been reading about what the defense has brought up today?
Brianna and Boris, good afternoon to you both. The defense is right when they say that Cassie Ventura is the most critical witness to this case. The defense is doing its job because what they're trying to do is bring out that she's not a perfect person, that they're saying she might have wanted to engage in these freak-offs on more than one occasion, that she was willingly staying in this relationship with Sean Combs, even though she knew that it was an abusive one. They're bringing out things that she said to other people that are less than flattering. All that being said, the government doesn't need to have a perfect victim. What the government has done this week essentially is establishing the sex trafficking crimes that they've charged Sean Combs with. And I would argue that they are well on their way to proving these crimes. A lot of people don't realize that with sex trafficking, you don't have to have movement anywhere. You don't have to go across state lines. A lot of times people confuse it with human smuggling. Here, somebody can be trafficked in their own home. All you really need is someone providing somebody else for that commercial sex act. And when I say commercial, I mean anything of value, not even necessarily money, to be given by force or coercion. And so Cassie Ventura has done her job this week for the government, and now the defense is doing its job to try to make it seem as if she wanted to be in this relationship and that what happened in those freak-offs was not coerced.
Julie, the government, or rather the defense, asking her about mental health treatment that she received, this therapy for post-traumatic stress disorder. Would they go with that line of questioning? How does that benefit their defense of Combs?
Great question, Boris, because it could go to her credibility and her memory's reliability. And so here they're trying to paint her out as somebody who may not be remembering all the details as they actually occurred. Maybe somebody whose memory isn't all that great. They want the jury to think, well, maybe she's somewhat of a basket case after all of this, and maybe what she's telling us we can't rely on because maybe it's not exactly true. So by them wanting to go through the therapy she's been through, there was a mention of EMDR that deals with eye movements and recalling memories. They're going through all of that to try to make it seem as if, okay, maybe Cassie Ventura isn't emotionally stable. Maybe her mental recollection isn't quite right. And then we can argue later to the jury in closing arguments that they can't rely on that. So that's exactly what the defense is trying to get at with those lines of questioning, Boris.
I wonder what you think and also how the prosecution is going to have to respond to that. We should be clear, this particular type of therapy is considered a leading therapy for veterans processing PTSD. I remember talking to a Virginia Tech survivor. School shooting survivors use this very successfully. And Cassie Ventura testified it helps recount memories and process them. She said that if there was a time when you were getting beat up in a room and couldn't walk out, you would reimagine it in a way that you were actually able to leave the room. Do you see this potentially backfiring on the defense?
Oh, Brianna, you took the words right out of my mouth. Yes, you are exactly right. The defense needs to be really careful what they're doing here because she is a victim. She has put herself out there and saying that she survived these horrific instances of rape, of other assaultive behaviors, some of which we've seen evidence of on that videotape that CNN exclusively obtained and then broadcast, and thank goodness for that. And so with the defense trying to go down this road, trying to attack her therapy, the government's going to get right back up there and say, well, the only reason she needed to go to therapy and seek EMDR and the other types of therapy was because of the actions of your client, Combs' attorney team. So they're going to go right back at it and say that had she not been so brutally traumatized, she wouldn't have had to seek therapy, and that's a good thing. And certainly anybody on that jury who's ever been to therapy or knows anything about it, they're going to be thinking about how Cassie Ventura could be being traumatized right now, again, in having to relive all of the various questioning for days from both sides. So you're right, Brianna. This is a slippery slope that the defense team is on right now with her.
Julie Grant, great to have you. Thank you so much for being with us.
Let's bring in attorney Renato Stabile to talk about this further. Renato, thanks for being with us. I wonder what you make of how the cross-examination went for the defense.
Look, I think it went about as well as it could have gone. They did what they needed to do in terms of confronting her with her text messages that undermine her claim that she was being coerced. But remember, the prosecution is going to clean a lot of that up right now on their redirect. They're going to go back over some of those text messages. They're not going to go through all of it. Remember, they said they're only going to spend about an hour, and everybody wants her to get off the stand by the end of today. But they're going to give her an opportunity now to explain why it is that at the same time that she's having these text exchanges that, you know, some are loving and some of the things she did in terms of setting up these encounters, she was nevertheless being coerced.
How hard is that for a jury to be convinced of, the idea that because there are some times where she may seem like a willing participant, and then there are times where she has clearly said that she doesn't want to do it. How does a jury receive that sort of changing over time?
Look, I think the problem here really for the jury and for the defense is that, you know, regardless, now look, the defense is going to say she wasn't coerced, but there's still been a lot of really ugly testimony. I mean, testimony about beatings and abuse and threats and all kinds of crazy things. And, you know, you would have to believe that the jury can separate those horrific things out and accept that despite all of that, he technically is not a sex trafficker, which is what he's on trial for. That is extremely difficult for the jury, for any human being to do. So I think that's really the problem here for P. Diddy is, you know, jurors being able to separate those two things, even though legally, technically, the defense, you know, is going to try and make the point that it doesn't satisfy the elements of sex trafficking, but extremely tough.
Yeah, I mean, given some of the lurid details, you wonder how the jury is going to respond.
Ventura has testified for more than 18 hours. Okay. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Receive that sort of information. I do want to get your thoughts on how you think the prosecution is going to approach redirect. They're saying that it's going to last about an hour. What do you think will come of it?
Yeah, look, it's going to be very quick. They're only going to hit the high points where they think, you know, the defense maybe scored some points. I think she's done quite a lot of damage here. It's pretty clear why they called her as one of their early witnesses, because the damage that's been inflicted, regardless of whether or not they make out the elements of the charge, but just the overall testimony of what they heard about him just is going to hang over the rest of this trial.
And how I wonder, as we're looking ahead here, we're going to ultimately be hearing from one of her former friends. How do you think this is going to go?
Yeah, I think they're going to call one of her former friends to corroborate a lot of what she said. I mean, I think it's corroborated in the videos, it's corroborated in the text messages, but I think the former friend is going to corroborate that she didn't want to do these things, maybe that she confided in her as to her state of mind, that she felt she was being forced into these things. So they'll probably have some contemporaneous evidence of what she was going through while these things were happening, despite what is in the text messages.
All right, Renato, thank you so much for your insight. Renato Stabile, we appreciate it.
Catching up on all things Diddy, y'all. Okay. Catching up on all things Diddy. Ooh-wee. It has been an explosive week. First week out the gate. They have interviewed the security guard from Intercontinental Hotel. They have interviewed escorts, and now Cassie all week. Cassie's been on the stand for like 20 hours. It's been like 20 hours.
I've got a question for you, Ben, and from Christina. Do we know if any other victims and how many will be testifying? Also, witnesses to these freak-offs. Can we expect any, and how many?
I think that, and Jesse, you may know the.
So we've already seen that one. Sorry.
Between them over the years that they were dating. And some of them, they started right away with exchanges like this one. Diddy sending her a text, "It makes me so happy that you would fly to ATL just to see me. I'm a very lucky man. I love you. I miss you. Can't wait to hold you." And she replied, "I'm a very lucky woman. I miss you so much. I'd fly wherever you needed me, whenever. I love you."
Now, the centerpiece of a lot of what happened during direct testimony were freak-offs. And what the prosecution tried to show was that he forced and or coerced her into doing these freak-offs. And we've talked about this earlier this week, that at least my opinion is that in a lot of these, the prosecution just didn't close the loop. It was something she felt. Was communicated or not, it doesn't seem like at least the prosecution didn't get her to say, "I communicated it."
Because the defense will say, if that's just Cassie telling you how she felt and she never actually said those words.
That's correct.
To Diddy, how was he to know that he is forcing her to
That's right.
something?
So they now produced some texts showing that Cassie was actually into freak-offs.
Right. In particular, this is one from 2009.
Just a year after they started dating.
I'm always ready to freak off. It can be whenever.
So what they're trying to show is, because look, they're looking at a pregnant woman on the stand, and it's hard to juxtapose that with this. But the defense is saying, let's go back in time where this relationship started. And they're saying it was grounded in this and that it's not a crime.
But this was their lifestyle. In fact, Cassie admitted on the stand that they led a swingers lifestyle.
Yeah, and at some point, what Cassie has said during her direct testimony was that the first freak-off they had made her feel humiliated, made her feel confused. But what was she actually expressing? And this text message does a lot to show what Diddy was receiving, which was sounded like enthusiasm, excitement about freak-offs. It'd be hard to say that he felt as though she was being pressured. So that's what they're trying to draw that distinction by looking at her text messages. What were you?
So I see those teacups in the chat. Thanks, Michael, for dropping your teacups. Michael says they gotta say they never moved those escort planes. I hear that. I mean, this is Diddy. Like, Diddy is a billionaire, right? So he has billionaire resourceful, money at his disposal. Do you think he stayed grounded? I don't believe so. I hear that Diddy was all over the world with these shenanigans. That's why, we're only in the first week. Cassie's the only one speaking. I mean, I would think that the feds would try to bring anybody and everybody that would be relative and credible to try to really put Diddy in prison, but we're yet to see. Okay.
Saying during this time, and it sounded a lot like you were enthusiastic about freak-offs.
And she also, I mean, there were some we just cannot read, but it got really graphic.
Still very graphic about things that she wanted done to her, things that he wanted during their encounters that they were, it seems, setting up very frequently.
Charles, I got to say that, we have somebody in the courtroom who's been talking to the other people who were there. I've been looking at transcripts. You've been looking at transcripts. There is a lot that the prosecution brought up about domestic violence, and it is horrific what she went through.
Were revealed and read aloud in court for everyone to see, and things just got serious. Attention, please. Well, if you don't know this, during a hearing, Diddy's alleged text messages were revealed as he appealed his denied request for pretrial release after being arrested on major charges like sex trafficking and racketeering conspiracy. And in one of these texts, sent after a 2016 hotel altercation, Diddy's reportedly said, "Call me. The cops are here. I've got 6 kids, yo. Please call. I'm surrounded. You're going to leave me all alone." Prosecutors claim this shows Diddy knew the police would get involved, arguing that releasing him could lead to witness intimidation or stop them from coming forward. Meanwhile, Diddy's lawyers maintain his innocence, stating he's undergoing treatment for past issues and admitting his relationships were toxic. But it's clear the court isn't convinced, as things are just getting serious. Even though the internet is divided now on some defending Diddy's innocence.
Click on the plus icon for more details. The Diddy Dailies, Episode 5, Crossfire and Control. In court yesterday, Cassie Ventura, visibly pregnant, endured a grueling cross-examination. Defense attorneys presented intimate text messages to challenge her claims, suggesting a consensual relationship. However, Cassie stood firm, describing years of coercion and control. She recounted a harrowing 2016 incident captured on video where Diddy allegedly assaulted her in a hotel hallway.
It is almost unspeakable. But the domestic violence that was raised, and a lot of it was raised, doesn't all, and most of it does not connect to the crimes for which he's charged. There are state crimes, but this is a federal case with very specific charges.
Now, you tell me, in your experience in covering trials like this, and even as a lawyer, the prosecutors don't have to slam dunk their case with 1 witness, 2 witnesses, or even 3 witnesses. Right?
Absolutely true.
They are painting a picture here, and they're just giving you little pieces of it. And at the end is when they want the jury to say, "Look what we have shown you."
You're 100% right.
So maybe Cassie is just she's not there to close the loop. She is there to paint, to start the tapestry, right?
But
this is who he is. These are the things that happened. These are the things I went through. And then later, you're going to have people who are testifying about how all of those things were set in motion. Who was planning?
Listen, I agree with everything you just said. But I go back to what happened in the Rodney King case, where there were expectations. And when the jury started seeing him, it was different. And the expectation in this case from the jump, with the U.S. attorney speaking, everybody said Cassie was the beginning and end of this. And I don't know how you feel. I mean, her testimony was compelling, and the stories are horrific.
I think we all felt like she was going to be that witness, because we know that the whole reason that the U.S. Attorney's Office even started their investigation
because of her lawsuit.
Was because of her lawsuit.
Right.
But maybe they discovered way more once they started looking into this, and those are the counts he's facing.
Like I said, I don't currently hear it, y'all. Let's see what the people are saying. Diddy exposed Cassie's text messages. One of the text messages says, I love our FOs. FOs meaning freak offs. When we both want it. I want to freak off right now. Laugh out loud, says Cassie. I want to have fun with you. Diddy says, let me know if you want to have a late night. Jules is available. If you're not into that NP, no problem. We could just do a thing. Love you. She says, love you. He says, if you're not super orny, what the F? She says, orny, of course I am. Okay. People are chiming in, dropping tea in the chat, saying she was very, very freaky, says Kayvon. She had her fun and VIP champagne, equaling. She now wants to sue for even more handouts, but she chose to freak off more than most. Story Ski says, of course she's going to text him what he wants to hear. Of course she's going to say what he wants to hear. To do, it's all called manipulation. Okay. Tony says, please. Twain says, or the fact she got turned out and turned on. She admitted in interviews before this came out that she would go to many of the freak offs without Diddy. Okay. Sharon Bell says, maybe she was just trying to please him and keep him happy. That's what people do in controlling abusive relationships. Okay. So let's get back into TMZ, updating everything on Diddy, y'all.
And so far, guys, you're right that they have been focusing a lot on her testimony and on her cross-examination about domestic violence, which is not what he's being charged with. But we've learned that just moments ago, Diddy's own defense read out text messages that Diddy sent to Cassie in 2017 of him saying, didn't hear from you, so I just put some plans in motion. Let me know
I
to
came
stop.
across some cross-examination questioning turns to the freak offs. Much of the previous testimony on Tuesday and Wednesday focused on the actual events Combs stage. Now, defense attorney Anna Esteva is questioning Cassie about those same topics, presenting text exchanges to suggest she participated enthusiastically. And if you guys want to actually see these texts, go to my posts on any social media and they'll be there. Okay. So Estevea is loud while Cassie reads her own. Combs, August 2009. When do you want to freak off? Laugh out loud. Cassie, I'm always. Let me make sure y'all can hear me in the chat, y'all. Can y'all hear me in the stream? Okay. 2 days later, Cassie texts him again. Combs, I can't wait to watch you. I want to get real hot. Cassie, me too. I just want it to be uncontrollable. I'm going to post this onto my post board. And there's lots of, music comments underneath this. Zelda says, I don't believe that he was dating her in 2009. Foster says, that's not how the texts that are currently being read now are. She feels uncomfortable and not safe. Is freak off a crime? Everyone was in it freely. Why did she stay so long in a drug and abusive relationship? Sounds like she wanted to be with him for 10 years, said Ophelia Posse. Tara Blackwell says, we should not victim blame. David Gonzalez says, I agree, but there has to be a victim, not a participant. Time will tell. Jonathan Tyler says, she shouldn't have agreed to it. When will y'all learn? Stop people pleasing. If folks show you they're weird, get away from them. Staying makes you weird. And to blame for everything that happens after that, common sense says it's only going downhill, not up, fool. Just like Tory Lanez, he getting what he got because of him. Stop doing weird stuff, like covering for people who always doing weird stuff. Back to Diddy.
Surprise package coming in from out of state. Just let me know if I'm headed in the wrong. direction and I can cancel. So that is the first time that I have heard or seen them mention anything about what he's actually being charged with, which is the Mann Act.
So what is the? I'm
Well, what
sorry.
is this? Depends on what that surprise package.
Yeah, what's the package?
I would assume a escort coming from out of state.
See, that's the
what
thing. We can't make that assumption.
And that's the thing.
And that does come back to what you're saying about closing the loop.
Listen. He has a huge problem with the Mann Act. I mean, because the Mann Act doesn't require force or coercion with Cassie.
It's the transaction.
It's the transaction. I think he has a huge, with all of the charges, because I think there are, listen, we did a mock jury in one of our Tubi, and we did not in any way prime them to go in any direction. We gave them the jury instructions. They saw evidence in the case. They immediately honed in on racketeering, and they started saying, why is this racketeering?
All right, y'all. As they are
guy?
coming in, I'm going to be posting it. Okay, I'm going to be spilling it into the stream, into the show. Angela, you just came back up. She got 2 minutes 38 seconds of audio. Let's listen to it about Cassie taking the stand this morning.
And so she talked about a lot of things today so far. The jury was shown sexually graphic text messages between Diddy and Cassie that were in 2009. She actually had to read some of those aloud, and she asked for a short break also as she was being cross-examined by defense today. She also talked about using opiates around the time that she sent text messages. She would ask him things like if he had any more pills, and she admitted that she was using that at the time that those videos were sent. She also mentioned deleting a video in these text messages, but testified she wasn't sure what kind of video she was referring to in the messages and couldn't be sure if it was a freak-off recording or not. Other things she testified about was the fact that Diddy was the second older man that she dated. She also dated Ryan Leslie prior to that for about 3 years when she was 18 or 19. And then after that, that's when she started dating Diddy. She also, in these text messages, told him that she needed to feel safe and that some of these experiences that they were having, these quote unquote freak offs, she felt a little dirty and grimy as opposed to sexual and spontaneous, and that she needed to feel safe and like home. Other things she talked about was that she and Diddy had conversations about a swingers lifestyle and all of this. So basically, it feels like she's being pretty honest on the stand, though, because there's things that she's saying that I know people are ripping apart, like, why would she say that? Or, oh, we don't believe her. But she's also being really honest, and I think that's important. What do you think, Dan, when you're seeing all this?
It's just got to be so hard to relive this. I can't imagine.
And she's pregnant.
And her husband's there.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Yes. She discusses also the influence that Diddy had on how she dressed. She would have to send pictures of her outfits, but she also said that he had good style when questioned about that. Other things she talked about was she felt like he was an addict, as far as an addict addicted to success. That's what she's saying that she felt like. And it felt like she was falling in love. That's in the text messages as well. But they were in a relationship for 11 years. She testified that she loved him and believed that he loved her, and that she fell in love with his, quote, real personality. And so it was those freak-offs, I think, that really got in the way of what it was.
Diddy Dailies, episode
But
5.
that's who Diddy was, right? Diddy was the person
And they're charging
that,
this one guy. They had a real
engulfed
problem.
you up into his world and made you feel like, this is perfect for what you're looking for. And then he unleashes his true nature, right? Okay.
With that, they did not have a problem with the Mann Act. They found him guilty on the Mann Act, and they hung 6 to 6 on racketeering. The ovulation we should talk about.
Yes, because this is going to be debated by people, by couples around the country as to what she meant here. So Mr. Combs wrote a text message to Cassie saying, do I have your permission to set up freaky fun? And the defense attorney says to Cassie, you wrote back to him ovulation. And Cassie said, yes.
We can say so right there. That is not even code. She is saying, I do not want to have intercourse.
I do not want to have that freaky fun. I am ovulating, and that's a no without saying no.
That is a no. I don't even think that's debatable.
But
another context, ovulation is when people are trying to have babies. Okay. They say, I'm ovulating. Come home,
he said
I'm
freaky
ovulating.
fun.
Let's have babies.
Yeah. Although,
but not here. I
freaky
agree
fun
with
doesn't necessarily mean
it's a freak off. I mean,
in there, from everything we've heard, when he says
freak-off.
freaky fun, that's
It's a freak-off.
probably a freak off.
So
he says ovulation, but what is interesting is
this
that
is the turn.
she agreed and said,
more text messages. So Cassie said that she tells Diddy to stop playing the victim and said, I love our freak offs when we both won it in 2017 text messages. Cassie said those words didn't actually align with her actual reality in court. Additional messages showed them planning a freak off together, though. She also stated that there were times that Diddy arranged things for the freak offs, supplies, escorts. Diddy's attorneys are planning on showing the jury a lot more texts and emails while they have her up there, y'all. It is so explosively wild.
okay, we can set this up.
We should get into what they said about kissing, because that's the key.
She does agree to go forward. And what he said to her in a text message was, okay, can we kiss a lot? And the lawyer asked, what did you say to that? And she said, yes. So
Cassie
it sounds
said
as though she said no to sex, but agreed to a freak off that was more tame with just lots of kissing.
A modified freak off.
Modified.
Now, and then, see, here's the twist again. There are two twists here.
Oh, I got a
And
twist. I got a twist. I got more excerpts from Diddy's text messages to Cassie just days after the violent hotel hallway beating. So, Diddy to Cassie, I'm so horny for you. Cassie to Diddy, you are what made you feel that way. Diddy to Cassie, I felt that way from Friday, referring to Friday, the day the hotel hallway beating, May 6, 2016. Diddy to Cassie, what you doing? Cassie to Diddy, it wasn't a good vibe. We need a different vibe than Friday. Diddy to Cassie, fuck Friday, laugh out loud. F Friday, laugh out loud. I don't even want to do that again. Cassie to Diddy, laugh out loud. True. Diddy to Cassie, when do you want to freak off? Cassie to Diddy, I'm always ready to freak off. I'm posting these excerpts on the page, y'all. Make sure you get over there and read them for yourself.
The twist is she testifies that the freak off lasted 10 hours.
Diddy said to her, all right, we're going to start at 10 p.m. and no getting out of character until 8 a.m.
So did they just kiss for? The thing is, they never said what happened in the room.
Getting out of character.
Well, one of the keys to this, though, to your point, Harvey, is if for 12 hours he stayed respectful and just kissed, then it sounds like they had an agreed upon consensual freak off on her terms that she allowed.
Right.
If it turned into sex and she had said ovulation, meaning no at the time, then it sounds more like a forced freak off. So it does depend on what happened.
But we don't know what happened because they never said.
But remember, it's the defense that's raising this, so I'm guessing they know based on.
But then why didn't they ask? Why didn't they say, and what happened during the 12?
Can I just point out that, she said ovulation. We're assuming that that means no, but ovulation is a time when you are most likely to get pregnant, but it's also the time when women are most erotically charged.
Horny.
Well,
yes.
But the thing is, what follows up then makes sense because Diddy says, what about kissing? She says, okay. So you would
the
think.
fact that she's saying, all right, I'm fine with
You know the other thing, it's a subtlety, but the other thing I think is really important in that text exchange, he says, do I have permission?
Yes, which is exactly why the defense brought it
That's
up.
right.
He asked your permission.
That's right.
Hey, this is Latrell from Atlanta. The Diddy Cassie trail is definitely monumental, unprecedented, and definitely perplexing. Hopefully, if these allegations are true, justice gets served. But I can't say that with Cassie's testimony. It might not be enough. They might need more witnesses in order for this to even go any further.
Yeah,
And there will be.
They're going to be again.
There will be.
Judges said they expect us to go 8 weeks at least. So
okay, we are going to take a break.
All right. When we come back, Justin Bieber showing off.
Let's pivot. We have been live, y'all, since like 7:30. We're going to go ahead and pivot over now, okay, to where we need to be, which will be watching the United States versus Diddy. Every week, we are going to make sure that we chime in, watch that, and review that, okay? Let's get into it. We have been live all day catching up on Diddy stuff. Like, it's a lot. So let's, keep it moving forward. with where we are, with staying up to date with what Diddy got going on in trial, okay? Let me make sure you guys can hear. Let me make sure you guys can hear. Okay, I don't think you guys can actually hear what's coming out across the screen. So I got to fix that. 1 second. Things of my things and make sure that you guys can hear me. How are you across the screen? So I got to fix that. 1 second. Things of my things and make sure that you guys can hear me. How are you across the screen? So I got to fix that. 1 second. Make sure that you guys can hear me. Okay, I don't know what's going on, but hold on. Things of my things that you guys can hear me. How are you? Okay, hold on. Let me pause. Let me pause. Hold on, guys. Please continue to stay tuned. I gotta get this live stream. Hold on, guys. Please continue to stay tuned. I gotta get this live stream up and figure out how I'm going to let this play for you guys. Okay, so give me a second. I don't know why Tubi worked completely fine last week. Let's see if I can get it to work again, okay? But I do have ways of getting the audio played on the video, so no worry. Okay. Hold on. Okay.
During sexual freak-offs where escorts and Diddy would urinate on her. All things a very pregnant Cassie told the jury as she broke down in tears. A new, unedited video of the brutal 2016 beating was introduced, and it could create big problems for the defense. But did prosecutors fall short? Did they really connect the brutality to the alleged criminal acts they say Diddy committed? Diddy's team went in hard when they cross-examined Cassie, reading the love note she repeatedly sent to Combs, and even talking about how she was always down for a freak-off. Who were the winners and losers in this make-or-break testimony? We'll break it all down. This is TMZ Presents United States versus Sean Combs inside the Diddy trial. I have to tell you, I have covered trials for decades, and I don't remember a more gripping, compelling witness, and it has nothing to do with what you believe or what you don't believe, but Cassie Ventura's testimony was just something that riveted everybody. And it was packed with information, and in some cases, information that didn't necessarily, I think, make the prosecution's case, but you couldn't help but just be transfixed by what she said on the stand and how she was cross-examined. Three things that are going to be so important here: consent, force, and coercion. I have the best panel. I have the best panel. Nancy Grace is the host of Crime Stories with Nancy Grace. Mark Garagos, in some way, shape, or form, represents Diddy. We don't know exactly whether it's the criminal case or not. Maybe he'll tell us someday. We have Ebony K. Williams, the host of Equal Justice and Holding Court, and Joe Tacopina, a fantastic defense lawyer who most recently won the ASAP Rocky case. So I want to start with just reading something from the testimony. The prosecution spent a lot of time on domestic violence. There is no question there was domestic violence, and horrible domestic violence in this case, that went way beyond the video you've seen in 2016. So I just want to give you a couple of examples, and then I want to raise something, because I think there might be a problem here. The prosecutor: did you get into arguments? Cassie: yes, it would result in violence, dragging. Prosecutor: what else did he do? Cassie says, stomp me in the head if I was down. Prosecutor: how frequently did he get violent? Cassie: too frequently. I would get black eyes and bruises. Now, there's another example. This is Cassie. Sean came to my house, and this is when, by the way, she was dating her now husband, Alex Fine, before they got married and Diddy found out they were dating. She says, Sean came to my house and raped me on my living room floor. Prosecutor: did you ever have sex with him, Diddy, again? And she says, yes, voluntarily. We had a good night. I went back to his house. The prosecutor says, can you explain why you did that after he raped you? Cassie says, we had been together for 10 years. My question, and why don't we start with you, Nancy, is that's a crime, if true, but it's a state crime. And he's being charged with a specific federal crime. And a lot of people in the courtroom who are covering it, myself included here, I think there's the circle isn't complete. They haven't connected a lot of this domestic violence, I would even say most, to the criminal acts for which he's charged.
Okay. Well, remember, the state will have a closing argument to connect all the dots, but very clearly, what is being made out in this case is forcible rape and extortion. Extortion. What is that? Forcing someone to do something by many means. It could be threatening to release the freak-off tape. She was in fear of that. It could be fear of a beating, fear of being thrown out of her apartment or her home, and him keeping the key and her throwing her out on the street without her shoes like she testified to. All of that equals extortion, which is one of the federal charges. And not only that, remember, there's a fallback in this case, having people cross state lines to engage in prostitution. We've already made that out. That is a federal crime. Remember all the male sex workers that Diddy's associates, his confederacy, would fly in and make the travel arrangements for? That's why they were talking about that, Harvey, to prove the element.
Joe, what do you think?
We got big balls and I cannot lie. Those other shows can't deny. When the
I got to tell you, in fact, let me just bring Brian Andrews in. He's our producer who's in the courtroom. Brian, my understanding is there were other people covering this who were wondering the same thing about all the domestic violence.
Well, it seems that was their main show. They were just hoping to make him look as awful as he possibly could in front of this New York jury. And I'll tell you, watching the jurors and their reactions in the beginning yesterday, they were riveted to what Cassie was saying, and she was stunning. I mean, she walked in and all eyes were on her. You could not help but have your heart broken as she talked about her love for Diddy through the years and that she'd do anything, but that the drugs and the possessive nature of it and just the crazy nature of flying all over the world.
I want to get into the domestic violence because you and I had a discussion about this, that people were wondering about why the focus on that so much, where they were wondering how it connected.
Well, I think people were wondering why they started this way. I mean, they're trying to prove federal cases, but a lot of the people who have been in the courtroom with me are thinking they're just trying to paint Diddy with the ugliest brush they can.
Good grief, what is wrong with you people? Haven't you seen Mission Impossible? How it starts with an incredible scene? That's what we're doing. Garagos and Tacopina. Ebony, you all know about trying cases. You know it's true. You start with a bam, and that's what they did.
Mark?
So this is what I would call, and Nancy and I have had this, what would you call it, Nancy? Spirited discussion for many years. She calls this.
You ran away with your tail between your legs mostly, but okay, spirited discussion.
She tells this as, oh my goodness, this is just starting off with a bang. I call this the character assassination block, whether it's this case or any other case.
They didn't do that. He did that to himself. Oh, was that the prosecutor, Emily Johnson, running down the hotel hallways wearing nothing but a towel?
Prosecutors come out and they just assemble all of the worst things that they can do because obviously it's easier to demonize a defendant. It's easier to make the jury hate the defendant. I mean, part of what trying a case is you want a juror to want to help your client. So prosecutors know that. So what do? They call them the defendant. They bring out the worst possible looks for them. They start off with the worst day that any defendant's ever had. That is what prosecutors
the worst possible looks.
Mark, come on. You mean they're doing
that
their
wasn't
job?
prosecutor Emily Johnson running down the hall in a towel. That was Diddy. He did that to himself.
There's a reason why you're not supposed to have bad character evidence. There's a reason why judges make decisions as to whether it's more prejudicial than probative. That's the legal standard. And the reason they do that is you're not supposed to convict or prosecute by proxy. You're supposed to, as Harvey kind of set it up. Exactly. I get it, Nancy. But the whole idea is there's a case.
They're crimes.
You have charges.
That's Tacopina. Come on.
They're
You're
crimes.
a veteran defense lawyer, but you know Garagos is totally lying right now.
Okay. I want to move on to something else because Nancy, you talked about this right off the top about extortion, that he was threatening to release these tapes. I want to see what you guys think of this because I don't see this loop being closed here. So the big one they talked about, they were in Cannes and on a boat, and Diddy accused Cassie of stealing drugs from him, and he threatened her with this freak-off video. And they get on a plane. And how did you get back to New York? The prosecutor says, and she says, on a commercial flight, I traded my seat to get away, but he traded to get next to me. So they go on from that. And they say, well, what did he show you? She says, freak-off videos. He played them for me on one of his laptops. He said he'd release them. Well, how did you feel? She says, trapped. And then they go on. And I think this is interesting. When you landed in New York, what did you do? Well, we went to dinner. And then he wanted to have a freak-off, so we had a freak-off. Why did you do it? To make him not threaten me. She never said that the extortion of saying I'm going to release the tape had anything to do with the freak-off. That had to do with drugs. So again, I don't see that they closed the loop on that. And I want to just give you one more. They talk about when she was dating Alex Fine, her now husband. The question, what if anything were you afraid would happen physically if you refused to do a freak-off? She says, I mean, it was always in the back of my mind that I would somehow be hurt by him. And she goes on to say she's worried about the tapes being released. So I'm confused about this because they've never connected the extortion to the freak-off, and that seems to be what they have to prove. Joe, am I off base here?
No, you're right. You're right. Look, you're 100% right because even that testimony that you just heard and read, and you read it verbatim, is not extortion. An extortionate threat is, or an extortionate demand is, I will do this unless you give me this. I will release the tape unless you engage in a freak-off. That's not what we heard here. This was having to do with retribution about stealing drugs or not stealing drugs, and that's not extortion. That's revenge, revenge porn. That's a different, maybe another crime. But all the crimes we've discussed so far are state crimes, and they are crimes. Nancy's right about that. They're crimes, and they have done a great job, the prosecution, at making Sean Combs look like a horrific human being, an absolute horrific human being. But we are talking about federal charges here. So yes, they are crimes. They're just not the crimes that he's charged with.
Thank you. Y'all done jumped the gun and tried to get him locked up on the RICO.
Don't forget, the cross-examination,
Lock him up in state
this whole case, Harvey, I've been saying this to you since day one, since reading the
Y'all
indictment,
probably feel like
the
it's
whole
Diddy.
case will boil down to one issue: consent.
We got to pull out the
Consent
biggest
or
guns
not
for
consent.
Diddy's
Because
ass.
everything
and-
else falls if there is consent. And if you look at some of
You
those
know.
recordings of those text messages, the responses from her, they are consensual. And she could say on the witness stand, "Well, I wrote those things because I loved him."
Under duress
But
or
it's
whatever.
hard for a jury to say, "Look, she's saying I want more freak offs."
Uh-huh.
But
Okay,
she
let me
didn't
get
really
in here,
want
Joe.
more
What
freak
sex
offs.
Let me get in
trafficking
here because I do
person?
actually think Harvey's
What sex trafficked person says they want more sex trafficking? Like I
wrong on the premise here. I think both of you are doing a great job, you and Harvey and our friend Mark here down at the bottom, cherry picking certain facts and elements where maybe there were elements of consent present. We all heard the testimony, but there's other facts. Let's talk about the Kid Cudi testimony, shall we? Where Cassie Ventura is saying very clearly that Sean Combs, when she was briefly dating Kid Cudi throughout the on and off of Sean Combs' relationship, that Sean Combs violently and viciously threatened to blow this man's car up if Cassie Ventura left the freak off, left with Kid Cudi, and pursued romantic relationships with her. She then gets afraid, gets in the car with Kid Cudi when he pulled up to pick her up, and then ultimately Sean Combs says, not only am I going to release the tapes if you move forward with this Kid Cudi situation and relationship, I'm also going to hurt him and hurt you. And then we know via the New York Times, I believe, reported that Kid Cudi affirmed to them and their sourcing that a car blew up in his driveway some days after Sean Combs made that threat. So I think this is a clear example where the loop is closed, Harvey.
Well, certainly what they're opening the door for is racketeering, which we're going to get into in a minute. But the Kid Cudi thing is really interesting because she testified while she was dating Kid Cudi. She also was doing freak-offs with Diddy. And when asked why, her answer, and I still don't know how to process this, she said, "It's my job. It was my job." And I'm wondering what that means.
It could mean several things, Harvey. You're right. It could mean, I was willingness, but it also could mean I didn't feel free to leave. It could mean that I was so in a constant, this is the psychological warfare, I think, that could be argued. I think it is subtly being argued. I think it will be more aggressively be argued by the prosecution later in the case and testimony, but that there was a constant fear of threat of physical violence, which is why I think they spent so much time harping, if you will, on the physical abuse. And also, let's note, ladies and gentlemen, one fact pattern can be true of a multitude of criminal activity. The same facts, the same dragging, kicking in the head and beating that does lay the case successfully for a state prosecution of domestic violence is also, and I believe it's clause 4 of the federal indictment, where they do go into detail about how physical abuse, kicking, punching, dragging, beating is a part of the criminal behavior that Sean Combs coerced in their broader racketeering count. So I think that's their plan.
I wonder,
Harvey,
Mark and
Harvey Levin.
Yes, Nancy.
No offense to you, Levin, or Garagos, or Tacopina, but you just don't get it, all right? You think a woman on this jury is going to believe that Cassie Ventura wanted to be filmed naked and glistening pursuant to Sean Combs' request, just drenched in baby oil, and literally choke on a male sex worker's urine as he took a massive piss into her mouth. She choked. You think that was consensual? Good luck selling that to a jury.
Hey, Mark, I was going to actually raise that because that testimony about Sean Combs and the sex worker both peeing on Cassie to a point where she's choking, whether or not she verbally objected.
In her mouth. You said on
in her mouth.
In her mouth.
In her mouth. And how does the defense overcome that? Because, whether she expressly said to him, "Don't do that," or not, how are they going to overcome something like that? I mean, how will the defense?
I think that's exactly what they're counting on. I think they're counting on the fact that you get the Nancy Grace doesn't like baby oil or doesn't like being urinated on feeling, and that's what they're counting on. I think if you
take pretty general. It's not just Nancy Grace.
I've been around long enough.
Combs
Nancy.
did this to himself. The state is not painting him out as a villain. He shot his own foot.
When Nancy calms down for a second, you seem to be kind of excited by all this, but hold on. There are some very
typical Garrigo's comment.
I'm responding to you, Nancy. I'm not going to say that this is what you're into, but there are a lot of people. I'm not into crushing mice with high heels, or not into a lot of things that are fetishes. I don't know what's going on. All I know is this is in somebody's private sexual behavior, and it isn't something that I'm comfortable getting into and piling onto and talking about. And by the way, I will just say,
and you can say that argument to a jury. You notice Tacopina got real quiet.
Why don't you just?
No, I'm not quiet.
He knows that's BS.
I just don't want to interrupt anyone.
Why don't you hold on for 1 second? I would find a lot of things more credible if the first place they went was not to a civil lawyer, and if the second place they went was not to a money lawyer. I would find things more credible. I would think if somebody is feeling this way, that you don't. It's kind of like what I always say when there's a civil auto accident case. Do you go to the hospital first, or do you call 1-800? I'm injured. And I think that those are the kinds of things that most people, if they're looking at this dispassionately,
Joe,
stop being quiet. Come on.
Discounting Mark how battered women are treated, and that
why
they
you
don't
being
report
Joe, try to get a word in edgewise, Joe.
I know, Mark. I just don't want to be rude to anyone, but look, here's the deal. They're doing a great job making him out to be a horrific human being. We all knew that was coming, okay? Whether or not this amounts to federal crimes is another story. There's been so much evidence of consent in this case. Her being urinated on, whether she wants to or not, is not a federal crime. It's disgusting. It's not a federal crime. I mean, look, let's go down to the issue of, look, I was a former sex crimes prosecutor, okay? So I am not insensitive to these issues that women have when they're sex crimes victims. I'm not. But I will say this to you. It's fair game and it's fodder that if someone claims to be raped by someone, it's fair game to question that. Why would they go back to their rapist, to their torturer, their tormentor, and have consensual sexual relations with them again?
It's called Stockholm syndrome. Am I right, Nancy Grace?
Okay,
it's called Stockholm syndrome.
She said they had a good night. How do you have a good night?
So sorry. I'm on mute for no reason whatsoever. Okay, Stockholm syndrome, right? Stockholm syndrome, where she may say, I want you to urinate on me. I want to continue with the freak offs, even though freak offs are not, something that everyday people, comers and goers, would experience doing. She was introduced to it, whether or not she was agreeable to it. It was something that she had going on. That's why I'm like, at any time, is there going to be like a psychiatrist, psychologist of, the deep-rooted understanding of what conditioning means, and what I mean, just to be under the guise of someone's full control at some point in time in this trial against Diddy? We're going to see. Okay, we're currently looking at United versus Diddy.
With someone who raped you. I mean, that's
this is the psychological warfare, Joe.
Right.
Okay. By the way,
there's always an excuse for some action, right? She didn't go to the police ever. She went to a lawyer. She went to write a book. She went to sell her book. She got $20 million.
She went to a lawyer years and years and years later. And I am not going to stand by and let the two of you guys pretend that women are not beaten and raped in marriages every day, and they don't tell police.
It's fair game.
Okay. So, look, my take is that Cassie is a really believable witness. And this cuts both ways, because from my eye, she talked about issues that
maybe hurt the prosecution's case. She did, acknowledge love letters that were sent. She did acknowledge things about not only loving freak-offs, but loving them as recently as 2017, well into their relationship. I think this all makes her so much more believable that she's not trying to paint a picture of perfection on the prosecution side. But at the same time, when she says in texts that I would love to have another freak-off, and she said it in 2009, she said it in 2017, and they started dating in 2008, and that's when they started the freak-offs. When she starts talking about loving him, being jealous of Kim Porter, and wanting to be the main girl and doing freak-offs because she was afraid he would do it with another woman, I don't know. I mean,
Harvey,
she was honest, but does that not hurt her?
Harvey,
Does it not hurt the prosecutor?
Let me ask you a basic question, Harvey. We know that men can rape their wives, right?
Yes.
We know that. And we know that if a husband were to rape his wife, or in this case, be in a romantic relationship and rape his romantic partner, that is still rape, even if after that particular rape instance occurs, they reconcile and then have a consensual sexual relationship. That does not negate the rape, correct?
It does not negate the rape.
That's not the factual pattern you have here. That's not what you have here. They didn't reconcile.
I'm asking.
She
we
was
don't
in another
know
relationship.
What?
That's a different scenario. That's a different.
Cassie did say that at points in times in the situation, I'm calling this situation, I'm calling the thing a thing, that there were apes going on in her situationship with Diddy.
Different factual scenario. She did not reconcile with him. She was on another relationship already. So there was no reconciliation.
No, that's not true, Joe. They did reconcile. She said I was with them on
Well, they
and
were
off
on. They were on and off. They were on and off by that point.
So this was constantly reconciling and breaking up. Yes, of course it is, Joe. It's you never been in anything on again, off again. I have.
So
we reconcile, we break up. Nancy,
I don't know a lot of women.
Time.
And listen, I find when I was a prosecutor and prosecuting sex crimes cases, I found women jurors to be most harsh critics of women when they were testifying. I really did. And I found that if some woman testified that she was raped and then went back to their rapist and said, I love you, I miss you, can we make love again, and that kind of stuff, it really hurt the credibility of that witness.
That's a very short-sighted.
I think that's fair game. It's not short-sighted.
Woman.
That's fair
game. That's a very short-sighted woman, Joe. No,
well,
it's
Another fact, Ebony, is that it wasn't just that she loved or thought she loved him. She met him when she was 19. What do you know? Not that she just had feelings for him, but he held her career, her hopes, her dreams, her whole future. I mean, if I thought that I was going to lose my law license, my home, my children, my family, everything, my livelihood, I don't know what I would do to hold on to that. That's what she was faced with at just age 19 to 21.
Nancy, think about what you're saying.
Nancy, that's no different than any other heterosexual power dynamic relationship. You could say that about doctors, you could say it about lawyers, you could say it about anybody. So I don't know. And to Ebony's point, Stockholm syndrome, I'm not aware.
You didn't even finish that thought. You just went, I don't know, and trailed off.
I haven't seen where anywhere in the indictment anybody's talking about Stockholm syndrome. What they are talking about.
No, I was just citing that, Mark.
Because that's not in the indictment. So, why would that be in the indictment?
Well, have you read the indictment? It's pretty detailed. It gives details.
Yes, it is. It is detailed, but you don't have to advance your theories in an indictment.
By the way, the judge instructs a jury. You don't make a decision until you've heard all the evidence, and we haven't heard. We're on witness 3, and 2 of them were relatively small witnesses. So it's a little premature to be coming to the conclusion.
But there's a theme that I've seen so far, because I have seen prosecutors not closing the loop, and I've seen the defense not closing the loop. And let me give you an example that happened on cross-examination that I'm just fascinated by. That there was one exchange, a text exchange, where Diddy texted Cassie, let's do a freak-off. And all she said was, I'm ovulating. To me, that is saying, no, I will not have sexual intercourse. I don't think you need to use the word no. I think that means I am not going to have sex with a sex worker right now. But then he says, well, can we just kiss? And she says, yes. And then they do a freak-off that lasts 10 hours. So I'm thinking, Well, what happened during the 10 hours? Did they have intercourse? Because if they did, well, that would kill Diddy because he's luring her into a situation and then turning it. But they just dropped it, and they never closed the loop. So, number one, I don't understand why they brought that up if it's incomplete. And why are we seeing this 3/4 loop and neither side is doing the other quarter? That's the way I'm seeing this.
And that's where Nancy's point, though, Harvey, about any woman on that jury that's ever had a menstrual cycle is going to be able to tell you that there is no scenario under God's, beautiful sun in which a reasonable woman is wanting and willing to have that type of sexual experience on her menstrual. It's just not fathomable. And this is maybe one of those things you, as men, you guys just kind of can't get. But any woman is going to understand this for the coercive nature that it very much is.
Sadly, windshield chips can turn into windshield cracks.
We are getting live updates. Let me make sure I'm off. Okay, live updates, right? From Diddy all day long, y'all. Diddy all day, Diddy all day. We have been updating y'all on all things updatable to Diddy. Diddy's on his first week out of the gate of the Diddy trial, okay? We've had testimony from the security guard, the escorts, and Cassie's been on the stand for like 20 hours. It's crazy, right? So that's what we're doing. Drop y'all's teacups in the chat. Let me know y'all are in the room with Tanisha Talks Teas. We are keeping it going with the United States versus Diddy. Where are you guys? Like, I'm in the middle of everything. I cannot be pulled either way right now. So I think that right now it's weak for the charges that Diddy's on. I haven't, we're only in the first week, so that's why I'm like where I am standing. I'm not swayed over to any side, prosecution or defense. Of course, if Diddy is found to be credible, or liable for these charges, and Cassie's credible for her testimony, then I hope Diddy gets what he needs. He deserves. And I also don't want an innocent person to go to prison. So I'm in the middle, tea sippers. Where are y'all? Have y'all been swayed to the left, swayed to the right? And where are y'all standing at in the Diddy trial? So far, first we got the gate. I'm just where I am with it, y'all. I mean, I don't think it's all that strong. Like I was hoping, like I was telling y'all first day, like Cassie got to come out hitting hard. She got to come out swinging. And I don't know if that, to lock Diddy up. You know what I'm saying? And I thought that was the motive for, you know what I'm saying? Cassie testifying against Diddy. Like, I thought that's what it was going to be. But mostly it's like, oh, we were lovey-dovey. So we're back up. We're back up, y'all. Keep your teacups filled up. We got the Cassie Diddy explosive testimony at the Diddy trial.
Something that I have found absolutely true. The harshest critics of women are women jurors. It is uncanny to me, the kind of harsh light that women look at other women who are on the stand, and I'm going to be so bold and maybe betray my age and my generation. They're harshest on good-looking or attractive women.
You.
That's been my experience over the years.
Do you ever get tired of being told you're a misogynist? I'm just curious, because first you referred to the prosecution as a six-pack of white women. Now this, the mind of a woman.
Do you ever get tired of the prosecutorial screed? And you have never. Is there any point where you just let down and say, maybe we should wait and hear all the evidence? Have you ever said that?
Plenty of times.
Okay, good.
You just weren't listening.
That. Okay, that could be. You were yelling so loud I didn't hear it.
So, Joe.
Harvey, can I just say one thing? Look, Ebony and Nancy make great points. And this isn't easy. Look, Combs is easy to kill right now. Easy. But it is fair game. And anyone who says it's not fair game, as a defense lawyer, we would have to give in our licenses if we didn't say this. There are issues you have to question about Cassie Ventura's testimony. One, she did not report this to law enforcement or anyone at the time of. She never went to the police. Instead, she went to a lawyer and sought money first for a book and then for a civil lawsuit and got $20 million. Never went to law enforcement. That's one. Two, She has tons of messages talking about consent.
Probably hundreds
That's
of
fair
thousands.
game. 3, she claims she was raped. Then after the rape, she went back and had consensual sex, and not only said consensual sex, but had a great time with her rapist. Those are things that just the normal person doesn't really jive with. And that's something that is fair game for, and not only is fair game, it's obligatory for any defense attorney defending their client and the United States Constitution to bring up in a courtroom. It's fair game. So we're not attacking the victim. We're bringing out facts, Ebony, that are just real. She didn't report this to the police. There's consensual evidence all over the place. I mean, she got money. She sought money. She tried to sell a manuscript of a book. Come on, it's fair.
I'm gonna let you finish up. Let me make this. It's a listen. You're making great, zealous arguments on behalf of the defense. Counselor, I will give you that. Let me tell you something. I'm dressed up in this beautiful pink suit, yes, for my beautiful panelist and Harvey here tonight, but I'm actually headed to a fundraising gala for an organization called Safe Horizon. I was a board member for 6 years, Joe. Beautiful. It's the largest victim services
I know it's a beautiful organization.
Beautiful organization for victims of domestic violence, child abuse, et cetera, and violence against men, by the way. And what we know, and Nancy knows this, being a lifetime prosecutor herself, and y'all know this too, victims often of sexual abuse, rape, and trauma black out. They don't remember for years. The trauma is so severe that they cannot even muster a memory, a recounting, to go to the police, as you so nobly suggested, Joe. So it's going to be prosecution.
That's not here.
We don't know if it's not here. We don't know if it's not here.
Hey,
we don't know that.
I think that they're right.
Where's the
I
evidence
think
that
that
blacked out?
Tacopina and Garagos are right.
Yeah,
I think they're right in that these are obstacles for the state, because unless the jury gets explained to, like you are doing right now, unless they have maybe an expert to explain it to the jury, why she kept on, she was afraid to lose her career, maybe even her life. I mean, that video says it all. She was being dragged back into a hotel room. She didn't want to go. She took a beating. So why did she stay? They're right. The state has an issue. That doesn't mean they're going to lose their case. That means they've got to explain to the jury like you just were, Ebony.
Thank you, Nancy. I agree with you. They got to do. They got to earn it. They got to earn it.
When they explain that, and when they make the point that maybe somebody blacked out, and that's true. There's adrenaline rushes, everything else. They're going to also have another hurdle to explain is when you wake up from this blackout experience. Why did you call the money lawyer as opposed to the police? And
it's called the statute of limitations on state cases, Garagos. So you know that. Many of these state cases.
That's not the way it happened, Garagos. That's not true. Years passed and she couldn't tell anybody.
We get the point, and we get the point, and everybody is kind of agreeing that it's going to be something that the prosecution is going to have to deal with.
Yes.
Nancy, I'm wondering. It's interesting you kind of conceded that point, and it's kind of an obvious one. What about what they're trying to do by saying Cassie was a swinger too, and she acknowledged on the stand during cross-examination she used to go to swingers clubs with Diddy, that she would watch as he'd have sex with other women. She talked about that they would freely use drugs during the freak-off. It gave them this incredible high. So they are, in a way, painting her with a brush that the prosecution used on Diddy. And even went to a point of saying she was also violent in a bar fight where she wanted to kill somebody. So is that fair game? Is it appropriate to do in a case like this? Because that's what they did.
Well, as I often say to juries, who do you think Sean Combs is hanging out with? Nuns and priests and virgins? No. Okay? Cassie Ventura, like all of us, is not perfect. And she's probably done things she was ashamed of, things she wished she hadn't done. But that does not mean
Cassie
she
was
cannot
10
be raped or
lifetimes
sex
compared to the rest
trafficked.
of our
And
asses.
as to consent, whether she went along with the freak-offs and more because she loved Combs or was afraid, that video shows she was forced back to that hotel room by force. She had knots on her head. She had to call security for help. And however you want to paint that, good luck. Have at it.
You know, Harvey, that's Nancy just gave you the if you sleep with dog, you wake up with fleas analogy. I think that most of these jurors, as most of my experiences, are going to keep their minds open unless they're stealth jurors, which is certainly a possibility. But I think jurors are going to wait and they're going to see. And my experience is in sex crime style cases, and I think even cases where I haven't tried it and somebody else has tried it, you've seen the results, and I could tick them all off. Generally, when it is a relationship, jurors have more trouble than if it is not in a relationship, and that is a hurdle. I mean, that's just as a defense lawyer, I've seen that repeatedly.
Nancy,
I think that's true.
Nancy, I know you have an event, and I don't want to hold you hostage. I'd love to keep
My
you
son
there.
is in the state championship soccer playoff. Yes.
Okay,
And as much as I'd like to keep whipping Garagos and Tacopina's tail with Ebony, I have to go to that. But let me just say, every witness that takes a stand is subjected to a severe cross. And I think the state is going to close the loop, as you refer to it. And I also think that the jury can see through what the defense is doing. As much as Garagos and Tacopina may hate it, that video did emerge. It happened, and it corroborates her. I think that is going to turn the day.
Can we at least, guys, agree on one thing? We wish your son good luck.
Probably
and
not.
we hope he wins.
Oh, is
that okay? Is that okay?
Thank you. Thanks, Harvey.
I don't fight with that. Good luck to you, Nancy. And bye.
Good luck to your son.
You know it. Bye, guys.
Thank you,
Bye.
Nancy.
Bye, Nancy.
Okay, we got.
Oh God, it's a shame, Harvey, that Nancy's no longer with us. I was so tired of getting my ass whooped by Nancy. Thank God. Thank God she's not here anymore.
Well, look.
Okay.
I got to ask. I want to ask you guys something, because I think the defense has a problem with this. That there is now an unedited version of that 2016 Intercontinental Hotel tape, and I think it is worse. I mean, I've been hearing rumblings that the defense was saying, "Oh, this is better because it's not sped up and he doesn't look as big." I think it's way worse for the defense. Got to warn you, this video just shows terrible brutality. Cassie looks really calm. It doesn't look like she's in some argument over a cell phone, and he just comes out from nowhere and just brutally attacks her. So this video is worse than what, I mean, look at that. She's putting her shoes on or something, and then he just goes crazy on her.
Horrific. Harvey, here's the problem. It is horrific. It's disgusting. Any guy who could do that to a woman has real issues and is not a man, okay? Putting that aside, that is because of the reaction I just had and you just had and undoubtedly a jury just had. That's why the prosecution has played this. How many times already in 3 days? 6, 7, 8, 9 times already? This tape, one tape? What is this evidence of? This is evidence that he's an abuser, that he's a beater, that he commits domestic violence, that he's a bully, that he's a coward. All these horrific things about him, okay? But does that fill the void where the evidence of sex trafficking should be? Does that fill the void of racketeering evidence? I don't think it does. And if I'm the defense in this case,
I think they have other facts for that, Joe. I think they got other facts.
I know. So okay, great. Other facts. But then why is this being played over and over again? Why? Because it's trying to get the jury to get emotional and get them to want to hate him and convict him because of this tape, which is a domestic violence act, which is a state offense. It's not a federal crime. And this is something that, if I were the defense, I would make sure the jury understood they're being played on here.
No, they're not being played on. It absolutely is domestic violence, which is not at trial on this case. I agree with you, Joe. But you know what it's also evidence of physical abuse, which they are enumerating in the original indictment under count 1 of the racketeering conspiracy count. They absolutely are saying this is a part of his overall mechanism, Joe, of control, of his absolute domain over this woman and some of these other victims. And when the jury sees like Harvey says, he's coming out like a madman. This woman is calmly trying to exit and go about her business. She doesn't even have on shoes, for God's sake. And this is how deranged, how depraved, how angered he is. And that, I think, goes a long way. If he can be this controlling here, why can't they believe he could be so controlling in other parts of their factual case?
So, it's nothing more than character assassination. I hate to say it, Joe. Joe nailed it, and it is what it is. And I suppose if you're a prosecutor, you have something like this, you're just going to play it every chance you get. But remember, Harvey and I are old enough to remember Rodney King.
Oh my God, I was
And-
just going to mention that. I was literally just going to mention that. Go.
Yeah.
Go.
Talk about Rodney King.
Well, no, I wanted
in the
okay.
Rodney King case, and it was in Simi Valley, and I was thinking about it this week because same judge presided over the Menendez trials.
Stanley Weisberg. Yeah.
Stanley Weisberg. And he let the prosecutors in that case just repeatedly play the Rodney King tape.
We are becoming the same person. What is going on? I was literally going to, because it diminishes the impact of it. You know, Mark's going to love this because I always tell him, don't do law lessons. But Melvin Belli, an old lawyer, very famous lawyer, he really developed the concept of demonstrative evidence. And what he did was there was a case where a man lost his leg, I think in a car accident. And the guy sat in court with a pant leg that went down to his shoes, and you never saw the leg. And he got up on the stand and he testified. At one point, Melvin Belli had his client step down, and in front of the jury, he showed them the stump, and they were horrified. And he put the pants down and never showed it again. And the jury, the impact on the jury was huge. And this is one of the things that created demonstrative evidence. I saw this in Rodney King, that they played it so much, and the media played it so much in the year before the trial.
You got used to it.
It didn't have the impact by the time it got to court. And I'm wondering, Ebony, that the prosecutor, by playing it over and over and over, are you diminishing the impact than if you just saw it once or twice?
Here's what's different with Rodney King and that example. Very compelling, by the way, Harvey, example of the gentleman with the one leg. Number one, though Sean Combs is not a private citizen that this jury is just seeing for the first time. So much of what the prosecution's assignment here is to deconstruct. They've got to literally deconstruct, for many of these jurors, 30, 40, 50 years of knowing Sean Combs as a hero. You guys culturally got to understand what this man means to some of these jurors who have grown up not only on his music, guys, but on his cultural influence, on his ability to be a black man in America and make good on the American dream, to be the beacon of success and business and wealth and savvy. See, that's a lot of narrative to overcome. So personally, if I was prosecuting this case, I wouldn't have shown the video this many times. I'm conceding that. And also, I do see where they've got a very large narrative to overcome to make who, for many on that jury, not all, but many on that jury of 12, an American hero of sorts into an American monster. And they've got only a few weeks to do it.
So, Brian, everybody wants to know, what was Cassie like on the stand? I mean, was she emotional? Did she look at Diddy? What was it like watching her?
Laser focused as she walked in. She did not look at him. She went straight to the witness stand. But I remember on her second day of testimony, Diddy looked at her when she came in from the lunch break, up and down like this. And then during her testimony, especially on some of that really salacious material, Diddy was glaring at her. She was out of gas by the end of day 2. You could tell she was spent. But on her, towards the end of the government's, I'm sorry, when we go to the cross-examination, she was a different woman. She walked in revitalized. She was very casual. But we started noticing, at least on Thursday, where she would be asked questions by the defense, and it would be, well, I don't know, I can't remember, that was such a long time ago, maybe. She also used upspeak. Well, maybe it was like this. Maybe it was like, so it was like, is she sure of her answer or is she unsure of her answer? The jurors looked at her. They paid very close attention. Particularly, I noticed the female jurors paying very close attention. One of the male jurors, I saw him towards the end of the day and he was yawning. He covered his mouth. Another juror on the back row was kind of in the chair like this because the government, the defense in their cross, very tedious in getting into the nitty gritty of each one of these experiences and what do you remember?
These are the jurors, okay? We got 8 men, 31, 39, 68, 41, 69, 51, 68, and 67. Okay, remember there are 4 white, 4 black men on the juror panel. Okay, so ages. Okay, everybody well into like understanding who they are. There's no youngsters up here. There's nobody that can be swayed by misguided evidence, given anything like that, right? Well, hopefully, but we got a lot of seasoned people around Diddy's age, right? Diddy's in his late 50s, so mid 50s, whatever. However, we got 68, 69, 67. We got 51. Okay. Women, we got a 74-year-old grandmother, great grandmother on the jury for Diddy. Okay. There is a 74-year-old woman, black woman, on the juror panel for Diddy. And then we have like mid-age ranges, 30 to 43. Okay. 30, 42, and 43. And then there's a 74-year-old grandmother. Y'all know y'all wrong for taking her down through here. But nonetheless, those are the ages, races of the panel, juror panel.
And down to I went to Dwayne Reed to buy supplies. It's a lot. And her husband is on row number 2, along with her brother, watching all of this, listening to this sexual history. I mean, that's his wife. And the stuff that she's talking about would curl your hair.
How was Diddy responding?
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to laugh.
Diddy has been glaring
but not
at her.
for nothing.
We also
that
see
is a
Diddy
hot
look
mess.
back a
That
lot.
is a
And
hot
that might be
mess,
because the clock for the courtroom is right over the gallery where the media is sitting, and they have us kind of blocked off. But I will tell you, he has been gazing at her intently. He's been taking notes. I watched during the cross-examinations, he wrote down a note when they were talking about drugs, and he passed it all the way up to Estevao. And Estevao said, well, would you call us high partners? And she was referring to their drug use. And she said, yeah, I might call it that. That's what we called it. So Diddy's very much involved in sliding questions up to the defense to ask Cassie.
Hey, Mark, Ebony.
We got big balls and I cannot lie.
All right, we are paying some bills over on Tanisha Talks Tees. We're almost wrapping up the day, right? We came in early. We came in at like 7:30 Mountain Standard Time on the Diddy Trial today. We missed a lot. So we missed like 2 days. I think we missed 1 day. Maybe just 1 day. Nonetheless, right? We've been getting our tea, our Diddy tea. Okay, we've been getting our tea, right? Sipping our tea. And it has been a lot, y'all. Where are y'all at? Like, I don't think it's sweet yet. I don't think it's getting sweet to where it's going to get a little bit of time or no time. The testimony was pretty sour. Like right now, they're squeezing lemons in our tea right now, guys. So brace yourself. If you don't like sour tea like me, preferably, I prefer sweet tea, then brace yourself, okay? Because the tea they're pouring, is pretty sour. The, freak offs and everything else, it gets nasty. It gets disgustingly grueling and just, the most disheartening thing. And you know what? Why hasn't where's Cassie's family? So in any of this, I have never heard a mother, grandmother, father, brother, uncle, cousin, auntie, uncle, I don't know, anybody pop up on the scene for Cassie through this, moment. You would think that somebody from her family would be in attendance for her, pregnant, and testifying to this type of, things going on. So does anybody have any type of tea on if Cassie's family has attended court? Okay. We're up with TMZ's United States versus Diddy.
About Discovery, including important warnings.
And Joe, I'm so interested to hear what your reaction to this, and you may just think my theory here is wacky, but Cassie comes in very, very pregnant. And it is hard to juxtapose what you're seeing on the stand with this swinger who is engaged in these freak-offs. And that benefit, at least in my head, it benefits prosecutors. But then, yesterday, the prosecution shows the jury screen grabs of the various freak-offs where Cassie is there in the middle of sexual acts, looking very, very different. And it just seems to me that maybe you gained a little, but you lost a lot, because now the jury doesn't have to imagine it and try to juxtapose what they're seeing on the stand, but they're seeing it. And I just was shocked that prosecutors, what did they gain by it? It just seems to me that they created a bridge for the jury to say, wow, she did it. I mean, I heard the testimony, she was into it, and now I see it. I don't get it.
Well, look, I mean, they had these photographs. They had the proof that these things happened, right? So I think they felt compelled to present them. It's a tough call, Harvey. You may be right, but I think the fact that she comes in there pregnant, looking angelic and all that stuff, is inconsistent with the story she's going to eventually tell, and the story she did in fact tell, right? So I think that veneer gets removed pretty quickly. I mean, the jury is going to see her pregnant and all that stuff, but at the end of the day, they're evaluating the facts of a case and the evidence in a case, and the fact that she's pregnant is not going to affect this verdict in any way, shape, or form. So the
I thought she was going to pop. She was fanning herself at the end of the day.
If she pops, then it'll affect the verdict.
Oh, that's just classic third trimester stuff, Brian. Don't even worry about it. I just had it myself. But no, here's the thing. I actually think you make a very compelling point, Harvey. Now, do I think it's going to totally sway the outcome of the case? No, I agree with Joe. I don't think so. But I do think this is classic Madonna whore complex, right? I think that's a very real complex. And I agree with both Garagos and Joe that women kind of zero in on that Madonna whore dichotomy, if you will, even stronger than men. We like to see our mothers very Madonna-ish, very purist, very virginal, if you will. And we like to see our whores nice and plain where we can see them and we know what they're about. So I think that the optic of Cassie in that freak-off capacity, probably drugged out of her mind, who knows what else, was unbecoming, was incongruent with the very virginal, stunning aspect of the optical display of Cassie 8 months pregnant, glowing and beautiful. So I don't know really what was gained by it at all.
Mark,
you know what I really miss is Nancy Grace having heard that Madonna whore example, because that would have been the price of watching the 45 minutes.
No kidding.
Exactly.
So
watching
look,
the head
Mark, you represent the Menendez brothers. These guys in the first trial won over half the jury, and I believe optics mattered in that case. Leslie Abramson put them in pastel sweaters every day. And it was hard to look at them and juxtapose two guys with a shotgun blowing off their parents' heads. Just hard to do. So optics matter. So that's why I'm raising this. Why did they want to show the jury something that says, oh, okay, I can forget the fact that she's pregnant because now I see it?
You know, I'm going to go off topic because you reminded me of something. I got a call this morning that a former client of mine, Chris Brown, was arrested in the UK.
Right.
And then you asked just now about sweaters, and the one.
Oh my God, the Chris Brown baby blue sweater.
The baby blue sweater on Larry King, and I'll never forget walking into the green room and saying, who thought this was a good idea to dress him like Urkel? And I've never gotten over that, and I wish Chris well for whatever he's in custody for, and hope he's out.
Okay. So cross-examination will go on. Oh, this is the beginning of the case. This is week one. There is a long ways to go. Guys, thank you so much for joining us. We will all be here next week. And just keep your eye on the ball here if you want to follow this case, because every hour something happens. See you next week. I think next week we are going to start hearing testimony about Sean Diddy Combs the godfather of a criminal organization, sort of like the mafia, because that's what he's being charged with, running a criminal organization. And we are going to hear about all sorts of things, from blowing up Kid Cudi's car, allegedly, or at least ordering people to kidnapping, to hanging people over balconies. It should really be a gripping week, and we will be right back here next week to give you the lowdown.
Right. As we are wrapping up the day for Diddy, y'all. That's what it did. That's what it did. I want to thank you guys so much for another gripping week, another gripping day. Sipping tea with Tanisha. Where else would you be, right? Today, the tea was pretty sour. I'm pretty sure it's going to stay that way, y'all. So, I'm going to keep it sweet by being here every week to give y'all update latest tea. All right. Tanisha Talks Teas signing off. Bye. Thanks for watching. Remember to show your support by liking, subscribing, and sharing. It's a blessing. Keep your teacups filled and ready for my next upload. Until then, stay inspired and remember, always stay dipping.